later, but now it's time, as they say, for the real thing. The first leads should be in with us in about half an hour or less from now. But in the meantime, let's talk about the larger political implications, the different scenarios that may play out in the national capital of India. I'm Barkha Dutt, and I want to welcome now to the program Dr. Karthikeya Batra. He has been a fellow companion with us on multiple election counting days. He has traveled the course with us through all our stomach aches, our nervous breakdowns, our arguments. There are many of those, I promise you that, in any media organization. And as you're trying to get the numbers right, that's par for the course. Good morning, Karthik, and it's always a pleasure to see you. We're here on this exciting day. It's a state election, but it's one with huge implications and consequences, especially if we kind of put it in the context of what's been happening since the Lok Sabha election result of June 2024, Dr. Karthikeya Batra. It seemed at that time that the BJP had been contained, right? The Lok Sabha election brought the BJP down to below the majority mark. But since then, the BJP has done spectacularly well at every state election. And if you go by the exit polls, till we get the exact results, exact polls, Delhi could be as dramatic. Are you willing to bet one way or the other, half an hour before the first lead comes in?
Thank you, Barkha. I think today is even more special because for the first time we are focusing on our home city state. Both of us, I think, are registered voters in Delhi. So this is even closer to the heart, I guess. Yes. I take your point that after 2024 Lok Sabha, it seemed like that the BJP wasn't invincible anymore. And, you know, even in the past, before 2024 Lok Sabha, they had lost several assembly elections. But since then, we've seen kind of a revival. So in states like Haryana, where they were down and out, they were able to secure a victory. In Maharashtra, they romped home with a victory. A state where in May, they had been wiped out literally. In Jharkhand, they lost. Jammu Kashmir, they lost. And today, Delhi is kind of the next step in the process. What has changed, Barkha, since Lok Sabha 2024, I think, and I think this change started 2023 Karnataka onwards, is that in the state elections, the BJP started relying less on the face of Mr. Modi and more on the organizational strength of both the BJP and the RSS, a result of which you saw in Haryana, you saw in Maharashtra. People tend to forget this, but even in Madhya Pradesh 2023 and Chhattisgarh 2023, the organization was very much at play. And I think that is what the new template of the BJP is now. One of the errors that a lot of the analysts are making, they're still analyzing state elections with that Modi versus who template. But I think the BJP has taken the template to a different level, which is now they're fighting organization to organization. So if you have a state where the organization is strong enough, or the other party is smart enough to tackle the organization, something like that Hemant Soren did, for example, in Jharkhand, well, then you have a chance. But to understand the ways in which the BJP is fighting the election. So in Delhi also this time, Mr. Modi was on the hoardings, but he wasn't a prominent face in terms of leading the campaign on the ground. The campaign was led on multiple fronts by multiple stakeholders, including the organization, including some prominent faces, including the local candidates. And one of the gentlemen that you're showing on the screen, Mr. Pravesh Verma, there was Mr. Vidudi. So it was kind of a composite strategy. And I think, given what we have seen, it is going to be a close fight because the Aam Aadmi Party has been on a downward trend because of a variety of reasons which we discussed during exit poll discussions. The question always in my head was, there is the party on the downward trend, there's a party on an upward trend. The gap to begin with is 16 percentage points. Will that be bridged by February the 5th? And today we'll know the answer. If you were to ask me whether I believe the exit polls, I will still hold my horses, and the only reason I would do that is that there are at least a couple of voter blocks where major exit polls are not agreeing with each other, and that has to do with low-income class voters. And if we for a second assume that these are the traditional silent voters, then things might go either way. It might be an even bigger victory for the BJP than what is being predicted, or it might be an edge for the Aam Aadmi Party. Which is why, as you said, the exact poll is today. and exit poll. We had a lot of fun with the exit poll, but today is what matters the most.
And it's quite interesting that at least one of the credible agencies, See Voter, chose not to do either seat projections or overall vote projections. And when I was talking to Yashwant Deshmukh, Kartik, one of the comments he made was, he said exit polls, he said, I'm including myself as culpable in this, but exit polls have become more like the Satta Bazaar than actual data crunching. And, they've decided to be very careful this time. So look, we're going to find out in a moment from, well, not in a moment, but let's say in half an hour from now or 20 minutes from now, we should have the first lead. In the meantime, you said something very interesting. You said the BJP has changed tack after the Lok Sabha elections. And I think one of the phrases you used for it was Modi light, that there's the kind of Modi light approach now to assembly elections, to not overuse the prime minister as a factor, as the front-facing brand in state elections. Now, one of the curious things is that the BJP did not, in fact, field a formal chief ministerial face. Many people at that time, many pundits argued that had they done so, they would have had a much better chance. In all of the surveys, the one BJP leader that followed Arvind Kejriwal was actor politician Manoj Tiwari. As we wait for the leads, the BJP is, of course, hoping for a big win, but they follow the Maharashtra model here by not projecting a formal, declared chief ministerial contender. Let's listen in to what Manoj Tiwari, who follows Kejriwal in the popularity rankings, has been saying.
अब अभी तो पता ही नहीं कि इनके विधायक कितने आएंगे भी कि नहीं आएंगे, वो बिकने लायक रहेंगे भी कि नहीं रहेंगे, तो कल के बाद पता चलेगा। लेकिन पहले से ऐसी बातें करके पता नहीं कौन सी सनसनी फैलाना चाहते हैं, पता नहीं कौन सी साजिश को आज के अपने स्टेटमेंट के आधार पे वो आगे बढ़ाना चाहते हैं। मुझे लगता है अब आगे अपने राजनीतिक जीवन में ट्वीट पे ही मिलेंगे अरविंद केजरीवाल। अब जनता तो इनको नहीं बिठाने वाली है, जिस प्रकार का इनका चाल चरित्र और इनका नियत रहा है। रही बात हॉर्स ट्रेडिंग की, उसको हम लोग निश्चित रूप से गंभीरता से ले रहे हैं और हम इसकी कंप्लेन भी कर रहे हैं, और इसका दूध का दूध पानी का होना चाहिए। क्या आधार है, जैसे इन्होंने भारतीय जनता पार्टी जैसी शुचिता और स्वच्छता के साथ, अच्छे विचार के साथ चलने वाली पार्टी पे इस तरह का आरोप हम नहीं बर्दाश्त करेंगे। कंप्लेन पार्टी कर चुकी होगी।
हाँ जी सर, पार्टी ने कंप्लेन की है और एसीबी।
So that is Manoj Tiwari there, Dr. Kartikeya Batra. There you can see voters' latest, most updated findings on who is popular. And one of the things that Yashwant was saying, Manoj Tiwari is, of course, responding to the AAP's allegation that the BJP is launching an Operation Lotus and trying to break their party, etc. But one of the points that Yashwant made was that while Arvind Kejriwal has still led in the popularity ratings, that number used to be well above 50%. And Manoj Tiwari, who started in this campaign with about 15% of the popularity ratings, has climbed up to nearly 20%. What do you make of this shift in BJP strategy, where Modi is used in an almost strategic but withheld way, and where the BJP believes it's not always necessary to declare a CM face?
So, as I said, Barka, I think the BJP also realized that after milking the image of Mr. Modi for 8-9 years in state elections, it was required that they change strategy, because his face was probably getting a bit too exposed, and that's what the RSS also said after the Karnataka election 2023. And you need to ensure that he's not overexposed in the state elections. And I think a smart party is one that is able to identify its weaknesses and do course correction. And I think if you remember what happened in Madhya Pradesh, they fielded 5 candidates from 5 different regions, each of them having the hope that मैं मुख्यमंत्री बन जाऊंगा. None of them became chief minister. But what ended up happening was that they put in enough effort that they won the election like hands down in a state where they should have lost because there were strong anti-incumbents. So I think that strategy seems to have worked. And wasn't that always the BJP, pre-Mr. Modi? The BJP was the party that was known to have nurtured these regional leaders who would eventually go to the center and become strong, whereas the Congress was seen as a top-down party. The BJP for the last 10 years became the top-down party. And you saw that in Congress, some strong regional leaders came about. You can think of Mr. Siddharamaiah, you can think of Revant Reddy, Bhupesh Baghel for a bit. Maybe even now, Sachin Pilot, Ashok Gehlot. They were the ones who were kind of dictating terms to Delhi. In a way, I mean, I'm not saying that everybody was. I'm just saying that whenever the national kind of leadership becomes a little weak, the state leaders exert more pressure. Now you are seeing the BJP kind of, reversing that strategy. And I think it makes absolute sense. Whether it works or not, it seems to have worked for now. But I mean, one size never fits all, right? So maybe tomorrow when you are in a UP, you might still need Mr. Modi's face. But so far, it seems that strategy seems to have worked, except for, in the Lok Sabha. And I think that's a good example, no, that in the Lok Sabha, when Mr. Modi was the face and the organization took a back seat, the BJP actually saw reversals. In the state elections where he's taken a back seat, the organization has taken the front seat, they are doing relatively well.
Yeah, but let's also be clear that the BJP would not see this as any sort of weakening of the Modi brand. Karthik, you're looking distracted. You can hear me?
No, they wouldn't want to see it, is what I'm saying. I'm distracted because I'm on this day-long program, so I need to get my coffee inside my system. So we just got some coffee. So they wouldn't want to believe it.
Yeah.
But there is a kind of, wariness with the brand. I mean, I was traveling in Jharkhand, in Haryana, late last year, and when I talk to people, they recognize the BJP with Mr. Modi. That's the new I would say, the new bunch of voters that he has added. So they would say, "Ma'am, Modi ko vote denge." वो भाजपा या फूल का नाम नहीं लेते, वो मोदी का नाम लेते. But does that mean that he has the same attractiveness? I don't think so. Maybe Yogi is the new flavor of the season. Maybe it's something else. But they respect Mr. Modi, but the dynamism with which he was associated at some point in their heads probably has faded away, and that is absolutely natural, given that this is his 11th year in power, Barkha. We tend to, forget, lose track of time. From a bird's eye view, it's his 11th year in power, and it is bound to happen. What Mr. Kejriwal is facing today in Delhi is exactly the same. It is going to be his 11th year in power. Some kind of despondency is certainly going to set in unless you constantly reimagine your image or represent your image every few years, every few months. That's what Mr. Modi did earlier when he was Gujarat Chief Minister. In the first term, he was this Hindutva icon. In the second term, he was the Vikas Purush. And in the third term, he was the Prime Minister in waiting. Now imagine if he had gone for the fourth term in Gujarat as Chief Minister candidate. Would he have succeeded? We don't know. Right?
Yeah.
Because even some level of despondency might have set in with his own face. I think it's absolutely natural what we are seeing. But credit to BJP is that they have undone the previous strategy and come up with a new strategy. And so far it seems to have worked.
And of course, while you've been using the phrase organization, the sort of big factor is the RSS.
Absolutely.
The tension between the RSS and the BJP was well documented in the Lok Sabha campaign. And since then, whatever rapprochement has happened, what the terms of that rapprochement are, we don't know. But clearly the RSS and the RSS foot soldiers army has played a huge role in every assembly election since the Lok Sabha verdict. Now, it's very interesting what you say about the BJP shift in strategy, but let's also talk about what an adverse result might look like for the Aam Aadmi Party and what a positive result might look like for them. Okay, now the Aam Aadmi Party has been accusing already the BJP of trying to reach out to its party members to try and make them crossover. I want to play out a statement by Atishi, presently the Chief Minister of Delhi, though Arvind Kejriwal has made it very clear that an AAP victory would mean he would be back as Chief Minister. Let's listen in to Atishi.
चुनाव रहा है, कोई साधारण चुनाव नहीं रहा। ये अच्छाई और बुराई की लड़ाई रही है, ये काम और गुंडागर्दी की लड़ाई रही है। और मुझे पूरा भरोसा है कि कालका जी के लोग और पूरी दिल्ली के लोग अच्छाई के साथ खड़े होंगे, काम के साथ खड़े होंगे, आम आदमी पार्टी और अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के साथ खड़े होंगे।
दिल्ली के लिए कोई नंबर आप प्रेडिक्ट करना चाहेंगे आज?
देखिए, हम तो पहले ही कई दिनों से कह रहे हैं कि अरविंद केजरीवाल जी चौथी बार मुख्यमंत्री बनेंगे, भारी बहुमत से बनेंगे और आज शाम तक आंकड़ा आपके सामने होगा।
आपका मार्जिन कितना रहेगा? आप कितना मार्जिन देख रही हैं अगर आप जीते तो?
कुछ घंटे में पता चलेगा।
आपके लिए एक चक्रव्यूह रचा गया था, लेकिन मनीष सिसोदिया, आतिशी, अरविंद केजरीवाल तीनों की सीटों पे बीजेपी ने बहुत बड़ा दांव लगाया था ताकि आम आदमी पार्टी को रोका जा सके।
देखिए, आम आदमी पार्टी का अगर आप इतिहास देखिए, आम आदमी पार्टी में हमने जब शुरुआत करी हमारे पास कुछ भी नहीं था। कोई सोच नहीं सकता था कि आम आदमी पार्टी राजनीति में सफल हो सकती है। ना हमारे पास पैसे की ताकत थी, ना हमारे पास बाहुबल था, ना हम धर्म की राजनीति करते हैं, ना हम वोट बैंक की राजनीति करते हैं। लेकिन दिल्ली के लोगों का प्यार था, भगवान का आशीर्वाद था कि आज हम यहाँ तक पहुंचे हैं। और मुझे पूरा भरोसा है कि दिल्ली के लोगों का प्यार और ऊपर वाले का आशीर्वाद हम पे बना रहेगा।
आतिशी, एग्जिट पोल देखकर बीजेपी अपना बिग बॉस डिसाइड कर रही है।
मुख्यमंत्री आतिशी
Okay, I hope you got your coffee while we listened to Atishi, Karthik, and we have your full attention back. Let me ask you this. Two scenarios. The AAP taking Delhi, maybe with reduced numbers, the AAP losing Delhi. What does it mean for India's newest political party, either scenario?
One thing I'll add to my previous comment was before I answer the question, Barkha, is that the other pattern that you will notice is that even though BJP has entered with its organization, the Modi-like strategy, wherever it has faced a regional party, it has had it tougher than when it has faced the Congress. So Haryana was a hara hua chunav, but Congress said कि नहीं हम हारेंगे, आप जीत जाओ. Jharkhand, BJP, I was on the field, Barkha. BJP tried everything they could. The money, the muscle, the narrative, everything. They poached candidates from the other side, but they still lost because the regional party was able to mount a very good campaign, very well executed campaign. In Maharashtra, again, where the Congress was leading the Mahavikas Aghadi, we saw what happened. This is a regional party versus BJP is a very different animal altogether when compared to Congress versus that's one. Now, you were saying what are the two, what scenarios might come about. Now, let me start with something that has not been discussed in detail so far. Imagine the Aam Aadmi Party loses, the BJP wins. BJP will have a CM after this, for the first time in this century in Delhi. Okay.
Yeah, considering the last time was 1998 and Sushma Swaraj with a faction-ridden BJP and a government that didn't last, I think, if I remember correctly, less than 60 days.
So let me hyperbolize this even further. For the first time this millennium, the BJP will have a chief minister in Delhi. Okay. So,
wow. Context is that's why they say context is everything. I mean that sounds so dramatic when you put it like that.
Exactly. But it's true, no? It's not false. Okay. So first of all, who will be that face will be very interesting. Second, I have not heard anybody discuss this, but imagine having an LOP in the form of Arvind Kejriwal. Imagine that just for a second.
Yeah.
And in fact, I was tempted to tweet yesterday, what would BJP fear more? Arvind Kejriwal as chief minister again or Arvind Kejriwal as leader of opposition? I don't know. But I think from an Aam Aadmi perspective, that may not be great news because organizationally, and I've discussed this with you earlier, they will have a Bhagwant Mann who's Punjab CM, but the national convener won't be a CM anymore. What does that do to their own prospects internally? MCD mein, there is no anti-defection law. What happens to that law? We don't know. Finally, hopefully, for people like you and I, once this jhagda between Aam Aadmi Party and BJP is over and BJP gets its own government in Delhi, we will see some serious governance which involves both the center and the state. One can only hope. Although I will always add a caveat to this by saying that if one thinks that the BJP is a beacon of hope for Delhi, they have not proved that in the last 10 years because they've been in power in the center for 10, 11 years and they could have done several things for the Yamuna or for air pollution, but I don't think they've done enough. So that is one.
But can I hold you there? You know, while Arvind Kejriwal, I often say that Arvind Kejriwal has actually borrowed very effectively from the Modi playbook. And one of the things that he does quite well is create drama around an issue. But sometimes that drama sounds, just over the top. So, for example, you mentioned the Yamuna. Mr. Kejriwal actually used the phrase mass genocide in this election. That's the phrase he used. And he said, ye to genocide karwana cha rahe hain, to mass genocide karwana cha rahe hain, the water is poison. Hyperbolic in the extreme, Did it show anxiety or did it show cleverness? Is Arvind Kejriwal nervous in this election?
I don't think it was clever, at least from to my understanding. But here's the thing: politicians at times know better than what we do, and how they conveyed that message to their own core voters, the lower income groups. I'm not sure. Which is from a distance, from the place where we sit, coming from socioeconomic backgrounds that we do. I don't think it made a lot of sense. Just saying that some other state is poisoning the water. They could have made other allegations, and I think some of the environmentalists have flagged that Haryana not releasing fresh water of the Yamuna into Delhi is one of the reasons why the Yamuna has become stagnant in Delhi. That's kind of a more scientific argument than saying that somebody is poisoning the water. So I don't think that is true. But then please remember that this is Mr. Kejriwal, who at some point essentially said that the entire UPA cabinet is corrupt. They used to have images of Pranab Mukherjee, Rich Dambram, Kapil Sibal, Jantar Mantar, and they used to say that "Bhai sab chor hai, sab mile hue." And then Mulayam Singh Yadav ji, the late Mulayam Singh Yadav ji, Lalu Yadav ji, everybody was in that ambit. And then later, when they had to have some understanding in UP, Mr. Sanjay Singh goes to the Pradesh, wishes Mulayam Singh Yadav ji on his birthday, gives him a bouquet of flowers, etc. So we've seen all of this, as you said, mastered the art of distraction through hyperbole. So let's come to the other scenario where the Aam Aadmi Party wins again. So one is that this will be a referendum on Mr. Kejriwal. If he wins, then forget about whatever happened in the last 2 years. Sheesh Mahal is gone. Your the court cases, corruption, etc. issues are gone. Aam Aadmi Party will breathe easy for a bit because they've been under siege in Delhi for some time. But what that means in terms of governance in Delhi, I think it will be the same gridlocks, the same logjam. And if it's a reduced majority, will the BJP try to engineer some kind of defections? We don't know. But that will be a huge letdown for the BJP per se, that even after brewing the perfect storm for the Aam Aadmi Party and running what I thought was a very good campaign vis-a-vis 15 and 20, they've not been able to destroy the Aam Aadmi Party. That will be a letdown for the BJP's own morale, I think. And it might just again prove that regional party versus the BJP is a different contest altogether when we compare it with Congress versus the BJP. So I think both these scenarios are possible. And then what does that do to the India alliance per se? If the Aam Aadmi Party wins again, do they go all out against the Congress, saying they try to sabotage us and still we've come out somehow, and that we need to have further discussions? I think in both scenarios, India Alliance will kind of have to go to the drawing board. Some questions will be asked internally. How that shapes out, I'm not very sure. But that's kind of, I think, how I see things going forward.
Do you think the Congress will be rooting for the BJP silently?
Honestly, Barka, I think the Congress will be rooting for 2013 in the sense that Aam Aadmi Party emerges as the biggest party, but
needs some support from the Congress.
Yes, so that they can become the proverbial Baisakhi, and they can be a part of the government, but they don't allow the BJP to come in. But Aam Aadmi Party is there at 35, 36, and then Congress is 3, 4, gives that cushion to the Aam Aadmi Party. So they have a stake in the government. They can also, needle the government whenever they want to. But I don't think they would want the BJP to win here. I mean, honestly, unless it's about some local leaders who have some kind of understanding with the BJP, I don't think the national leadership would want.
But let me ask you this: like you, there are people in the audience stream who are Delhi residents, and they are cynical. Whoever wins is immaterial to us. Delhi is increasingly becoming unlivable. Right? This is the sentiment from a lot of people who have watched helplessly as the air chokes us every winter, sends us running to hospital, shaves sometimes up to 10 years of the lives of our children. There isn't, I didn't sense any enthusiasm in this election. And yet the turnout was only marginally less than last time.
Yeah.
How do you explain, how do you reconcile this lack of visible enthusiasm, but the turnout numbers kind of remaining more or less the same?
It's a great question, and I think I'll go back to my travel in Jharkhand to give you an answer, because I found the same dichotomy there. When you spoke to people, and I think what is important is, what is the definition of people? People who are commenting on your channel come from a certain socio-economic background with specific priorities, right? So for this segment, for which governance is important. You know, my roads, my water, my air, my employment opportunities. For these people, there is not enough enthusiasm. And that's what I saw even in Jharkhand, where the aspirational class, the middle class, the upper caste, upper class groups, even if they've had a certain voting preference, they were not very enthusiastic about voting. But then when you go down the economic ladder, there is a big chunk, and probably that's majority of India, I would say. There's a big chunk of people who don't need to be excited about these things, because for them still sustenance is a big issue. What kind of school chodo, just being able to send their kids to school is important. What kind of air chodo, if they're getting the next meal, that is important. So for them, the free bus ride, the 2100 rupiah in Jharkhand, it was the Maya Saman Yojana. All those things made a lot of sense, and they attracted the voters. So their excitement is just not visible because they are not the noisemakers. For the noisemakers, people who come from our backgrounds, who yearn a different kind of set of governance priorities, it's absolutely, I agree, there is not a lot of hope or excitement.
Yeah.
But that is where that silent voter wala thing comes in. That we often discount the fact that the large mass of the voter is in that category, who's silently appreciating or criticizing the government for the kinds of transfers that we in the middle class at times are not very comfortable with. So I think when one thinks of this dichotomy, one has to think of the larger social dichotomy that exists within.
Yeah. As we wait for the first leads, because it's almost it's 2 minutes to 8 a.m. I want to ask you where this leaves the Congress. I think you already said that the Congress would hope for a situation where it is somewhat needed. But let's also remind our audience that the Congress scored precisely 0 seats in the last 2 assembly elections, right? And Sandeep Dixit has been fighting, Sheila Dixit's son has been fighting a somewhat lonely battle. When I met him, I said, do you feel lonely in your own party? He said, often. And for him, this is personal in many ways. But one of the interesting points he made was that his own party, he felt, never actually owned the legacy of Sheila Dixit. And even if you talk to Delhiwalas today, now that in some ways Kejriwal may win the election, but the romance with him is over. And people have begun to be nostalgic about Mrs. Dixit again, and yet the Congress has never really capitalized on that. Okay, they may argue she's not around anymore, so what is there to capitalize on? But where does this leave the Congress? Because look at the Congress nationally. The Congress has lost or performed poorly in every assembly election since the Lok Sabha verdict.
Yeah.
Every assembly election.
Great question, Martha. So there are two questions, right? One is the Congress in every assembly election, and the other is Congress in Delhi specifically. So when you talk of the assembly elections that follow the Lok Sabha, I've given you an answer with Maharashtra, Haryana, in Jharkhand. They were able to ride the coattails of the GMM, and they were able to actually register a decent performance. I mean, to be honest. But now let's come to Delhi, right? So will we see an uptick in the Congress's vote share? Yes. I think almost all exit polls have this unanimously that the Congress won't be a 4.5% party this time. It might go up to 7, 8, 9, whatever. Will that be enough to give them seats? Maybe 1 or 2. You're talking about Sandeep Dixit. I can actually tell you there are 10 to 15 seats for the Congress seriously in contention for a reasonable performance where जहाँ security deposit मतलब वो जब्त नहीं होगा,
lose नहीं होंगे,
हाँ, exactly, and where they might have an outside chance of even winning. So there was Sandeep Dixit seat, there was Devendra Yadav's Badli seat, who's the DPCC president. There's Alka Lamba, but even though she's a national sort of media face, I don't think she will do as well as some people think, but she'll do it reasonably well, right, compared to other Congress candidates. There was Abhishek Dutt from Kasturba Nagar. There is candidates from Mustafabad, from Badarpur, so from Seelampur. These are all the seats where the Congress might hope to dent. But the Congress used to be a 40-seat party in Delhi, and it ruled or governed Delhi for 15 years. And I absolutely agree with Mr. Dixit that it did not own up to the legacy of Ms. Sheila Dixit. It's like, you romance, the romance with Kejriwal has ended, and suddenly people are like, "Arey, Sheila ji ke din to bahut achhe hua karte the." But what people are thinking, but the Congress is not sending a message across as well as it can. I'm not saying they're not. I think it can be much sharper, much better. So
Yeah.
I think on that front, one has to absolutely agree that they're not owning up. But will the Congress improve marginally? But I think it could have done a lot better had they started a few months earlier, had it there been a more concerted campaign. But unfortunately, once we analyze everything at the end, we all have to resign with one sentence. But this is how the Congress works.
Yeah, I want to say good morning and welcome, veteran journalist Smita Gupta. We are standing by for the first lead to come in, Smita, and we're just looking at what the consequences for different political parties this result may yield. What do you think is at stake in particular for the Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress? Yes, the BJP hasn't been in power in Delhi for 27 years, but some might argue the BJP can still afford to lose one more election, though they would not like to. The Aam Aadmi Party, for them, it's an existential battle. And they're hoping against hope that the exit polls are simply wrong, that even if their numbers fall, they have the margin to withstand a reduction in numbers but still take Delhi. In terms of consequences, what do you think is at stake for the Aam Aadmi Party and for the Congress?
The Aam Aadmi Party first. If I can just tell you a little anecdote which will explain why it is so important for the major political parties uh, to ensure that, and when I say major, I mean both Congress and BJP, to see that AAP does not succeed. Shortly after the AAP came to power, for the very first time, there was a dinner party at Mr. K.C. Tyagi's place where there were politicians from all political parties invited.
Yeah.
There was Sushma Swaraj, there was Yashwant Sinha, um, from all. And you would be surprised that normally these people have nothing in common politically, but they were all in agreement that AAP was a danger to all of them. Because it was it was a party that had come up in a very, very different sort of way. It sort of hinged everything on performance, on welfareism, and which we have seen over the years, their mohalla clinics, the way they have focused on schools, the many successes. So that is why when we look at why the BJP has pulled out all the stops to destroy, the AAP in Delhi. You would think, okay, it's a small party, it's just in Delhi. Okay, yes, Delhi has a significance because it's a national capital. But the way it has systematically gone about destroying it, it is because it sees more of a danger from the AAP than it sees from the Congress party. So there is a lot of at stake. And for the AAP, it was an experiment which rode on a lot of hope, and you had the kind of the way in which it was constructed, the way in which it came up, it was completely different from any other political party. Okay, it's I think its negative side is that it's not an ideological party, so that is there. For the Congress, in this election, it has become very clear that people are choosing between the BJP and the AAP, and the Congress is on the margins. And for the Congress, which was hoping to revive itself, it's one more nail in the coffin. So I think it is, it's not a three-cornered contest at all. It is people have decided that they're either voting for BJP or they're voting for AAP. I don't think the Congress is going to do very much. And finally, this is a blow to the India. If the AAP party loses, as the polls have predicted, then it is a blow for the India alliance, because you simply cannot have just anti-Modi-ism as your plank. You have to substantiate, you have to stand for something also, not simply stand against something. So I think for the Congress, well, we keep saying it after every election, I think really the Congress really needs to rethink, what role it wishes to play in opposition politics. It simply cannot, contest on its own. And it
Wait,
will
wait, wait.
also, Roses, it's harming opposition politics as well.
Well, we're waiting for the first lead. Karthik, do you have any update for us
No,
on
Varga,
that?
No. But I just want to also add today is another important election result, which is the Milkipur bypoll.
Yeah, correct. I've lost you, Karthik. I have no idea.
I was muted. Sorry. No, I was saying the Milkipur bypoll is results for which will also come out today. Just for context, so that your viewers know, Faizabad was a high prestige Lok Sabha battle that was won by the Samajwadi Party, despite the inauguration of the Ayodhya Ram Mandir. And now the MLA who vacated that seat and became the SP member of Parliament, Mr. Avdesh Prasad, that seat was vacated, and today we will see the results to that seat as well. So I think things also starting to change in UP. The BJP has gone all out to avenge the defeat of the Lok Sabha parliamentary seat. So that is another important result that we'll have our eye on.
Absolutely, but I think Smita's point is a very important point about what is Congress's counter idiom. I can see Anurag Naidu joining us as well. Good morning, Anurag, a political analyst. Anurag Naidu joining our live programming here at the Mojo Story. We're talking, of course, about what the consequences of the Delhi verdict will be for the three major players in the capital, which is the BJP, the Aam Aadmi Party, and the Congress. The Congress is not a major player in Delhi, but certainly there will be consequences for it as an opposition party nationally. Let's bring in, as we wait for the first lead, Congress's Alka Lamba and what she had to say on this election.
अरविंद केजरीवाल ये कह रहे हैं कि कांग्रेस बीजेपी की बी पार्टी की तरह चुनाव लड़ रही है, हमारे वोट कांग्रेस काट रही है जगह जगह जाके। इस पर आप
केजरीवाल को कहो धोखेबाजो, तुमने मेरी दिल्ली को धोखा दिया है। बताओ यमुना का पानी जहरीला दूषित क्यों है? ए टीम, बी टीम, सी टीम, डी टीम, कब तक लोगों को मूर्ख बनाने का काम करोगे और सोचोगे हर बार धोखा खाकर दिल्ली तुम्हें वोट दे देगी? आज क्या कहा, पूर्वांचल के लिए यूपी बिहार के लोग कच्ची कॉलोनियों में बसे हुए हैं, वो सीवर का पानी यमुना में छोड़ रहे हैं, इसलिए यमुना का पानी दूषित हो रहा है। तो उन कच्ची कॉलोनियों को पक्का करना किसने था? उनके पास अगर सीवर नहीं था तो सीवर किसने देना था 10 सालों में? अगर वो सीवर पानी यमुना में जा रहा है तो उसे रोकना किसने था? इसका जवाब नहीं है, ना ए के पास है, ना बी के पास है, ना आम आदमी पार्टी के पास है, ना भाजपा के पास है। ए से आप आम आदमी, बी से भाजपा। ए और बी की लड़ाई में डी से दिल्ली पिस रही है।
So that is Alka Lamba of the Congress. Anurag, your take as we wait for the leads on what different scenarios may mean for both the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party, and of course the Congress. I can't hear Anurag.
Yeah. Yes, Barka, thank you for having me. Very good morning. I think important day, Barka. But over the last few elections, whenever I joined your show, Barka, early in the morning, and things changed by afternoon. So elections are very much ups and downs. But what I can tell you, Barka, is it is a very, very important election for the BJP, because what I can see, being closely looking at them and talking to their leaders and the insiders, they had a relentless political machinery put, after Delhi, targeting Delhi throne for last 4-5 years, relentless every single day, and they've literally, they were breathing politics, they were talking politics. All they wanted to do is get Arvind Kejriwal out of the seat. And for the simple reason, Barka, what I also believed, I've seen Delhi, and you know it much better than me, during, Sheila Dikshit's time. Let's give some credit to Sheila Dikshit also. But development in the last 10 years has taken a seat. It was a very socialist government, like we all have seen in Andhra. But, end of the day, there will be a point when people would expect basic infrastructure, would expect clean hygiene, would expect, Delhi is now an international city. It's a capital of a very powerful country. And that kind of, prowess that we expect Delhi to show up, we don't see it in any way. And that is where BJP wanted to come in. And then they caught Aam Aadmi Party off guard right at the time when they were drifting away from their fundamental slogan of being really Aam Aadmi to becoming a Sheesh Mahal, getting involved in the corruptions, a lot of money trail, top guns, getting inside the jail. And that's where BJP got it right. So they kept on knocking it, and they got it at the right time. And I don't see any reason. I mean, Barka, we were also been talking about male, female voter pattern.
I am so sorry. The first leads are here. I know. I will have a lot of time to analyze these. Karthik, first leads are here. Go ahead, Karthik. We need the leads on the screen, please. Leads on the screen. Can we get this graphic off? This graphic is old. It shouldn't be on screen. I don't know why it's there. Yeah, Karthik, go ahead. Yeah.
4 leads out yet. So this is 4 now, and all 4 to the BJP. Of course, as I do all the time, Barka, on your shows on counting day, health warning, very early days. These are postal ballots in all likelihood. In fact, they are postal ballots. So for the first hour or so, I would say we'll keep giving this health warning that these are postal ballots. So just take them with a pinch of salt. But leads are coming out now. They started. Now we have 5 leads, 4 to the BJP and 1 to the Aam Aadmi Party. So the Shri Ganesh has been done. Let's put it this way. And now let's wait for how things unfold over the next few hours.
All right. So it's 12 minutes past 8 in the morning. The first leads are in for the Delhi election. I also want to welcome Meeta Chakrabarti of the Congress. Sorry, I cut you off midstream, Anurag, but I was just excited to see the first leads. Aam Aadmi Party is leading on 1 seat compared to 4 for the BJP. The graphic on our screen is not updated to reflect the latest positions. If we can take it off and bring it back on when it's updated, because I understand, but we can take the graphic off and not have a dated one.
It's also it's changing by the second. Viewers have to understand it's changing by the second. Yes. So we're trying to update it as quickly as possible. Even as we speak, it's now 5-1. So BJP ahead on 5. Congress with ahead on 1. Aam Aadmi Party 1, Congress 1, BJP on 5. So I think whenever the Congress is ahead on a seat, we need to have a special notification given the Congress's situation in Delhi, because it might mean a lot more to the Congress than any other party.
Yeah. Could we actually now not look at these exit poll numbers and just stay on the leads, please? I think exit polls is now old hat. Let's just have, again, to explain to our audience, sometimes you will see numbers catching up because it takes a little bit of time to update a graphic, and the leads come in faster than the graphic can be updated. 5. The BJP is leading in 5, the Aam Aadmi Party in 1, and the Congress in 1. That is what we have right now. And I want to let Anurag complete his point as we look at the numbers coming in. Balmik Naik of the Aam Aadmi Party is also with us. Namaskar, Balmik ji. Meeta Chakrabarti of the Congress is with us. There you see the leads as we know them right now. Karthik, quick comments before we open it up for political responses.
So, one lead that has come in is Atishi is trailing the Chief Minister currently from Kalkaji. But again, very early days. There's nothing much to sort of think about at this. But 8 leads out now, 5 BJP, 2 Aam Aadmi Party and 1 Congress. Health warning is these are still postal ballots, very early days. We've seen how things flip during the day, and I think this is still like very, very early in the day.
Yeah. So if you have just joined us and are trying to keep pace, the leads have started coming in, as Dr. Karthikeya Batra warned. The initial counting is of postal ballots, and it's going to take time for this to settle down. I want to just tell you what is happening here at this point. It is 1 minute. I'm getting a lot of disturbance from one of the guests. If you could mute, please. Just give me a second. I think I'll just have to fix that myself here. Now I can hear. All right. The leads at this stand are 5 leads for the BJP, 2 for the Aam Aadmi Party, and 1 for the Congress. In the high-profile seat of Kalkaji, Atishi, the present Chief Minister, is trailing, but as Karthik said, it doesn't mean anything at 8:15 in the morning. These are just very, very early leads. These are postal ballots that are being counted. Anurag, I'm going to quickly let you complete.
It's like, Barka, sorry. It's like cricketers practicing in the nets before the IPL match actually begins. Let's put it this way. So the 6s and the 4s they count, but not in a big way.
Yeah. So, okay, Anurag, I'm going to let you, and guys, sorry, but I'm going to have to interrupt all of you from time to time because the focus has to be on the numbers. So please don't mind. The shorter you keep your comments, the more we can just focus on the numbers, at least in the next couple of hours. Anurag, go ahead.
Yeah, two quick points, Barka. I think in the recent times, like I said in your previous show as well, that the voting pattern has been, is consistently very polarized in India. It continues to be so. And the second, any party that shows a drop of more than 10%, it doesn't stop. It becomes a tsunami for the other party waiting. And second, Barka, Congress finally did the right thing by doing what they did. And now, if you see Pradeep's numbers yesterday, somewhere close to 15 is the bottom line for Aam Aadmi Party. Congress will wait and watch for something like that to happen. It's then when Congress can really think of rebuilding the Congress if they end up getting 1 or 2 seats and Aam Aadmi less than 15. That's when Congress would really expect from this, because they have really gone out, stick their neck out and confronted Arvind Kejriwal. So they would be really watching out for the numbers that Aam Aadmi Party will end up getting.
That's a very interesting thought, and I want Meeta to respond before I get Valmiki ji. Meeta, is the Congress rooting for the BJP or the Aam Aadmi Party in this election? I can't hear you, Meeta. I can't hear Meeta.
I think it has to be unmuted from your side.
We can hear you now, ma'am.
Okay. I think it is both. Of course, we are against fighting the BJP and BJP's communal politics across the nation. But having said that, in Delhi, the incumbent is the Aam Aadmi Party. So if we are here to give an alternative political vision to the people of Delhi, and if we are here to give them better governance or remind them of the infrastructure and other forms of development during Sheila Dikshit's time, it has to be anti-Aam Aadmi Party. If we have to talk about the poor infrastructure, poor air quality, women security issues, and the list is long, and the failures of the Aam Aadmi Party, because it's a state election, it's an assembly election that we are fighting for, then it has to be, our political narrative has to be against the incumbent, and the incumbent happens to be Aam Aadmi Party. So we were very clear there. We are going to talk about development issues. We are going to talk about the failures of the Aam Aadmi Party in Delhi, because Aam Aadmi Party had been given 2 consecutive terms with an absolute majority, and they had the time and they had the space. So we had to highlight their failures. Having said that, ideologically, we remain committed to our political stand, which is against BJP in all states across the nation.
Yeah, well, the interesting news is that, again, early counting, please, I'm giving all of the caveats, Karthikeya. Arvind Kejriwal is trailing in his own seat at this point. Again, I'm saying again and again, this doesn't mean anything right now. But what Meeta Chakrabarti just said, if anyone wants to comment on that, before I come to Valmiki Nayak, that Arvind Kejriwal is the incumbent, Aam Aadmi Party is the incumbent, so the Congress is going to position itself against them. And it's interesting, who does the Congress really want Delhi to go to? Manish Sisodia is also trailing, Kejriwal is also trailing, and Atishi is also trailing, with all of these health warnings that this is Satyendra Jain is leading. And yeah, this is what we have. Karthik, a quick update as we look at the fact that some of the Diggaj Netas of the Aam Aadmi Party are at this point, very early days, could totally change, are not leading in their own seats.
Yeah, so this graphic in the middle is misleading. Focus on the banners, please. 461 is the number now.
Yeah.
4 to the Aam Aadmi Party, in fact, 7 now. 4 to the Aam Aadmi Party, 7 BJP, and 1 Congress. Barka, the Congress seat that I was talking about, Devendra Yadav seat actually from Badli. And if you listen to people from the Congress, they'll tell you that the DPCC president who's come in has made a big difference in terms of the morale of the Congress politics. So him leading on his seat is not very surprising. But it's right now 4-8-1. So actually, BJP off to a healthy start, I would say. But again, this is still very early days. As you said, I mean, the current chief minister, former deputy chief minister, all 3 trailing from the Aam Aadmi Party. But of course, this is subject to change in the next few hours. And even as we speak, it's now 6-11-0 now. So Congress is now back to 0. So it's 6-11 in what is almost a bipolar fight. So 6-11 is the current situation where the BJP is ahead on 11 seats. But again, still very early days. Can't conclude anything from these numbers.
Yeah. So the BJP leading in 11, guys, we need to update those numbers. The BJP leading in 11, the Congress back to 0, and the Aam Aadmi Party now leading in 6. Some of the high-profile candidates of the Aam Aadmi Party are not doing well. Valmiki Nayak of the Aam Aadmi Party, your first response. We've given all the health warnings. This is a very, very early hour of the morning. It's postal ballots to begin with. Your response, are you nervous? वाल्मीकि जी, मुझे आपकी आवाज नहीं आ रही.
Sorry, the mic was off. First of all,
Sorry.
good morning to you, Barka, and to
Good
all your
morning.
guests and also to your viewers. Like responding directly to your question, like you said, it is very early. I think we're looking at like maybe 5 to 6 EVMs out of like 120 to 150. So I don't think we should look too closely into what the leads are at this point. I think it is safe to say that overall, this election has been a Aam Aadmi Party and Arvind Kejriwal versus the system. I think this whole election, as you saw, was not just a normal election. We saw not just the Bharatiya Janata Party, but even the Congress Party, attacking the AAP, and it was not just political parties, but institutions like the Election Commission itself, the Delhi Police, the ED, the CBI. This whole system, that has hurt our country. That was what Arvind Kejriwal came into politics to fight for, and this election was continuance of that fight. And this is basically a fight of two models. Basically, one is the model in which Aam Aadmi Party believes that public money should be used for the public on schools, hospitals.
I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but I just saw an updated lead that I wanted to share with everybody. The BJP is now leading in 14 seats to the Aam Aadmi Party's 9, and the Congress is back to leading in 1 seat. Sorry, Valmiki, please continue.
Yeah. So what I was saying is that this fight is about two models, and our model is the one which believes that public money should be used for the public on their schools, on their hospitals, on their roads, and all their basic amenities like electricity and water. The other side was fighting, obviously, especially the Bharatiya Janata Party, where they believe that the public money should be used to write off, corporate loans at the expense of the common man who's paying tax by working all day.
But can I ask you, as you talk about these two models, what about what your erstwhile colleague from the India Alliance, the Congress party spokesperson, had to say? You are the incumbent. The Congress is opposed to you. I mean, many people believe that the Congress would prefer a BJP victory to an Aam Aadmi Party victory. I know the Congress can't officially say that, but in terms of securing their own vote base, their own political future, at the moment, in the short term, they may want to see you lose compared to the BJP. Valmiki?
Then it proves exactly what I said, that Congress is also part of the system. If they were really concerned about the nation and the well-being of the people, I think they would do everything in their power to make sure the BJP stays out of power. And in this case, they did the exact opposite, where they did everything in their power to make sure, to help the BJP defeat the Aam Aadmi Party, which will not happen. I'll give you one small example. There was one, fake sting operation towards the last 2-3 days, where some Punjab government car was found with cash. We found out that it was a complete damn squib. Even that Punjab government sticker was fake. It was like nobody talked about it after 1 hour. See, I understand Congress has to attack the Aam Aadmi Party because we are the incumbent, and we welcome that criticism on policy, on governance issue. But when it comes to issues like this, why did Congress raise their voice on this fake sting, but not on the money that was being distributed openly by Parvesh Sharma, which is a complete violation of the Model Code of Conduct? That affects the Congress Party, right? It should be a level playing field. But they were silent on that. They were completely with the BJP on such issues.
Okay, sorry I'm interrupting you because you mentioned Parvesh. Parvesh is actually at the moment leading. Karthike, again, we have an update. Please bear with us, audience. The numbers are coming in faster than any human being can update these graphics. But the latest numbers, I'm going to let Karthik take us through them. Also, some of the high-profile leaders of the Aam Aadmi Party that are presently trailing, with all of the health warnings that this is very, very early days in this result. Karthik, it's over to you.
So very early, very, very early days, but Aam Aadmi Party 10, BJP 16, and Congress 1. So even as we speak, it's now 13, 17, 1. So 31 leads out, 13 to Aam Aadmi Party, 17 BJP, 1 Congress. So Parvesh Singh Verma is leading. Ramesh Bidhuri is leading. This is BJP. Mr. Madan Lal Khurana's son is leading from Moti Nagar. If you talk about the Aam Aadmi Party, not a lot of great news at this point. This might change when Mr. Kejriwal, Mr. Sisodia, and Atishi, they're all trailing. But Saurabh Bharadwaj is leading. Amanatullah Khan is leading. And the last I checked, Congress's lead is coming from Baddi, which is Mr. Devendra Yadav's seat. But BJP's veteran Delhi leader, Mr. Vijay Gupta, is leading from Rohini. So these are the big names, I would say, from the Delhi circuit.
But in terms of the numbers, this is very interesting, right? Ramesh Biduri, a very, very controversial, often inflammatory leader of the BJP, is leading in Kalkaji. That's where Atishi is. The present chief minister of Delhi is at this hour trailing. Now, what's happening, Karthik, before I come back to Anurag, Amita, Valmiki, and Smita, is very interesting. In terms of numbers, it's 17-13 with one for the Congress. But in terms of the big names, it's not good news for the Aam Aadmi Party at 8:27 in the morning. There's a kind of contradiction there.
It's not. And as first of all, this is still very early days. It might
very early. Yeah, very early.
Postal ballots, EVMs will be counted. We don't know. I mean, I think there's another sociological kind of context here, which is that what kind of clusters come out to vote together, right? So you'll have some people who are the professional classes who will come out early in the morning to vote. So their EVMs will be different. There'll be the dehadi people who work on daily wages who will come out later in the day to vote. So their EVMs are separate. And as Anurag was saying, this election is polarized, but it is not communally polarized. It is polarized along class lines. So that makes that voting pattern even more important. If you think that the people early in the morning are going to go one side and those later in the day are going to go the other side, which is why when the exit polls came out on the 5th, and at 7 o'clock, whoever gave me the numbers, I wasn't buying them, because after 6:30, whatever voting happened, or after 6, whatever voting happened, if they weren't capturing that, given that the election is polarized on class lines, I wasn't buying it. So I think health warning, because of this, even stronger health warning. And at this point, Aam Aadmi Party 13, BJP plus 18, and Congress 1. So it is still very early days, but in these early days, I think BJP has more to be happy about than the Aam Aadmi Party. The Aam Aadmi Party could clutch at straws and say, "Hamare bill leader to jeet hi jayenge." So ye 13, let's think of it as 16 only, because those 3 won't lose. But we will see how this pans out. There's still a lot.
Let's get responses. Anurag, I'm going to let you complete your point because I interrupted you early on as the leads came. This is a very interesting scenario. Again, we've got to just keep stressing that things change as rounds are counted, that early results or early leads are postal ballots. The Aam Aadmi Party putting up 13 to BJP's 18, but some of its biggest names not doing well in the early rounds of counting. Karthik tells me the number has already changed. While I was trying to complete my sentences, now BJP 19 to the Aam Aadmi Party's 15. Let's update that very quickly. Please, Anurag, go ahead. Yes.
Barka, more than BJP, the Congress will be very happy today if the trends continue. And there is a reason, Barka. There is a very strong reason. Like Aam Aadmi Party spokesperson mentioned that Congress was a part of the system. Yes, Congress is an equal part of the system like Aam Aadmi Party was in Haryana. So that is fine. Now, second, Congress, why they will strengthen and alliance. Because Aam Aadmi Party and Trinamool Congress are the 2 notorious guys in the India alliance, the Congress wants to weaken. Anyways, Congress is not going to win Delhi. So they would want the position of Aam Aadmi Party in any kind of anti-BJP alliance to be weakened now. Now the negotiation comes down. So that's Congress. I have 2 important points. Party happy, one will make BJP happy, I'll tell you. Postal ballots in the recent elections also we have seen, the actual ballots are totally opposite to what postal ballots show us. That is one happy news for BJP, for Aam Aadmi Party. But happy news for BJP, BJP's strength lies in the electioneering. When the actual polls are counted, BJP's machinery ensures every person coming to the polling booth who is a BJP voter ends up voting for BJP. So the count, the conversion of votes for the BJP voters are very high. So if you actually see the actual counting in the last 4-5 elections, you will see BJP always consolidating its position when it goes to the last, and particularly the evening votes that you see, right? I mean, the allegation that I put on BJP from where they get the voters and all. Forget about everything, but they will get the numbers. The booths will show BJP a very solid, consolidated numbers. Mark my word. That's
All
where
right.
they're stronger.
All right. Let's get quick political responses. Meeta, it's back to you. The latest numbers are 19 to 15. It isn't a dramatic gap between the 2 parties. The real drama is coming in terms of the first 2 rounds not showing great news for the Diggaj Netas, the big names of the Aam Aadmi Party. Of course, Valmiki Nayak of the Aam Aadmi Party accused the Congress of being basically on the same side as the BJP. Your response?
Okay, obviously we were not in the same side, but if you're fighting against an incumbent government, we will have to highlight the failures of the incumbent government. That's the only way we could have fought the election. And we tried to refrain from making personal remarks or personal attacks, but we only highlighted the failures of the government. Having said that, this time the Congress, and it has come from right from the top leadership of AICC, has given instructions to tall leaders, senior leaders, national leaders. For example, Alka Lamba, who is a Mahila Congress president, national president, and many people like her, had been given the instruction that you will have to be part of this election and you have to fight the election. So it's not, Congress has not taken this election lightly. And I will be interested in knowing the vote share as well at the end of the counting day, because it's just not about the number of seats that we can actually close and win, but it's also about whether we improve our vote share, which I'm very confident that we will be able to improve on our vote share and on our organizational base in the national capital. So, as any political organization, we are well within our rights to think of what works for us. And that is exactly what we have done. We have gone there to suggest, to bring about a political narrative to the people of Delhi, to give them a choice. And people of Delhi would have voted accordingly. So, it's just not about the number of seats that we get to.
Okay, but at this point, I'm so sorry, Karthik. The gap is kind of narrowing. Yes, it's
it's actually a tie, Barka. Now for the first time since morning, it's actually 18-18-1. So it's a tie now for the first time. BJP is just kept ahead at 19. So it's getting closer. At some point, we were at 4-10, I think. It's getting closer, but again, both sides need not be overly happy, need not be overly sad, because these are very early days. But our job is to give you ball-by-ball commentary. So it's 18 to the Aam Aadmi Party, BJP alliance is 20 now. And Congress, the one consistent thing that I'm seeing in the last 10 minutes is that Congress is at 1. So I think if they open their account, as the spokesperson was saying, I would also be more interested in the Congress's vote share. If they were at 4.5 or 4.6% in the last assembly election, they went up to roughly 10 to 11% in the MCD election. If they can be in that MCD election range, I would say that's actually a decent performance given when the Congress started.
But very quickly, before I get Balmiki Nayak and Smita Gupta to respond, it's currently 21 to the BJP, 19 to the Aam Aadmi Party. And again, this is changing every second, so do forgive me. There's now 22 to 19. This is close right now. This is not the exit poll. This is not the exit poll styled sort of washout for the Aam Aadmi Party. Again, early days. But this is close right now.
Karthik. But we've been here twice last year when Haryana was one-sided by now.
Oh my God! Yes.
And then in Maharashtra it was close early, and then at the end of it was a bloodbath for one side, and one side just swept it. No, so I agree. It's still close. Up 19, BJP 24, Congress 1. The gap has widened even as we've spoken in the last, I would say, 30 seconds. So this will keep happening, Barka. One has to get some perspective that this will only stabilize by say 10-10-30, maybe even later. But these are still postal ballots, because as of now, we don't even have trends from all 70 seats. This is just from 44 to 70 seats. That is the situation right now.
Okay. Let's get Smita Gupta, and then Balmiki has his hand up. Balmiki, go ahead. Balmiki.
First of all, I just want to clarify that I think the results we're seeing in the morning session are not necessarily the votes that have been cast in the morning session on the day of election, because it is the same EVM that is used throughout the day. The patterns will change, I believe, as different EVMs are opened, because those will be from different pockets of the same constituency. So some pockets may be for a certain party or move a certain way. So I don't think we can correlate the morning results with the morning voting as such.
All right.
The second part, I don't want this debate to get into a Aam Aadmi Party versus Congress fight, but I think this point needs to be made since the Congress spokesperson mentioned it. We remember Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi ji and all the top Congress leaders coming onto a stage to support Arvind Kejriwal when he was arrested in a fake liquor scam case, right? And that case was adjudged by the Supreme Court with very strong, words against the BJP's ED and the CBI. Despite that, Mr. Rahul Gandhi brings up this case during his election campaign and declares Mr. Arvind Kejriwal as guilty. So this double standards was very opportunistic. And so as much as the Congress spokesperson may try to say that, oh, no, we were just attacking the government, I'm sorry, but you have to attack on policies and on governance issues, not be opportunistic like this. And that is what has strengthened the impression that maybe the Congress has been, fielded in this contest by the BJP. Now we're seeing Congress leading in one constituency, but once the final results are out, you will see that Congress may or may not win in one or two seats, but they will have damaged Aam Aadmi Party and helped the BJP in many constituencies.
So I think, Valmiki, what you've just said, sorry, Valmiki, I'm going to mute you for a second so I can speak, because otherwise it loops back. Could we just mute Valmiki for a second? What Valmiki has just said, Smita, exposes the contradictions of the opposition bloc. He says that he reminds us of the time when Sonia Gandhi shared a stage during the Lok Sabha campaign to protest against Arvind Kejriwal's arrest in what the BJP calls a liquor scam, and says that the Congress has completely changed its position in this assembly election. Now we're at 27-19 right now, with the BJP leading in 27. Smita Gupta, your response on the political contradictions just exposed within the opposition bloc by Valmiki Naik of the Aam Aadmi Party, even as I say good morning to Sumant and welcome him to our live broadcast. Smita Gupta, do go ahead.
Yeah, I agree with Mr. Valmiki. Because the Congress has to decide on which side it is. Yes, it is legitimate for it to criticize the governance of the Aam Aadmi Party because the Aam Aadmi Party was in power and it is contesting separately. But on issues where Mr. Kejriwal was being, victimized by the BJP, and which was clear to most people, it was for them to stand up with the Aam Aadmi Party. Because today it does not stand up with the Aam Aadmi Party when the Congress requires some help, similar kind of help. The Aam Aadmi Party will not be with it. And maybe even some other opposition parties, because they'll say that, they are not to be trusted. Because the Congress has to have a long-term plan. This is not just about Delhi, it's about India. And if the itself is a national party, if it's not a Delhi-based party, the Aam Aadmi Party still is a party confined to a few states, still making its way. Congress is a grand old party. It had a footprint it still has a footprint. You find the Congress within practically every village in this country. Today, they have to think long term, they have to think big. They can't, sort of be petty about these things. And damage themselves. That's what I feel. Because partly, the BJP is the Congress's main opposition party. So it says. And that is what the battle, when Mr. Rahul Gandhi talks about preserving the constitution and all those kind of things, he has to think big. You can't get just bogged down in every small election. You have to think, you have to look at a big picture.
Okay. Meeta, very quick response that I want Sumantin and then Karthik to do the latest numbers. It's presently 29 leads for the BJP to 23 for the Aam Aadmi Party. It is at least at 8:40 in the morning, a contested election. Let's put it like that. The gap is not dramatically huge right now. It's going to keep changing. I think, as Karthik said, we're going to have to give it at least a couple of hours before we have a very clear picture. Guys, if we can also have the status of some of the individual big high-profile candidates in all parties, that would be really great. Let me get Meeta and then Sumant to come in. Meeta, basically, Valmiki Naik says you're on the side of the BJP. You've been totally contradictory. You've totally changed your position on Arvind Kejriwal from basically June to February.
Not at all. See, state after state, and I can give you so many examples. I can give you the example of my own home state of West Bengal. Congress has lost its vote share and its base in those states to regional parties. Yes, of course, we are fighting an ideological battle against the BJP. But at the end of the day, when we fight a national election is an accumulation of different states and different union territory elections. So in a state like Punjab, we are fighting against the Aam Aadmi Party. In a state like West Bengal, at the state level, yes, we are fighting against the TMC. Even in the Lok Sabha elections, we fought against the TMC. And our vote shares are very similar vote share. So if in those states where we had been in power before, I mean, it was just only 2 terms before in Delhi that Delhi saw a 15-year term of Sheila Dikshit governance. TMC happens to be an offshoot of Indian National Congress. It was formed only in 1998 when Mamata Banerjee decided to quit India.
But how is that historicity relevant, Meeta? The point is the Congress positions itself as the leading national opposition party. As Smita said,
that's
you've got
why
to decide.
we have been conceding space, but how we have been giving up space, we have been making compromises, we have been going against the state unit sentiments and against the state worker sentiments in different situations, including this last Lok Sabha elections, because we have been making compromises and have been making sacrifices. But having said that, to say that we should not participate in a state election, we should not fight in a state election with all the resources that we have, is possibly expecting, it's not politically a correct expectation to start with. We need to rebuild our organization. And yes, we are ideologically committed to fight against the BJP, which we are doing across the nation.
Okay, I'll let Valmiki battle it out with you in a moment. But the big picture at this point, Sumant, if you want to come in, and then Anurag. If you have just joined us, the BJP is leading in 30 seats in Delhi, the Aam Aadmi Party in 24, and the Congress in 1 seat. The Congress's 1 seat is being spoken of because in the last 2 assembly elections, the Congress scored 0 seats. The Aam Aadmi Party is currently in the fight. It's 24 to 30. Even though the morning has not started well or did not start well for some of the high-profile leaders of the Aam Aadmi Party. That's the big picture right now. Sumant, your responses.
Yeah, I think, Barka, of course, I would not read too much into these early numbers. We'll have to wait at least till 10 o'clock for us to get a better idea. But my take on this has been consistent. And I think that eventually, at the end of the day, we are likely to see the Congress poll at least 7 to 8%, if not more. And that would be enough to damage the Aam Aadmi Party. I'll tell you where this started. This whole issue, to the best of my knowledge, and I've spoken to many leaders in the Congress party, this problem actually between the two escalated big time at the time of the Gujarat assembly elections, where the Aam Aadmi Party decided that it was going to make a big impact, quote unquote, to sort of become a third player in Gujarat. And that was not looked upon very kindly by the Congress party. It was much more than in Punjab. Because Punjab, Aam Aadmi Party always had a little bit of a significant presence and a base in Punjab. So the Congress did not use absently into Gujarat the way they used it in Punjab. And the schemes of deciding that at some point they have to be cut to size was shown at that time. At the parliament election, it was do at that time for the Congress party, so they had no choice but to, conduct it and go for an alliance. The alliance didn't work in Delhi. The bottom line was, at that point, they decided that at some point it is going to be worth having the BJP back in the power in Delhi after more than 2 decades. If they would cut Arvind Kejriwal to size. And I think if these early trends are indication that, again, it's too early, but if these early trends are any indication of what's going to happen, I think you will see that the Congress has succeeded in sinking the Aam Aadmi Party in Delhi. I believe that will be the story of this election. Whether it's going to be 7% or 8% or 10%.
So you actually believe the Congress's vote share is the story of the Delhi election?
I would believe that they would get a minimum of 7 to 8%. Maybe even edging closer to double digits. And if they do that, that 4% or 5%, which they enhanced or increased for the last time. Last time I think it was 4.6 or 4.5%. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I remember it was 4 something. And if that goes up to 8 or 9, that could be the difference between this 36 and 22, the 37 and 22 that we see on the screen. And that could be
The point is this. I think Sumant makes an interesting point that if the Congress takes about 8% of the vote share from its 4.3% last time, Sumant just wanted to pull out the exact figure. If the Congress goes up from 4.3% to 8%, the Congress basically helps the BJP win. And that's the bottom line. That's Sumant's argument. Now, the question is this. What does the Congress need to do right now? Rebuild itself slowly or keep the BJP out of power?
The Congress all indicate rebuild themselves. Hello? Yeah. The indications are showing that they want to rebuild itself. And that is why Mr. Gandhi had to come out and take up the campaign. And so the right to one state but the whole of India and the right agree. I believe the Congress is a reasonable basis. And Gujarat, Congress is a reasonably strong opposition party. And they literally put their future in the Aam Aadmi Party in Gujarat. If they had supported Congress, I mean, because seen a very close contest of an election before the almost close to winning. So Congress is a reasonably strong base. This is a give back time. And but putting one thing that I strongly believe we need to really introspect is the personal brand of Kejriwal. You cannot play with the brand. And in the world of brand, the kind of penetration of the party has, you cannot change your brand penetration. Your brand audience every single day. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. The BJP has just crossed the halfway mark.
Karthik, the halfway mark. Can we have the numbers on the screen? It's 36.
Yeah.
Yeah, Karthik, it's over to you.
This is still very early days, postal ballots coming in.
Yeah.
But at this point, BJP is at 37, crossing the halfway mark. Aam Aadmi by 23. And I'm again very, very interested in the one that the Congress is getting, Barka, because this is state consistent. Whereas the Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress, BJP have been seesawing, the Congress has stuck to that one seat. So it seems like they might open their account after all after 2013, I would say. So at this point, BJP 38, Aam Aadmi Party 25. This is now aligning with the exit polls.
I'm still trailing. I just wanted to say that. Absolutely. Let me get political responses. Valmiki, I'm sure these are very, very nervous moments, and we're attaching all the necessary caveats about this being early hours. But do you have kind of are you sitting on your hands? Are you nervous, especially when you see the news of Manish Sisodia and Arvind Kejriwal trailing? Valmiki?
In fact, this was a stated strategy of the BJP where they didn't mind if they lost this election, but they wanted to defeat the top leaders of the Aam Aadmi parties, that is Mr. Arvind Kejriwal, Mr. Sisodia, and Atishi. So we're not surprised that they spent a lot more effort in trying to defeat these leaders. But like you said, these are very early, and you cannot correlate morning trends with morning voting. As more and more EVMs across the constituency get opened, these results will change, and we're sure about that. I just want to address one of the comments that was made regarding the India alliance, or actually it was a comment made about why Aam Aadmi Party contested in Gujarat. It's a fair, accusation, but I want to remind that the Gujarat elections happened before the India alliance happened. And the Congress has been in the opposition for 30 plus years. How much more time were they expecting to be the only opposition and not let anybody else contest and give the people of Gujarat an alternative? So this was before India alliance, and I don't believe Gujarat should be included. Yes, Haryana was an unfortunate story, but also it was unfortunate because of the overconfidence of the Congress party, I believe, because negotiations for seat sharing was happening under the India Alliance, but from my knowledge, Congress refused to give even 5 seats out of the 90 seats in the Haryana Assembly. So when a big brother of the alliance, and I call the Congress a big brother because it is a national party, it is one of the oldest parties of India, and it should have behaved that way. But when you act very selfish and opportunistic and overconfident, this is the result, unfortunately. And in Delhi, like I said, by the end of the day, whatever seats BJP has won and the more number of seats that they have won compared to 2020 or 2050 will all be thanks to the Congress party's involvement in this election, when the entire India alliance, the rest of the parties, the Samajwadi Party, the TMC, the NCP, everybody was supporting the Aam Aadmi Party.
Okay, I want to bring in Meeta, but I think I'll allow Sumant. Could I just put Valmiki on mute so his voice loops back? Thank you, Valmiki. Sumant, I think I must allow you to respond because you made that point about payback. That this is a moment of payback. The Congress is getting its revenge, and Valmiki points out that look, Gujarat was before the India Alliance, and it's the Congress that has changed its position from June 2024 to February of 2025. Sumant, quickly, just as you answer, just hang on 1 second. It's 37. It's 37 for the BJP, 26 for the AAP. At this moment, with all the usual health warnings, the BJP would have big smiles because remember that this is after a hiatus of 27 years that the BJP is hopeful. Again, this could change. That the BJP is hopeful of forming the government in Delhi. Sumant, go ahead.
I want to add to what Valmiki said about Haryana. Look, the issue was not about the Congress not being willing to concede 4 or 5 seats. They wanted to limit it because at one point of time, the Aam Aadmi Party. See, look, at the end of the day, the Congress was struggling to come back in Haryana. It was not like they had 70 seats in Haryana and they had a huge opportunity to sort of give away a few seats and still win. So they were trying to limit, and they felt threatened. They felt that their vote was being taken away in state after state. They had disappeared from Delhi for practical purposes. Their vote had gone in Punjab. Now there was an attempt to poach their vote in Gujarat, which didn't work. Now it goes to Haryana. So where does the Congress draw the line? I mean, it's a national party. It is the party that is the principal opponent to the BJP, and they keep ceding ground in state after state. And let me tell you why I brought up Gujarat. I know it was because before the India Alliance, Gujarat was because the Congress party at the highest level tried their level best to reach out to the Aam Aadmi Party at that stage, and that includes the Gandhi family. There were attempts to reach out, and you know that very well, Barka, that there were attempts made to try their level best to forge some kind of an understanding. And that didn't work. That was actually spurned. You remember, Barka, at that point of time, Arvind Kejriwal's rallies in Ahmedabad and other places were drawing crowds, and they got carried away. They thought that, this is Gandhi, they're going to be the principal opponent to the BJP in Gujarat. Haryana was, yes, it was a more recent example, but it exacerbated the problem. And now the Congress decided enough is enough. And I think that is the result that we're seeing. These are really false equivalents. Because Delhi is a state where the Congress ruled for 15 years as an established machinery. The Aam Aadmi Party and speaks about the ideas.
The election was for the Congress to win. The Aam Aadmi Party has been able to make a minuscule dent in Haryana. So if somebody tells me that Aam Aadmi Party spoiled the party for the Congress in Haryana, I will not agree with that because, no sir, I'm not talking about
They didn't spoil the party. They didn't spoil the party. It is the relationship and the understanding that went on. That is what I'm talking about.
Sure. Just to clarify, Barka,
we got 1% vote share in Haryana.
Haryana's loss is completely at the Congress's doorstep. I will give you data to prove that. And I don't think that
Aam Aadmi Party is even a relevant player in Haryana at this point to dent the Congress's prospects.
Okay. Can we talk about the image on our screen? The image on our screen is that of Ramesh Biduri, one of the most, I would say, contentious BJP leaders because of, his controversial parliament speeches. He was accused of anti-Muslim rhetoric. He was accused of comments against Priyanka Gandhi. He is currently leading. Atishi is trailing. There has been some talk of whether he could be the chief minister if the BJP wins. There's been some talk of other BJP leaders. Atishi, as I mentioned, is trailing. Karthik, before I get everybody else to come in, if you want to just take us through the latest numbers, we should also briefly turn our attention to the by-poll for which we are getting leads where the BJP is leading. Go ahead, Karthik.
So, Barka, BJP is now touching 40 in Delhi, 26 to 27 to Aam Aadmi Party, 1 to the Congress. Again, I would say this is still early days, but we are at that point now where almost all seats have given us some kind of a trend. So, 68 on 70 seats have given us some trends. Milkipur, BJP was leading last I checked. Erode, we don't have data yet on, but we will update the viewers as soon as we get some data on that. But at this point, BJP comfortably ahead of the Aam Aadmi Party in Delhi with 42 to Aam Aadmi Party's 25. This can again change, I will say, but this lead has now been consistent for since morning. Since morning.
Closer to what the final reality will be than what it does at this.
Right. It's almost 9 o'clock in the morning. The BJP in Delhi is leading in 42 seats to 25 seats for the Aam Aadmi Party. The Congress holding its own in 1 seat, hoping to open its account after 2 assembly elections where it scored a zero seats. This is very, very, if this trend holds, and so far as Karthik pointed out, the Aam Aadmi Party has not once been able to inch ahead of the BJP. It's been well behind through the morning. Some of the Aam Aadmi Party's biggest leaders, including Arvind Kejriwal, are trailing at the moment in their own seats with all of the health warnings attached that these are early days and we've got to wait and we'll, maybe another hour is when we'll get the final picture. Smita Gupta, in terms of what this means for the BJP strategy, it will be extraordinary for various reasons if this holds, and not least because Modi is not being unveiled anymore as the key factor in assembly elections, right? It has been more an organization-led campaign in Delhi. They didn't even declare a chief ministerial phase. Polls showed that Arvind Kejriwal was personally popular compared to BJP leaders, but the BJP seems to have hit back with the might of its organizational ability, and it's changed the template for how it's been fighting assembly elections. Smita?
Yeah, well, winning Delhi is always politically important, especially since for the BJP, which is ruling at the center, for it also to be running Delhi will be very, very important. It also means that the Aam Aadmi Party, which came up, more than 15 years ago, as a kind of new kind of party, if it can be defeated in that place, it will be politically significant, much more than if Delhi was located somewhere else. And yes, what you said about the organizational machinery, but that goes for the BJP in any part of the country. For the BJP, it will be very, very significant, and especially if it is also accompanied by the defeat of Mr. Kejriwal, Atishi, and other senior leaders of the Aam Aadmi Party. For the BJP, it will be a huge, huge triumph. Also, it comes on the back of Haryana, Maharashtra. So, in a way, it kind of begins to compensate for its results in the Lok Sabha, when, the BJP, though it came back to power, there was a huge political setback for the party.
Okay, I'm going to have to welcome our new guests to the stream. I can see Nalini Singh, veteran journalist, with us. Zainab Sikandar is with us. She's been with the RLD. She's also a political analyst. And of course, Valmiki Nayak of the Aam Aadmi Party continues to be with us, as is Sumant Raman and Smita Gupta, also veteran journalist. Dr. Kartikeya Batra, it is 1 minute past 9. Okay, Sumant, I believe Sumant has to leave. So Sumant, thank you, and we'll see you again later in the day.
I'm also leaving.
Okay, thanks, Smita. Thank you so much, Smita and Sumant. Thank you. Take care. Karthik, it's over to you. Let's get the latest position of the numbers. The BJP doing, I would say, at 2 minutes past 9, extremely well. There's Rajiv Pandey of the BJP. Good morning, Rajiv ji. Namaskar. But Karthik, quick take us through the numbers, and then I'll get reactions from Rajiv.
Taking a lead over the Aam Aadmi Party.
And so far since morning, the best that the Aam Aadmi Party has been able to do is to tie at some point with the BJP. But at this point, BJP comfortably ahead with 42 to 25 of the Aam Aadmi Party. The one positive for the opposition is that the Congress has been holding on that one seat since morning consistently, I would say. I would still say that this is still, we are now coming towards the end of the early days, but still early days, I would say. So this could change. And why I say so with even more caution is because in Haryana and Maharashtra, we have seen things change drastically after the first hour or so of counting. So I would still not conclude anything except that at this point, if there is one party that is happier than the other, it is the BJP. And I think in that order, BJP, Congress and Aam Aadmi Party.
The BJP, Congress and Aam Aadmi Party. That's very interesting that the Congress will actually be chuckling a little bit at the BJP doing better than the Aam Aadmi Party. These are the
I think they'll be happy because they are consistently at 1, which means to me that their vote share is going up from 4.5% to
I know. I was being slightly facetious because no Congress person is going to come out and say, yeah, I actually want the BJP to win rather than the Aam Aadmi Party. But the truth of it is the point you made. The Congress polled a little over 4% in the last election, got 0 seats. And all eyes will be on how the Congress does in terms of vote share and how much that has actually hurt the Aam Aadmi Party. You have an update? I want to.
I'll just quickly add one more fine detail is that now, for the first time, we have updates from all 70 seats. We have leads from all 70 seats, some very early, some maybe not as early as the others. But Aam Aadmi Party 26, BJP plus 43, and Congress.
All right, let's get Rajiv Pandey of the BJP. I think as I also want to welcome Shivam Bhagat of the Congress. Shivam, I hope you can hear me. Good to see you. Rajiv ji, let me start straight away with you. The BJP, if this holds, this is going to be a great and a dramatic win for the BJP after a gap of 27 years in a campaign where all the pundits said, "Arey, BJP ne CM face nahi dala, bahut badi galti hui. They could have taken this election if they had put a CM face." At the moment, Arvind Kejriwal is trailing along with some of the most high-profile candidates of the Aam Aadmi Party. Atishi, the Chief Minister of Delhi, is trailing. Alka Lamba of the Congress is trailing. Ramesh Bhidori of the BJP is leading against Atishi. In Kalkaji, Manish Sisodia is trailing. Basically, jo Aam Aadmi Party ke sabse bade naam hai, they're all trailing. That is how it looks at this moment. And the BJP... Yeah, sorry.
आम आदमी पार्टी के खास नाम पीछे चल रहे
आम आदमी पार्टी के खास नाम पीछे चल रहे is a great sentence. I'm going to steal that, Karthik. Rajiv ji, your thoughts? Very different kind of BJP campaign, and the BJP has been following this template in the assembly elections since June 2024. Your thoughts, Rajiv?
Barkha ji, you have asked me so many questions and so many points you have put. Because this is a very important point. So I wish to say that BJP is a very strong party on ground in Delhi. Not since inception, I can say, in Jansang time. And that is very visible. Even Aam Aadmi Party was forming government. In all 3 elections, 14, 19 and 24. We succeeded in all Lok Sabha seats. We are getting more than 50% vote, 52% vote in Lok Sabha. So people are for BJP in Delhi. Then what was the reason for Aam Aadmi Party winning 2 elections in a very big majority? BJP never lost votes, but Congress party vote shifted to Aam Aadmi Party. What was the reason? I do not think it was only the reason that Congress and they aligned together. The basic issue was that Arvind Kejriwal, because of Anna Andolan, sold an idealism, and then when the people realized this, you know, he told everybody that I am not a normal politician. Whatever he said, I will just say one line and then you will understand. Whatever he said, he did ulta, completely opposite. Like I'll tell you, Barkaji, BJP, Jan Sangh, and before that, many people may not be knowing, Praja Parishad. Actually, first political organization was Praja Parishad in Jammu and Kashmir. They fought for Jammu and Kashmir. Then Jan Sangh, then BJP. Praja Parishad, Jan Sangh, BJP said, we will remove Article 370. Okay? And just imagine, in a party comes, BJP, a leader comes. Just for example, I am showing that how Aam Aadmi Party has become completely opposite. Now we will ensure that Article 370 is restored. It is as bad as that. Aam Aadmi Party, whatever they say, is divided only. We can't. Let's stop. It is very difficult to maintain. Otherwise, right now, how much money you need. My friends are buying that house to maintain. So from the after this, from 2 BHK to 60, see, so what I'm saying, you can realize that we are coming to the bigger issue is Barkaji, that people are thinking that money has come. And second point, I think whatever is right as the legal, he has not completed that. Whatever he took a seat of IIT, but he did not do the engineer. It's a good idea. From the university, public university, I don't say. So I should participate. I should probably legal play and do some legal work. So I didn't do that. Then because I was only. A politician. Except by nothing. So 2 elections.
On the BJP and the BJP shift in strategy, since the 2024 verdict, the Prime Minister has been used more sparingly in your assembly elections, right? More sparingly. I think that's the word I'd use. Not ki unhi ko pura campaign sambhalna hai har state ka. And the RSS seems to be back in full force. Would you agree with these 2 points, Rajiv ji?
Barkhaji, if you recollect on last day of result, I was with you around 10 or 11, and I said, RSS does work to help people to come and vote. They talk about the issues. Kejriwal is very dangerous for the nation. That many would have reached to the common people. Now why he comes? The politician. I'm from Bihar. He used to do something. The politician like this was talking about he did it out. Like in first few years. Depending on the income. Come to the top. Kejriwal issue from what he does this. And then the RSS because it is a non-government organization. They talk about all issues. They do different kind of social transformation. They do like people are saying, don't bring meeting. Yeah, that people come if I discuss with Barkaji, this is happening. What do you have to say? Barkaji will decide what is right, what is wrong. RSS never tells that do this or do that.
Okay.
They bring the issue on fore, and I think that has happened in Haryana, that has happened in Maharashtra, and that has happened in Delhi also. And another point which I want to say, last point, what people who are, I'm very sad for watching politicians coming from BJP, coming from this, and coming from Aam Aadmi Party. The problem is there are some so-called journalists are also right parties. They are not, they are somebody even CSDS Lokniti survey, even after CSDS Lokniti survey,
Aam Aadmi Party's biggest names, the most recognizable names, Manish Sisodia, who was the deputy chief minister at one point, spent several months in jail, is trailing from my neighborhood of Jangpura Extension. Arvind Kejriwal is trailing. He is being taken on by both Parvesh Verma and Sandeep Dixit. Parvesh Verma is leading. Atishi, the present chief minister of Delhi, is trailing. And as Karthik pointed out, the gap now between the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party has held for more than an hour. The BJP is 44 seats to the Aam Aadmi Party's 25. The Congress holding its own in 1, hoping to open its account after 0 in the last 2 assembly elections. Shivam, quick response.
Good morning, Varkaji, and good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Varkaji, it's still early days. I think only 1% of the votes have been counted till now. But seeing these trends were seen by the Congress party long before the results have come. In the last 2 months, in the last 3 months, when we took out our Nyaya Yatra, we saw the anti-incumbency against the Aam Aadmi Party. We saw that on the ground, work has not been done. On the ground, there was garbage. The roads were broken. People were getting dirty water. Therefore, we saw all this on the ground, and we were highlighting these issues for the last 2-3 months. And Arvind Kejriwal, Atishi, and Manish Sisodia losing are validation to that only the politics of creating noise and only the politics of fighting with the LG and this kind of negative politics was not sitting down well with the Delhi election.
Shivam, some might mistake you for the BJP spokesperson this morning.
Well, I can only say what we were saying on the ground.
On a lighter note. Yeah.
I know. But this is what we saw, and Congress with its track record of development for 15 years, as I've been saying all through the election, that everything we see in Delhi today, most things you see in Delhi today, most development that you've seen in Delhi today has been done by the Congress. Spectacularly during Sheila Ji's time, but also since 1947. Today we're seeing dirty water, filthy water in taps. And I remember my grandfather was the MP in East Delhi in those days. And we delivered Ganga Jal in taps in the 80s. Therefore, Congress has been responsible for development of Delhi for the longest time.
Would you be secretly relieved that the Aam Aadmi Party has lost? Like, if in terms of identifying who you'd want to win less, who would that be?
No, there's nothing like that. We wanted to get a majority. Seeing the trends, it's pretty disappointing till now. I mean, after the final result, I'll be in a position to say more.
Yeah.
But all we wanted was to increase our seats and increase our vote share. because as I said, we are responsible for most of the development in Delhi in the since independence. But seeing the early trends, it's disappointing till now. But let's see, it's still early.
Yeah,
days.
let's see where the Congress vote share in particular ends up. Sunny Ahluwalia, very nervous moments for the Aam Aadmi Party. While we're not calling the election because, as Karthik said, pehle jaldbazi mein kuch nahi karna. This trend has held for more than an hour. Aam Aadmi Party has not outpaced the BJP for even one round of counting. Your biggest leaders trailing in consecutive rounds, they've not inched ahead. This is terrible news for the Aam Aadmi Party.
Barkha ji, neither we are scared of Bharatiya Janata Party nor their co-partner Congress, as you rightly said. See, this was a competition between Arvind Kejriwal and between the Bharatiya Janata Party, Congress, Election Commission. Was this competition, and things are very clear. What are the things there? Things is that there is a fight between the right and the wrong. There's a fight between the corruption and the honest people. BJP spokesperson was saying that they used to say we will come in blue car. What are these really the agendas or manifestos of Bharatiya Janata Party? What they have done for last 10 years for Delhi, being their 7 MPs, what they have given to Delhi? Nothing.
But Sunny ji, you have to convince the people. Sunny ji, you have to convince. If you lose Delhi, you have not been able to convince the people of Delhi of this argument.
Barkha ji, in next 30 minutes, Barkha ji, in next 30 minutes, you will see the change in your tally. And Aam Aadmi Party, it will be just reverse what you are showing. There is no doubt what kind of politics Bharatiya Janata Party does. There is no doubt. How they purchase people, how their washing machine is working, what kind of agenda they have for the country. If they have some problem, they always say double engine sarkar. Then they will say free ki revdiyan. They are following our formula. They are also giving the revdiyas now. They are also following us. They are following our manifesto. First they used to say, nahi, free nahi hona chahiye. Middle class ka paisa hai. Now they are giving the same thing, Barkha ji, to everyone. What is the difference now?
Okay, Sunny ji.
Number two.
Yeah, okay, all right.
Just let me complete.
Okay.
Number two, whenever they say the double engine sarkar, what is double engine sarkar? Is this a danger to federal system? Is there a federal democracy in the country? So wherever the government will not be elected for Bharatiya Janata Party, they will have the government to rule and the Democrats will put to him. The chief minister will not be the chief minister will not do anything. Chief minister cannot do the transfer. Chief minister cannot do anything. This is kind of political scenario Bharatiya Janata Party creates. I think that is happening. It was there. They should always be all respect to the Bharatiya Janata Party.
राजीव
राजीव जी क्या बोलेंगे
जी? अच्छा सनी जी उनको बोलने तो दो। अच्छा सनी जी,
दिल्ली पुलिस बोलती तो है इनके लिए।
अच्छा सनी जी, हाँ सनी जी प्लीज रिलैक्स।
We were talking about what had changed the Delhi election. I am not saying that that is the issue. Issue is that I am claiming that I am pavitra like Ganga Jal, and then I am a Yamuna created by Kejriwal.
Washing machine है ना आपके पास? You have washing machine.
Okay, Mr. Okay, Sunny जी,
मैडम चीफ मिनिस्टर तक दूसरे लगा देते हैं ये।
सनी जी, मैं ये बोल रही हूँ कि ये जो डिबेट है ना, ये हम थोड़ी देर बाद करेंगे, क्योंकि अभी हम सिर्फ नंबर्स पे फोकस्ड है, एंड व्हाट दीज नंबर्स माइट मीन फॉर नॉट जस्ट Delhi politics but national politics. It's 47 for the BJP to 22 for the AAP, the Congress sticking on to that lead in one seat. Nalini and Zainab, who haven't spoken right now, let's bring in Nalini right away.
Thank you, Barka. Thank you so much. Barka, for a very long time, you had AAP at 25 and BJP at 44. And I was just thinking at that time, why is the AAP, the respected AAP spokesperson, not picking that up? Because, you know, the ballot, the postal ballots that were counted were actually postal ballots who votes. It is the people who are in the services, who are outside, those who are in government service, who are on service today, and the differently abled and the elderly. I had actually not thought that this cohort would vote for the Aam Aadmi Party, because we've been told that the middle classes have turned their backs. It doesn't appear to be so completely, you know. And if, on the other hand, it looks as if the BJP will win and will win very well. But it does point to an extremely interesting socio-political, there's a phenomena in Delhi, which would mean that the middle classes or the better off are more numerous in Delhi than the worse off, than the resourceless or the resource not privileged. So I'm just thinking, you know, is that what Delhi is? And so therefore it opens my eyes. The second thing is that the RSS has really demonstrated that it can bring its voter out, and the BJP and the internal equation between the BJP and the RSS, this will be quite a pointer. You know, that the RSS can bring it out. And then I would say that now Punjab is at stake. You know, if BJP is winning Delhi, and Aam Aadmi Party's major leaders are losing, and Aam Aadmi Party, so Punjab is at stake. And then I would say that you know, it's not. I'm not very sure what the Congress expected to do. It doesn't seem to have capitalized on the opportunity for revival. And if it is known as a vote katua, and you know, that is just going to demolish the Aam Aadmi Party, and that it actually will be very happy that the Aam Aadmi Party loses, that will be, you know, the Congress as a national party, as a 132, 37-year-old party, they've got to think if they've shrunk to this level. So I would say that, but on the other hand, Barka, we also should, it is a David and Goliath battle when they say that everything is in favor of the BJP in terms of resources, the lieutenant governor thwarting, the bureaucrats not working according to what the Aam Aadmi Party wanted to do, etc. It really is something that we should, when we look at the final tally of the Aam Aadmi Party, we should look at it with the same lens as we did at, so this is Aam Aadmi Party's fourth attempt at forming the government. When BJP and in its third attempt got 240 seats, we said, wow, wow, you know, great. Now BJP has obliterated its minority government status completely. So we should cut some slack to the Aam Aadmi Party also, that it is going to be in the fourth attempt, it is defeated, and now it looks at 21-48. But that cut it some slack, that despite everything, it was able to get this far.
Let me get Zainab to come in there. Would you cut the Aam Aadmi Party some slack and say that, look, there is a natural fatigue factor that sets in with anybody who's been in government for very long, and also that Nalini calls it an uneven battle?
Honestly, I wouldn't call it an uneven battle, because if you would have told me 5 years ago or before that this was an uneven battle, I would have said yes, because at that time Aam Aadmi Party was really riding on what they were offering the people, and the people trusted them. But 10 years on, not counting the first term in which he resigned, 10 years on where he did full term, Arvind Kejriwal, I believe that he was on even ground with BJP, and I think it was Aam Aadmi Party at an advantage. But this was the weakest election fought by the Aam Aadmi Party, because for the first time we saw their entire campaign was very confrontational. And in fact, BJP turned its, sort of the working style in this campaign, and they completely focused on governance and welfare schemes. BJP insisted that whatever Aam Aadmi Party is offering the people of Delhi, we will offer it with a better twist. We will give you more. And I think that has worked with the, the people of Delhi, because whatever said and done, welfareism is something that really hit the people of Delhi, and BJP said, okay, you like this, we will offer it better than Aam Aadmi Party. And the reality is, when it comes to optics, Aam Aadmi Party this time completely crashed. Be it, as much as we say that these are all rhetoric and the Sheesh Mahal doesn't matter and the Wagon-R doesn't matter, it all matters. The Chief Minister of Delhi has really completely killed his Aam Aadmi image. This is the man who rose on the plank of, anti-India, anti-corruption in India, and the Lokpal bill and all those things, and he has completely removed all of those pertinent points that rose him in success, and now he's just like any other politician. So therefore, the people of Delhi want to treat him like any other politician and see what work he has done. And the liquor policy scam is what completely undid everything that Kejriwal had so far set for himself as his point.
I was just saying, as we're speaking, the BJP is now leading in 50 seats. 50
and I was
seats,
about
right?
to say, I'm going to stick my neck out, and I'm going to say these numbers are going to maintain. I wanted to say it publicly since forever that I think BJP is going to win. It's going to be a shocker, and they're going to come with big numbers. But because everyone was predicting a very 50-50 kind of result, I just didn't want to be that person who says something so different. But this was what was expected. And the Swayam Sevaks were a huge factor. The door-to-door campaigning, those meetings in the parks and mohallas of every nook and cranny of Delhi, it worked for BJP. And it shows that if BJP has the Rashtriya Swayam Sevaks by their side, they are invincible. And Delhi has shown. So the welfare schemes, plus the door-to-door campaigning of the Swayam Sevaks, it has worked wonders for BJP. Those numbers, I mean, imagine BJP rising up from 8 to 50. And I know these are trends, but I think the numbers will stay pretty similar.
Yes, I mean, if this holds, this is going to be an extraordinary win for the BJP. There are no two ways about it. Nalini calls it a David Goliath battle. I'll get Rajiv and Sunny and Shivam to battle that out. But first, Karthik, the numbers are on our screen. I think you want to go a little more granular with some of the trends that are emerging. There's a map that we're putting up on screen for you. Karthik, it's over to you.
Yeah, so Baka, it's at this point AAP 20, BJP 49. So what was the BJP north of 40 and AAP little south of 30 has now turned to Aam Aadmi Party struggling on the 20 mark and BJP inching towards that 50 mark. But I will agree with Nalini ma'am that early trends, but Zainab is also right that this is now heading towards that phase where it is going to solidify. But Nalini ma'am's point is actually true. In Delhi, the definition of middle class is very different. And this has now been corroborated by a lot of academicians that the middle class, as we think of in other states, is not the case in Delhi. In Delhi, the middle class is a sizable chunk. So if you lose their support, you're actually risking a pretty big base. It's not the middle class in, let's say, a state like UP or Haryana.
Yeah.
Because Delhi is an urban sprawl, I would say. So 50 to 19, and this map has also changed in the last 10 minutes because we are pulling this map from the ECI website, which is a little slow in giving the numbers. This is when we had leads for 24 seats. By now, on the ECI website, we have 30 leads, but the trend is pretty much the same. Aam Aadmi Party leading in certain pockets in East and that seat of Rajendra Nagar, where Durgesh Pathak is leading. But if you look at outer Delhi, whatever leads are coming from outer Delhi, West Delhi, BJP is way ahead, not way ahead, but is ahead, I would say. And then there are seats like Delhi, Cant, RK Puram, Harinagar, Dwarka. So essentially west to east, I would say. West towards the west, whatever leads have come, BJP is leading. Whatever Aam Aadmi Party is holding on to is coming from the east or this one seat from Rajendra Nagar, which I would want to call Central Delhi.
All right, let me bring in Rajiv ji, Sunny ji, and Shivam ji in that order. Rajiv ji, I'll start by asking you, how much of this is to do with the budget? A lot of the exit pollsters believe that there was a very clear post-budget bump.
Barka, sorry. One quick data point. Parvesh Verma is leading Mr. Kejriwal by 74 votes right now. 74.
Okay, that's tight. That's tight.
I mean, it's expected to be tight, but yeah, that's why we are cautioning the viewers to not extrapolate this as yet.
Yeah.
Because if it's 74, you don't know, right? So Mr. Pandey would want that this should go up to 7,400, whereas the Aam Aadmi Party would want that this should go towards Mr. Kejriwal. So, this is going to keep changing. But Mr. Gopal Rai and Mr. Durgesh Pathak have been leading consistently since morning, and so has Mr. Saurabh Bharadwaj. But the other three khas cheharas of the Aam Aadmi Party have been trailing.
Yeah, and it would be interesting. I'm just, in fact, writing to my producers to take out their margins as well. So let's look at by what margin Manish Sisodia, Atishi are trailing, by what margin Parvesh Verma and Ramesh Biduri are ahead, by what, but yes, could Kejriwal lose his own seat? At the moment, as Kartikeya Batra tells us, Parvesh Verma of the BJP is leading by only 74 votes. But let's see how this plays out. The fact is that party-wise, the BJP is now at the 50 mark, and the Aam Aadmi Party has fallen below 20. Rajiv, I was asking you about the post-budget bump. Sorry, Rajiv ji, go ahead. Yeah.
Barkha ji, if you see the analysis, people are saying that only it has benefited to the people who are earning 7 to 12 lakhs. Actually, that budget provision was not for Delhi election. It is for the economic consumption and saving. So let's not go into that. Delhi people, the only issue which I find that has changed, apart from the work of the organizations, that a liar can lie 2-3 times, but not all the time you can lie and make fool to the people. People have realized that whatever he's saying, he's doing completely opposite. You understand one thing, Barkha ji, the larger question is that Kejriwal is such a person that when he was appointing new CM, he did not appoint any ground worker like Gopal Rai. He was the biggest leader. He put a person who was nobody. One line I want to say that Arvind Kejriwal used to say, I am an anarchist. I am I am that. So people have realized he's a threat. He's an urban Naxal. He himself said, I am an anarchist. What is the meaning of anarchist? So people of Delhi are very sensible people. They realize, oh my God, they are voting for BJP 777. They realize this anarchist, we cannot keep this anarchist in Delhi if you want to become a developed country. And Congress party never claimed that I am an anarchist. No party in this country, even RJD, they may be corrupt. But what I'm saying, a party, anarchist is more dangerous party than a corrupt party. A corrupt party, new leader will come.
Rajiv, do you think the Aam Aadmi Party is more dangerous than the Congress party?
If you ask me personally, I am saying any party in this country, if you want, I can list the name. I don't want to go into that who is more. What I am saying, you can recollect when Captain Sahab was CM of Punjab. I have highest regard for Captain Sahab. He was a Congress CM, but he was a nationalist. What he said? He said, if this man is coming in Punjab, what he will destroy Punjab. This was the statement of a Congress CM. Ma'am, Barkha ji, you must be aware what
of course.
He was a CM of Congress party, not BJP, man. Later on, he was removed by Congress party. I don't know for what. And then I am predicting 2 things today on your channel. Right now, counting is going on. We should wait for 1 hour, but I want to predict one thing. If this continues like 48-21, Congress party and BJP will fight next election neck to neck in Punjab. Aam Aadmi Party will not be there in fray. They will be fighting elections, but the fight will be between like BJP and Congress. In Delhi also, next election will be between BJP and Congress. People have realized, you see the language, what even Aam Aadmi spokesperson is saying on this platform. Did I say anything? He is saying, Constitution, after 6 p.m. we will discuss this Constitution. You are with whom who are saying I am an anarchist, and he is claiming I am an anarchist. Police should have booked him at that time, claiming to be anarchist. At that time, he was showing, I am honest, but later on it realized that he is the most corrupt politician in this country, even more than Lalu Prasad Yadav. The most corrupt. He will, like Lalu Prasad Yadav is a convicted criminal. Mr. Kejriwal will remain lifetime as a convicted criminal in all these cases.
But Rajiv ji,
just I am predicting 3 things. I am predicting, madam. 1, Aam Aadmi Party, if BJP win 48 seats and Aam Aadmi 21, Aam Aadmi Party will cease to exist in Punjab and Delhi. And second point, Mr. Kejriwal will remain lifetime as a convicted criminal. These 2 points I am saying, just record this, ma'am. Whatever I said in the last election, in the last meeting with you on the last polling result day, that has happened. I think about Delhi, I said Delhi BJP is winning. Now I am saying 2 things. You just note down these 2 things will happen. 1, Kejriwal will be lifetime as a convicted criminal, like Lalu Prasad Yadav. Now he will be a convicted criminal because in 6 matters, he will be convicted in all these cases because he thought that I use the law. I will not sign. He doesn't understand basic. He doesn't understand. That way I'm sitting in one way. And I have regarding that. And the rest, he thought that I will not sign. So I will not do it. But what is happening? No, I think a very interesting point. It's a very, very important point, and we will discuss it in a moment with Saviji and Vishwanji. But I would like to know, and also like to know, the Chief Minister has tweeted, or you must say with a meme.
So it's a lighter note, but it's also a true comment. Kya hua, Rajiv ji? Kya hua?
No, BJP is getting around 50% vote, ma'am. So this is not internal fight.
No. Acha, you're saying ki Congress or
he may be. So I was going to interrupt anyway because I think this opposition unity issue will have to be taken in perspective. It only matters if the mandate is really fractured. You know, if the Congress is spoiling the party in 30 seats out of 70, then this tweet is relevant. But if the Congress is spoiling the party in 2-3 seats, then given the gap that you are seeing, if that folds, then this opposition unity is kind of a veil to hide behind and to show that, you know, my deficiencies are not that important. It is because of opposition disunity that we lost, which is what I was talking about Haryana also. That if the Congress turns to me and says we lost Haryana because Aam Aadmi Party's played spoil sport, I won't buy it. Much like if these trends hold and Aam Aadmi Party loses and they say that अरे कांग्रेस का 2% वोट की वजह से हम हार गए, additional vote की वजह से हम हार गए, it will be hard to believe.
I think that's a very important point that when we're talking about Hanji Rajiv ji,
what I'm saying, whatever is 43%, 42.66% Aam Aadmi Party is getting.
Yeah.
BJP is getting 49%. These 7%, 7% vote are more angry to Kejriwal than the BJP voters. They were so angry that they decided, even they did not accept BJP, but they decided not to vote for Aam Aadmi Party. So against Aam Aadmi Party, there are, if you see, more than 53%, 54% vote who are very angry to Aam Aadmi Party because they realize that this party is destroying Delhi. Okay. I agree with both you and Karthik that while it makes a good copy for other even say कि अरे अगर आम आदमी पार्टी कांग्रेस नहीं लगे होते तो आउटकम डिफरेंट होता है ये ट्रेंड रहा तो आउटकम डिफरेंट नहीं होता. I'm agreeing with you. It's a very very clear. Congress voting 6%. This column comes at 6%,
and Aam Aadmi Party is at 42.7, and BJP 49.21. But remember, even at its worst in 2020, Congress was at 4.3%. So the Congress's jump is merely 1.6 percentage points. Even if I add that entire vote to the Aam Aadmi Party, that will not touch the BJP's current vote share. So, I mean, all this analysis, we're just paving
the way for what we will discuss eventually. For all we know, in the next 30 minutes, things might change dramatically, as we've seen in Haryana and Maharashtra. But if they don't, and if somebody comes to me that because of opposition disunity, we lost Delhi as an Aam Aadmi Party supporter, then I will want to discuss this in a little more detail with some nuance. That, look here, can you tell me exactly what you are basing this argument on?
Yeah, but I will say that while you're absolutely right in terms of the numbers, in terms of kind of national politics, what the voter sees is a very disunited opposition. What the voter sees is a very organizationally cohesive BJP that has now shown that it can win without Modi front-facing every battle that it has to fight.
That should worry the opposition even more, because
Correct.
It is still easy to fight a face, but it is very difficult to fight an organization, given that no other national level party has an organization as robust as the BJP. Yes, some regional parties have very robust state level units, but if you want to, especially in the Hindi heartland, where the Congress is the main competitor, can they fight the BJP organization to organization? I'm not so sure. So I think there is another nuance we picked up there. Whether this Modi light victories are more a source of worry for the opposition than the Modi heavy victories were, I would want to say yes.
Okay.
I might be
okay,
wrong.
Rajesh, just hold on. I want to bring in Nalini, Zainab. I think we lost Sunny. He'll rejoin. Shivam, quick response to what we're seeing so far. Marginal increase in the Congress vote share. The BJP at the moment looks like it's really romping ahead. Shivam?
I would still say it's early days, because 3.6% of the vote has been counted till now, as from what I'm seeing.
Yeah.
But if these trends continue, I mean, it's very disappointing for the Congress, of course. We were fighting, and I think it's the Congress. Someone else might reap the benefit of our work, but it was the Congress which has raised the issues of Delhi this election. The BJP was merely firefighting and responding to Kejriwal's narrative. It was the Congress, it was Sandeep Dixit and our leaders, who brought out the issues of water, of bijli, sadak, pani, as they call it. And those are the real issues faced, real issues faced by the common man.
What vote share for the Congress would make you feel like, all right, we're at least back in the fight? What kind of vote share would make you feel that wasn't so bad?
See, we were expecting to reach about 17 to 18% vote share realistically. But anything above double digits, would be a respite. But having said that, if it doesn't translate into seats, it'll be quite disappointing. But as for the Aam Aadmi Party, look at the arrogance there. Look at the spokesperson there. I'm still not accepting that. No, yes, we have not been able to work on the ground. Mr. Kejriwal went on saying after the election that the Congress is relevant, and tried to make the narrative. And look at the result. The people have, so far as the trends are going, the people have spoken handsomely against the Aam Aadmi Party as of now. And I truly believe that this is a survival. This is a battle for survival for Arvind Kejriwal and the Aam Aadmi Party, because they are now only going to remain in one state. And there also, there is huge anti-incumbency against them. Even in Punjab, no work has been done on the ground. And this politics of just merely promising freebies and, taking advantage of the vulnerabilities of the poor, and not showing any development and not showing any capital expenditure and no new schools, has hurt the Aam Aadmi Party. And this is not the style of politics that Delhi wants. And I don't think this is the style of politics the country wants in 2025. People want development. They don't merely want freebies.
Okay, let me bring in at this point Nalini and Zainab, and then I'll come to Sunny Ahluwalia. Nalini, you called it a David and Goliath battle, but the fact is that Kejriwal began to seem to a lot of people, he was a middle class icon when the Aam Aadmi Party was birthed, and today it is lower income groups evidently who have backed him, while a lot of other groups in Delhi have actually moved away. Why David Goliath? Why not also acknowledge that Kejriwal made mistakes, he lost his shield?
Barkha, I think I would I would just say I'm looking at the as a one-time snapshot, not at the causality of what caused him to become corrupt, etc. I'm looking at a one-time snapshot, and yeah, if an organization has the main people in jail, the ones who have formed the party and then gone astray, etc., but they're all in jail. I think that it affects a lot of the functioning of the party. So then there is another. So they're the only ones who are actually standing up to our largest party in the world, as well as somebody who's got a charismatic leader, not only one leader, but many leaders, but an outstanding charismatic leader, etc. Money, resources, the agencies, whatever. So it does appear to be an uneven battle. And I'll just leave it at that. But and I'm not looking at what caused it, what went astray. I don't think, when I've spoken to those who are not as prosperous, and I don't want to, let's call them with low resources, they are not talking about its corruption. They're not talking about Sheesh Mahal. They're saying that देखिए जी गए थे, हमें बिजली मिली है, पानी मिला, and the free bus rides, as well as in the Delhi hospitals, they certainly got some treatment. But I'll just say in brackets, I will be so happy when the BJP introduces Ayushman Bharat in Delhi, because then the ones who really deserve, who really cannot afford health facilities, will go to the AIMS and get medicines and get vaccinations, which are 5,000 rupees per vaccine for those who go with kidney failure, etc. So I think that it is very easy to say that today, the BJP is doing everything right. Look, another party also did something right, which resonated with some important resourceless people in our city. The second thing I would say is that the Congress party, and I was talking about this mysterious reasoning and strategy, it's possible, but it'll be very interesting to know where the Muslim vote went, and whether it is true that the Muslims, that there was a slide from the Aam Aadmi Party to the Congress, as well as what is called, and it is now, I should not be saying this, but the Dalit vote, because we are saying that it's class, not caste, but where the Dalit vote went.
Yeah.
Did they also abandon the Aam Aadmi Party and go to the Congress party?
Yeah.
But maybe Karthik has more data on that. But
yeah, no, Nalini ma'am, just so that we get some perspective on the numbers before we sort of move further. So we've been discussing how trends will switch, and for the first time since morning, Mr. Kejriwal is now ahead on his seat. So this is why we have been cautioning against any interpretations from the data that we're getting. But at this point, again, BJP leading on 48, Aam Aadmi Party 21, Congress 1. Now, you also saw some stats on the screen, which were the vote shares, which are coming from the ECI, which is lagging in terms of the speed. So there is some mismatch, but that's because we're picking up from two different sources. This map, for instance, is showing us the seat leads from the Election Commission website. And again, as I was saying, there's a west-east divide. West Delhi, more towards the saffron, and whatever the Aam Aadmi Party is picking up is towards the eastern side. In 2013, if we recall, when Aam Aadmi Party debuted with a spectacular number of seats in its first election, it was again a very west-east divide that led to the result that it did, where the BJP swept the western part of Delhi and Aam Aadmi Party did well on the eastern side. And even as we speak now, AAP is at 23 and BJP 46. So some uptick now in the AAP has been recorded in the last 2 odd minutes. Zainab, I'll just come to you because we sort of trying to get Barkha online again. But while we wait for that, but Zainab, I have one question. And let me just put this on a more optimistic note, given that we are all sort of kind of a part of that young aspirational brigade that wants to discuss issues, real issues. Would you at least give the Aam Aadmi Party credit that they were able to force the BJP to abandon the communal pitch of 2015 and 2020 and talk of issues this time? Because for me as a Delhi voter, I actually felt that although belatedly, and although I also blame the BJP having been in center with all 7 MPs now for the 3rd term for not doing enough, but for the first time, I think in the last 3 assembly elections, we saw, at least we did not see an overtly communal campaign, and we saw that issues were discussed, and that probably dented the Aam Aadmi Party more than anything. Your thoughts on
Election yeah, you're absolutely spot on. This election, BJP actually did a complete U-turn on what it had done so far in Delhi when it comes to how they campaign here. Their signature style of always playing on ideology and, emotive issues, they completely left it. And in fact, they completely took a leaf out of the Aam Aadmi Party playbook and went on the welfare schemes, spoke about, which is what I made, the point I made before, that whatever Aam Aadmi Party offered, the BJP was like, okay, people of Delhi, we will give you better than this. So we have to give credit to Aam Aadmi Party that they did bring an alternative vision to the political landscape of not only Delhi, but even India, because you have to understand, Arvind Kejriwal has been a very popular face nationally, even though he's very limited to where he is winning or where he's fighting from. But there's not a single child in the corners of India that doesn't know who Arvind Kejriwal is. So he made sure that he became the so-called Nayak of Indian politics, and he came about with this alternative form of politics where governance was at the forefront, welfare schemes were at the forefront. We often use this lexicon, freebies, but fact of the matter is, welfare schemes are actually what India is all about. We pay our taxes and we expect that our government who we elect, gives us back that money, in ways that will benefit the society as a whole. So Arvind Kejriwal basically
the great disruptor, you would say.
Absolutely. He was the great disruptor. And I think that is what worked against him this time round, because he himself dissolved his own image of this Nayak, who's here in the Indian political landscape, offering a completely different alternative to what the other politicians had so far done. He put healthcare on the map of political landscape, something no one spoke of. He brought out education. He made sure that, the children of New Delhi had the best educational tools and, had the best educational spaces, and they worked on it, and people loved them for it.
Yeah, then even as we speak now, it's 25-44-1. So there's been an uptick in the last 5 minutes. Barka is almost back. Saniji, before Barka takes over, I have one question. Zainab ने अभी सही कहा बिल्कुल कि एक कहीं से बहुत शोर आ रहा है. Can we mute? हाँ, सनी जी, आपसे एक सवाल है कि जैनब ने अभी बिल्कुल सही कहा कि आम आदमी पार्टी एक ऑल्टरनेट विजन लेकर आई गवर्नेंस और वेलफेयर का. मुझे लगता है एक जगह जहां इस बार फंस गई आम आदमी पार्टी कि गवर्नेंस में 2 तरह की हो सकती है, एक इंडिविजुअल ट्रांसफर बेस्ड और एक होता है जिसमें आप एक एस्पिरेशनल क्लास को केटर करते हैं, जहां पर आप एक लॉन्ग टर्म पर्सपेक्टिव लेकर आप उस इलाके के हवा पर, पानी पर, रोजगार पर काम करते हैं. आपको लगता है कि आपकी पार्टी ने एक फ्रंट पर अच्छा काम किया, चाहे वो फ्री बस राइड हो, चाहे वो फ्री बिजली हो, पानी हो, लेकिन जो दूसरा फ्रंट है जो एस्पिरेशनल क्लास से संबंधित है, मिडिल क्लास से संबंधित है, वहां कहीं चूक रह गई. और अगर आज आप जीत भी जाते हैं तब भी मुझे लगता है कि अगर वो चूक हुई है तो उसको मानने में कोई गलती नहीं है. और अगर आपको लगता है कि वो चूक नहीं है तो मैं आपसे सुनना चाहूंगा इस बारे में.
See, whenever we are working, so we divide the systems. Today, we are happy that everybody is saying that for the first time in Delhi, the BJP never brought polarization in Delhi. 1. Number 2, BJP is also on the same page now. They are giving the same social welfare schemes what we used to offer. So this is also, if these people are going to improve in all these states, then I am telling you, we are the professional people. We will go back to our work and we'll let them work for the country. If they are going to do good work, our main aim, our main objective is to welfare of the state. You rightly said, BJP convinced middle class that you are paying the tax and they are giving the benefits to the lower class. You rightly said that. And definitely, for that only, Arvind Kejriwal ji said that there should be lesser income tax, there should be no taxes on the middle class, And the same things was followed by the Bharatiya Janata Party in the current budget. Definitely, we have to work, and we don't believe that we are all right. We have to improve every hour, every minute, every day, and we are going to do that. Number two, the main discussion was there that this will have ill effects on Punjab as well. Though now Arvind Kejriwal ji is also leading, Manish Sisodia ji is also leading. What BJP was saying that they are not leading, they have done bad, they have done this, they have done that. See, if they will discuss the real issues, we will be happy. Madam rightly said that for Ayushman Bharat in Delhi, you can see what is happening to the Ayushman Bharat. If they can work good, we have no problems. We have no ambition in politics. We definitely came to change the system, and we are successful in doing that. Whatever the results may be, the things will change. I am again repeating, the Congress people are saying, Congress people is indirectly trying to help Bharatiya Janata Party. They have done in other states also, and they are doing same in Delhi also. They are the B team for the Bharatiya Janata Party. I am not here to discuss anything. Barkha wants me to talk about numbers. We are talking about numbers, and we are leading now, and the things have changed. And in next 2 hours, things will change because people of Delhi are still standing with Arvind Kejriwal, and this thing will be clear by 2 p.m.
Can we come out of this? I'm not even able to actually see anybody. Can we come out of this? Yeah, there. Zainab, I know you have to leave soon. Let me bring you in for a final comment. Mr. Ahluwalia seems to have said that, look, if this is the result, we'll all work together. We'll encourage the BJP to do good work. But some of the early personal reverses for Manish Sisodia, Arvind Kejriwal seem to have been stemmed. But again, this is changing round by round and count by count. Your take, Zainab, before we let you go.
This is my personal opinion. I will be shocked if Manish Sisodia doesn't win. I will be actually shocked, and I will be shocked if Arvind Kejriwal ji doesn't win. So I'm pretty sure these two are winning, but let's see. As for how Congress worked in this entire fray, I actually agree with Umar Abdullah ji's tweet. The reality is that perspective is everything, optics is everything in elections and in politics. And the fact is that the India bloc, the Mahagathbandhan bloc, they may change their names every 5 years, but they look like a house in mess. There is nothing credible about them. So even if, the nuanced data, granular data, so to speak, doesn't affect, how Congress and AAP have fought in this election, and how Congress has spoken so vehemently against, Aam Aadmi Party, who they were in alliance with in the Lok Sabha election. But to people, it just appears these people are phony. It looks very, the whole alliance, the India Bloc alliance looks very phony. It looks very fake, and people will not buy it. So even if there is no actual result on ground, but, the larger ripple effect is that, people don't trust such alliances. They have no credibility. They have no trust. There's a huge trust deficit in the entire opposition, amongst all the opposition parties. They come together for Lok Sabha, and then in state elections, they bicker like enemies from forever. So I feel personally that, the India bloc is a mess, and they need to really work on this so that they don't, eat into each other's votes, even sort of optics wise. And those are really my last comments. And as far as I see this BJP taking this election.
Right. As of now, 42 for the BJP, 27 for the AAP. Arvind Kejriwal, after trailing all morning, is now leading in his own seat. But as Karthik had pointed out, that is something that is changing round by round. Manish Sisodia was trailing. He's back to leading. However, Atishi, who is currently the chief minister, the incumbent chief minister of the Aam Aadmi Party, continues to, however, trail in her seat. Rajiv Pandey, let me bring you in for a last comment before we let you go. Rajiv ji, please go ahead.
Nalini ji, I think 3 times he has said because of being in power, BJP is winning. BJP has lost in Jharkhand. So don't say all these things. It is the people who decides. In India, nobody can hack election. Don't worry. That because of the resources, and also the Jharkhand, we were having the same resources what we are having in Delhi or in Maharashtra. We are having the same resources in Telangana and Karnataka. We lost. What I'm trying to say, the real issue is, one is about the organizational thing, Barkhaji, which you have discussed. The second important point is that Kejriwal has created some myth about him. He used to think that people are, "Maine likh ke de diya ji, ho jayega." He's like, he's an anarchist. You see his face also. He looks like urban Naxal. People have rejected because of that. That's my take back. My take is BJP has wider support in Delhi that you can see in all elections. In all Lok Sabha elections, you can see what kind of BJP is getting support. The issue is Kejriwal was trying to say that I am doing something, I am transferring something, DBT and all these things. People realize that he is making fool, and that's why he will lose election today. That's my take back.
All right, let me come out of this. I don't know if Karthik is actually there. I can only see Rajiv ji there. Thank you, Rajiv ji. Let me actually bring in Nalini. I want to also welcome Abhijit Iyer Mitra to this live broadcast now. At the moment, could I have the numbers on the screen? I'm waiting for the numbers. The BJP is leading in 42 to the Aam Aadmi Party's 27. I see Dr. Dhirinder Tayar of the BJP joining us. Good morning. This is news to make you certainly very, very happy, I'm sure, at this point. Nalini, let's bring you in for an overall perspective.
Extremely important. Sorry. Just give me yeah, but
I can't actually hear Nalini either.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. So I just want to say lots of important points have been made. One of them is that we are talking about real issues. So we as citizens of Delhi should not only look at the governments that we are getting now, we should always also look at what we are culling from this entire exercise. Extremely bitter, sometimes vicious, and occasionally sensible campaign. So, you know, what we are delighted about, I'm sure you are too, is that the muddas, the issues have shifted from G20 and a kind of strident nationalism and Vishwaguru and religion to now, you know, water, schools, health, free bus rides, etc. So, the Barkha, I think in that respect, whoever wants to take the credit, you know, we should be okay. But we should hang on to this, the gift that we have got from this, that we can talk about things that are happening in Delhi. And in terms of religion, I think the BJP, you know, one would have to say there is a Kumbh going on, and whatever, if there was an echo, or if those waves were splashing the BJP's campaign shores. But I would say one thing, that the Aam Aadmi Party, and I'm no spokesperson, in fact, I'm an extreme critic of the Aam Aadmi Party, but I would say that they did not present themselves as unduly pro-Hindu or anti-Muslim. And at the same time, they communicated by not participating in CA or not saying anything about Bilkis Bano or not saying anything about Rohingyas, etc. So they kept their distance. I don't know if that's the right thing for a political party to do, but that the result is that we did not have an extremely divided, bitter campaign on religion, because we have Christians also living in Delhi, Parsis, etc., and of course Sikhs. So for that, I am grateful, and I'm grateful for the fact that the issues swerved from these national, international, glittering issues to the fact that our water is dirty, our pollution, which of course no party has taken seriously, but at least we are somewhere near about. So this is what I would say. But looking at your numbers again, I was very impressed by the fact that in the postal ballots, I'm sorry to say that again, that some of the middle class actually voted for the Aam Aadmi Party, which means that of course, the 12 lakh rupee exemption limit would have definitely worked. And the middle class is discerning and they are very vocal, and they would have not only decided to vote for the BJP, which is tried and trusted in their eyes, but they would have also affected a lot of people. The Purvanjali vote, for instance, will affect the election in Bihar. So if it is going the BJP's way, which I think it is, then I think that BJP also has something to look forward to in Bihar. But all, if you take everything together, if your figures today are that, look at the vote shares, which are actually the Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress together, it exceeds the BJP's vote share just now. I'm not saying that the Congress should not fight on its own, but that is the reality, that the BJP has attracted half of the city, or a little less than half of the city, but the other half of the city has gone to other parties, Aam Aadmi Party, Congress Party, and others. And the others are, 1/3 of the Congress Party already. So, BJP should still a little bit be concerned that the people of Delhi have not bought into them lock, stock, and barrel. If this was the proportional representation, a format that we were going to adopt, then BJP would have fewer than half the seats in the assembly, and then you would have the opposition as a very strong presence there. So I think we sometimes tend to lose sight of these macro 30,000 feet high issues, but that's how it appears to be to me.
Barka.
Yes, Karthikeya. Yes.
For the first time in some time, I would say, BJP has slipped below 40, and Aam Aadmi Party for the first time has touched 30. So this has changed in the last 10 minutes, where we were at a 45 plus to 21, 22 situation. Now what is a 39 to 30? And can I tell you something? In Chandni Chowk, Aam Aadmi Party is leading, but do you know who's in the second position? It's not the BJP, it's the Congress. It's Jaiprakash Agarwal's son who's second position in Chandni Chowk. That is an indicator of some kind of a surge for the Congress, which we have been talking about in terms of vote share. The other thing is, and this is where the rounds come in important, right? We've been discussing this since morning. Let's look at a seat like Balli Maran. When the first round was counted, the BJP was ahead. Now, Balli Maran demographically, favors the Aam Aadmi Party.
Yeah.
As more and more rounds were counted, Imran Hussain took a lead, and round 2 and round 3 have gone to Imran Hussain. So whereas in round 1 in Balli Maran, the BJP was leading by roughly 300 votes. By round 3 now, Imran Hussain has a lead of 400 plus votes. So this is still very early days, because in most of the seats, on average, let's say there are 16 to 17 rounds, no more than 4 or 5 rounds have been counted in most of the seats. And things are changing very quickly now. So we are now in that stage where it's going to get decisive in the next few minutes, I would say, or in the next half an hour. But things have changed in the last 10 minutes itself. So this is why we were cautioning the viewers from making extrapolations based on early leads. And just in terms of the geography, I would say that if one were to go to the ECI website, you will find that there is a divide between East and West Delhi in terms of the results, where on the western side, the BJP seems to be doing better. And whatever Aam Aadmi Party has picked up so far, a large part of it has come from the eastern part of it. So ECI now reporting that BJP leading on 42 and Aam Aadmi Party 27. Quicker sources now telling us that Aam Aadmi Party leading on 30, BJP 39. So at this point, as I was saying, that the ECI is telling us that there are 42 leads for the BJP, 27 to the Aam Aadmi Party, and there's a clear east-west divide where the BJP is leading on the seats in Western Delhi and Aam Aadmi Party on the eastern side, whereas The source that is giving us quicker updates is telling us that BJP plus leading on 39, Aam Aadmi Party 30. But things have quickly sort of changed in the last few minutes. Abhijit, you've been looking at the trend since morning. What are your initial thoughts, even as we wait for Barkha to join?
The first thing is, there were literally no statewide issues. The BJP was fighting this at the booth level. Every union cabinet minister was given exactly 2 MLA seats to manage. And you could see there was a shift. The internal polling had shown till about 7 days before the election, they were only winning 25 seats. That's when they actually got into the game, a 7-day turnaround period. Every union minister gets given 2 MLA seats. And the people they focused on is extremely interesting. They went down to the booth level and fought it at the booth level. Why? Because they felt that, in the general election, the same people who are voting BJP in the state election are not. And they focused exactly on those houses. And when you break it down street by street, ward by ward, it becomes fairly easy to figure out who voted BJP in the general election and who voted, and the same people who voted AAP in the state election. They focused completely on them. The second reason I personally feel was a big fillip was the tax breaks. And the tax breaks are particularly important because people don't realize, when we say Juggi Jhopdi, Delhi Juggi Jhopdis are not like Dharavi. They are fairly posh Juggi Jhopdis in some parts, where apartments can cost up to 1 crore and a half and things like that. There is a salaried class that live out there. Middle level management sometimes live in these Juggi Jhopdis. They're urban villages, right? You look at places like Arjun Nagar or Humayunpur, for example, or the Juggis around.
Abhijit, that's true for the
The thing is, even in those places, the gentrification of the understanding hasn't happened. There are still salaried individuals. It's quite surprising to see some lower to middle-level management people, in fact, living in those, urban sprawl areas. Quite a few of them. So, Delhi, I guess, generally because of being the seat of government, has a inordinate number of salaried class. But then your focus on services in Noida and Gurgaon and the amount of commute that happens between the two sides means that the salaried class is very, very important out there, right? So that was the second fillip that happened. I think these are the two main trends that I've seen. Fairly smart of the BJP to go down at the booth level, not contest this on Modi's image or Modi's name, not project a leader. And that turnaround was particularly impressive. And notice, even the freebies, they were waiting for AAP to finish announcing its freebies and then start announcing their own freebies. But even those freebies didn't really make too much of a difference. It's the tax relief that made the real difference, because you're not taking anything away. You're just telling people you can keep your money. I think that was very interesting. The third aspect in all of this is the way, literally every polling agency that the BJP has was brought into the fray. It wasn't given to any one company. It was, they were literally put up in competition to each other to cover all the blind spots out here. And in certain areas, of course, the RSS was also in play, but not across the board. It's very interesting. Fourth is the fact that Asaduddin Owaisi has caused some serious damage out here. He failed to cause damage, say, in West Bengal, but here he has gone in, and in Okhla, in the 7 Muslim constituencies out here, he has caused some very significant and serious damage. Amanatullah Khan is going between leading and trailing. Normally, it should have been a fairly clean sweep for him. The very fact that he isn't able to sweep shows you the kind of damage that Asaduddin Owaisi has caused. Fifth is, I'm not going to call the Congress the B team of the BJP,
But even that 1.5% increase in the vote of the Congress vote share has led to a significant deterioration for the BJP. And the most interesting in this is there are only two constituencies I'm really following: New Delhi and Okhla. Okhla because of Amanatullah Khan and Asaduddin, and New Delhi because it's two ex-chief minister ke bete, Pravesh Verma and Sandeep Dikshit versus Arvind Kejriwal. The BJP calculus was that if Sandeep Dikshit manages to get 8,000 votes, the BJP is about 90% clear. If Sandeep Dikshit manages about 12,000 votes, then Kejriwal is fetched in that particular constituency. I don't know what the numbers are right now, but I think we're heading towards there, because Kejriwal trailing is the one trend I haven't seen. Maybe I'm mistaken, but that's one trend I haven't seen reverse so far.
No, it's reversed, Abhijit.
No, Abhijit. Yeah, it did reverse. Hi, everyone. Basically, sorry, Kartiki, I'm going to ask you to do the key seats and the numbers again, because what's been happening is that in Manish Sisodia's case, for example, which we just saw on screen, he was trailing all morning, then he was leading briefly, and now he's back to trailing. In Arvind Kejriwal's case, he was trailing all morning, and then he was back to leading, but not by a huge margin. Kartik, am I correct? We have some sense of how much Kejriwal is now ahead by? It's a couple of hundred votes.
Yeah, no, so he's ahead by 343 now, but the interesting thing is only 3 out of 13 rounds have been counted. So I'll quickly summarize this for you, Barka. It's now the Aam Aadmi Party, which had shown some spark in the last 15-20 minutes. They had reached 30, now they're back to 27, BJP 43. The one major development is the Congress is now back to 0. It had been holding on to that one seat of Badli, I think, since morning, but it's now back to 0, but that might also change. So it's 43 to 27. Congress is getting 0. But Abhijit's point of vote share, actually Congress is not gaining by 1.5 percentage points. It's actually at this point at roughly 7%, which would be a gain of 2.7%. So it's 6.8. That's a gain of 2.5 percentage points from the previous Vidhan Sabha election. Whereas the gap between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP currently is that of roughly 4.87 percentage points. So now we are in that territory where if the gap between my initial comment was like half an hour back, if the BJP leads the Aam Aadmi Party by say 7-8 percentage points, you can't say opposition disunity is a major factor. But if the final gap remains in that 2 to 3 percentage point range, and the Congress scores north of 2 percentage point gain vis-a-vis 2020, then yes, then we can say that one of the major reasons why the AAP has fallen behind is the Congress's rise, and as numbers will finally tell us, maybe MIM has also played a role in a seat or two. But mostly I would say Congress, because it's got a more scattered vote base, so it's in a better position to dent the Aam Aadmi Party in more number of seats than say the MIM, whose influence is largely restricted to some of the eastern Delhi seats. So
let me summarize this in a non-technical way. Basically, what you're saying is that when Omar Abdullah comes on Twitter and says "Aur lado aapas mein," and it kind of means the Congress and the AAP. If the Congress remains only marginally improved from its last vote share, then Omar Abdullah's theory is a non-starter.
Not necessarily. No. Two conditions have to be met. One, that Congress improves marginally, but the gap between the BJP and AAP is also marginal. If, however, the Congress improves marginally, but the gap is wide, 7 percentage points, then that theory really doesn't hold water, Barka. Okay. It's like saying, I lost the cricket match because I did not wear the pants properly. Whereas you lost the cricket match because your technique was flawed. But yes, if the final score is that Aam Aadmi Party is trailing by 2-3 percentage points and Congress clocks a growth of 2 percentage points, then one can make that argument. Yes.
All right. I just want to welcome all of our viewers. If you have just joined us at this point, the BJP is leading in 43 seats to the Congress, to the AAP 27. The Congress is in 0 seats. And if that happens, it will be the third consecutive election where the Congress has scored no seats. But all eyes are on whether the Congress is significantly able to improve its vote share at least. Abhijit Iyer, Mitra, Kartiki Batra are with us. Dr. Dhirendra Tayal of the BJP, Nalini Singh, veteran journalist. We also have Rakesh Kotiar of the Congress and Babi Badal of the Aam Aadmi Party and Madhava Narayan, senior journalist.
Saurabh Bharadwaj is trailing now. I don't think that's happened since morning. For the first time, Saurabh Bharadwaj is trailing. And now we are down to 26 Aam Aadmi Party, 44 BJP.
All right. Now, these are the vote shares as of now. The BJP polling nearly 49% of the votes. Aam Aadmi Party 43% to its 53% last time. And the Congress nearly touching 7% compared to its 4.3% in the last election. I want reactions. Dr. Dharinder Tyal, I'll come to you in just a moment. Abhijit, I was listening to you with interest as you listed out the sort of big consequences. And I may, forgive me if a little bit of this is repetitive because I had dropped off for just a 1-minute break. I want to just ask you, since the Lok Sabha election, the BJP has been using a new template for its assembly elections. And what it seems to involve is using Modi sparingly and the RSS in full might. What does that tell us about what's going on within the BJP, if anything, or the Sangh Parivar?
It tells us that, first of all, the BJP was a 130 to 140 party without Modi. It became a 272 plus party, we thought, only because of Modi, but it turns out it cannot be a 272 party without the RSS. So it's Modi plus the RSS that take it over the 272 mark in the general election. Modi discounted that in the 2024 general election. He is not going to make that mistake ever again. Which is why the RSS is back in full steam. They're the ones who turned Haryana around. They're the ones who turned Maharashtra around. Haryana literally, victory snatched from the jaws of defeat. Very slender margin. The RSS has been very strategically deployed in Delhi. They've not been deployed on all the seats, but they were deployed in some seats. So this is point one. Point two is that they've realized that, state elections can't be won on Modi, Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, Vishwa Guru, and all these national talking points. The sort of dichotomy. I think Sheila Dikshit was probably the best chief minister we've had in Delhi. But I think she was also unfairly she paid the price for the aura of corruption that was seen around the Congress at that point of time. That was one of the cases where I think the national wave hit the state elections. But I think we're now back to where state elections and central elections are divorced. The BJP has absorbed that. And if you notice, neither Maharashtra nor Haryana nor Delhi were ever fought on Modi's promises or anything like that. It has been fought at an extremely local level, very clear micro targeting of constituencies and voters. In Delhi, very specifically, I can tell you, Brahmin voters were very specifically targeted. People don't realize that something like 90 to 21% of Delhi is Brahmin votes. The second community that was targeted was the Jats, who are again about 19 to 20%. Kartikeya, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know the exact figures, but it's somewhere around that part. And these two are traditionally constituencies that have not been in conflict, at least in Delhi. And there was, of course, a much more finer micro detail targeting that happened. So they've gotten away from this Modi messaging to very, very local messaging in the elections. I think it is a good change. It is here to stay. And you can see the results. I mean, the proof of the pudding is in the eating.
Yeah. So talking about those leads, Dr. Tyal, let's bring you in. There will be ripple effect if these leads hold and if the BJP forms the government in Delhi after 27 years. The last time the BJP was in government in Delhi was in 1998 with Sushma Swaraj leading a ill-fated, I think, 52-day government. There will be a ripple effect on Punjab. I'm imagining that there will be. The Aam Aadmi Party's main challenge, and it's already flagged that perhaps anticipating defeat, will be to keep its people together. As a Punjab-based BJP leader, Dr. Tyal, what do you see? What's the story you see in these numbers?
No, so thank you, Barka, one, for having me here. And interesting part is that 2-3 things. One, that from the time I was on a couple of other debates also, and more or less, I think now the ifs have been dropped. So, what we just heard also was that, these are reasonably finalities and we are putting the government there. To talk about ripple effects,
Kartik is writing to me in the chat saying we're not calling this election yet because hum log कई बारी वो क्या कहते हैं ना, once bitten, 3 times bitten, 3 times shy. Once bitten भी क्या. So we are being careful, but certainly the AAP has not raced ahead of the BJP at any point. That's what's important to say. There hasn't been one round of counting where AAP has been in the lead. So it's not been going up and down. Yeah.
Just to add to Mr. Dayal, why we are saying that is because if you look at the data on the ECI, so far the most number of rounds that have been counted across Congress is 6. And the average number of rounds would be 15, 17, 20. So I would say that 1/4 of the counting has happened at most, and in some seats it's even less. And even the leads right now are slender both ways. So this could go either your way with 50 plus, or we might be in for a closer contest. That's the only reason why we are being a little conservative at this.
Yeah. Okay, Dr. Dayal, but let's assume that the BJP forms the government in Delhi, because certainly the lead of the BJP is handsome and has held all morning. Go ahead, Dr. Dayal.
Artika, I completely understand this. I mean, it is not final till the last vote is counted, but please don't deny me my joy. So, so that is what I was talking about. The thing I was talking about, the question that you asked me, that whether there's going to be any ripple effect. So everything, we could talk about ripple effects. We could talk about the fact how one thing is affecting the other, or we could also look at it in a sense that what is the general feel of the populace of the country? How is the country thinking? We could say that we won the mayor election in Chandigarh a few days back. That has had some impact on Delhi. We ourselves were saying so, that even that would have an impact in Delhi. And or just now we heard Nalini saying that the Purvanchali vote will get affected, and this will have an impact in Bihar. But I think the good part is that I would want to also look at it. Yes, the ripple would be there, but I would want to look at it as that overall we are doing something good for the country. Mr. Modi is delivering. I mean, the budget has just shown that to us, that this is a government that cares. You've given away 1 lakh crore and still you are saying that I'm going to reduce the fiscal deficit, which means corruption is low. It is not, things are not being siphoned off, and people are recognizing that. The credibility is high. I mean, what has worked in Delhi, I would say the credibility that a party which came into power with the slogan anti-India corruption, people felt they were the ones who were going to fight corruption, today are actually fighting for the right to be possibly the most corrupt party ever in the history of Indian politics. So that is what has happened. About 41% of the Aam Aadmi Party candidates have serious criminal charges against them. And these are the people who had said we are coming in to cleanse the politics of the country. So possibly and rightly, it is what the BJP is doing, what it is delivering, what Mr. Modi is doing, that the people are recognizing, and that is where we are getting the support of the people.
Can I get Babi Badal and Madhavan and Mr. Kotian to come in? But before that, the BJP's Delhi leadership is now talking about not just the confidence of forming the government, but also what might happen to Kejriwal after that. We had a BJP leader earlier on the program saying that the Aam Aadmi, it will be the end of the AAP, and Arvind Kejriwal will remain now a convicted criminal, that there will be no tears shed for him. So there's serious questions to ask about what happens to the AAP now. But let's just play out what the Delhi BJP chief is saying. Let's take a look.
रुझानों का स्वागत करता हूं, लेकिन साथ ही कहता हूं परिणाम आने दीजिए। परिणाम पे हम बताएंगे आपको। दिल्ली की जनता ने एक वर्डिक्ट दिया है भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ, और विकास का मॉडल जो माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का, उसको सलाम किया है। मुझे रुझानों से ऐसा लगता है। लगातार हमारे भी उद्देश्य यही था कि अरविंद केजरीवाल उन मुद्दों पे बात करें जो दिल्ली की जनता के हैं। वो गरीबी, जो टूटी सड़कें, उससे भाग रहे थे, गंदे पानी से भाग रहे थे, सीवेज के ओवरफ्लो से भाग रहे थे, शीशमहल शराब पे जवाब नहीं दे रहे थे। तो हमने इन्हीं मुद्दों पे चुनाव लड़ा, जनता उस पर अपना फैसला दे रही है। दिल्ली का मुख्यमंत्री दिल्ली का ही कोई बच्चा होगा, आप भी हो सकते हैं, ये भी हो सकते हैं। हमारे लिए ये विषय बहुत मतलब गौण है। हम ये मानते हैं केंद्रीय नेतृत्व करेगा, हमारे लिए दिल्ली का विकास सर्वोपरि। हमने पूरा एजेंडा दिया है आपको कि दिल्ली में जितनी विकास की योजनाएं माननीय केंद्र सरकार की थी, वो जो रोकी हुई थी, उसमें आयुष्मान योजना है वो शुरू करना है। हमें दिल्ली में विकास को लेकर जो आगे पानी के हर घर नल पे जल देना है, सड़कों का विकास करना है, यमुना के प्रदूषण पे काम करना है। दिल्ली में इतने काम है कि 24/7 लग के काम करना पड़ेगा। हमने पहले दिन कहा था कि जिस दिन भारतीय जनता पार्टी का गठन होगा उसी दिन सभी घोटालों की जांच के लिए SIT का गठन होगा।
Well, the BJP has begun celebrating, even though Kartikeya refuses to call the election. The BJP has called it for itself. These are the celebration shots that are pouring in. I love those shades. What's with that? Anyway, sorry, I got a bit distracted because they were rather compelling. Just before I go to Babi Badal, Abhijit, is this a new template for how the BJP is going to fight elections, or are they just going to adjust and shift gears state by state? Because Delhi has not been a typical BJP election, right? Not just because Modi was used sparingly, but also because it wasn't the usual kind of rhetoric. Maybe they recognized that Delhi doesn't vote like that, think like that. There was no Hindu-Muslim rhetoric. They banked big on the budget. They banked big on the income tax exemption, and they banked big on basically focusing on how Kejriwal is not the guy you thought he was.
I think the Kejriwal focus was a lot less, at least in the ground campaigning I saw. There wasn't too much focus on Kejriwal per se. Smart decision too, with the benefit of hindsight now, I guess. But like Kartikeya, I'm not going to call this till it's actually all in.
Yeah.
In Haryana, there were also tactical mistakes made by the Congress, which I would blame for a lot of what went wrong for the Congress in Haryana. Specifically, the sort of over-Jatization of their campaign, which led to counter polarization happening with all the other communities. But of course, the BJP played it very smartly to cash in on that counter polarization, right? In Maharashtra, it was a combination of cash games plus caste games, getting your electoral equation perfect in that particular permutation combination. In Delhi, what I realized was, and Delhi is the only state I can talk about because I've seen these campaigns up close properly, was that it was persuasion. It was actually going to people's houses that they decided were not voting for them in the state election, but voting for them in the central election, and saying, "Aap kyun nahi vote kar rahe hain? Hum aapke liye kya kar sakte hain? Hum aapki kya madad kar sakte hain?" They were going home to home only to these houses and sort of cajoling them and asking them what they can do. I believe that difference, that 5 to 6%, whatever it is, difference that has come about in their vote share in the state election has come about because of that cajoling and persuading. In addition, of course, to all the tax things plus the freebies they've announced. I don't think they intend to stick to those freebies. Nobody ever does. Because I don't know if you heard all the podcasts that Kejriwal did before the elections. But every one of them asked him, wo 2100 rupees ka kya hua? And he said, abhi aane wala hai, abhi de denge, is bar vote karo, de denge, and things like that. There was no money to give. So, that had kind of gone past its use by date. But this is a good thing. You're seeing the BJP adapt its campaign completely because the Delhi template was totally different. And I didn't pick it up till you just pointed that out to me. So this is really your analysis, not mine. But yeah, it's sort of micro adjustment to suit the sentiments and unique character of each state that we're seeing, which we haven't seen before. So good. Absolutely. I mean, they've learned from what happened in 2024.
Yeah. Now Kejriwal is leading, but guess by how much? 243 votes, right? So this is how
223 actually. 223.
Okay, 223. That's already changed. Can we correct the banner, please? Kejriwal is leading by 223 votes, and that's how much of a good fight Parvesh Verma is putting up. Parvesh Verma, the son of Sahib Singh Verma, former Chief Minister of Delhi. But also there's a triangular contest unfolding there with Sandeep Dixit also in that seat. Kartikeya, yes, you're wanting to.
But Sandeep Dixit, as some had expected, is not been able to get as many votes as one would have thought. So at this point, from the ECI website, Mr. Kejriwal is at 7949. That's roughly 8,000 votes. Mr. Parvesh Verma is at 7726. Yes, Sandeep Dixit is at 1351. It's less than 20% of what the top two candidates are getting.
Okay.
So as much as
did I lose Karthik there?
Rose.
Karthik, are you able to hear me? Yeah, Karthik froze. All right. We'll bring him back for that. I think the point was whether it's 223 or 243, it's really only slender. There's a tough fight going on. There's a question mark over whether Arvind Kejriwal will win his own seat. He's leading by a very, very slender margin of a couple of hundred votes. Let me bring in Babi Badal, Mr. Kotian and Madhavan. Babi Badal, as an Aam Aadmi Party leader, are you very, very disappointed? Kya kahenge aap, sir?
No, Barkha. On the contrary, I am very proud of Mr. Kejriwal. And let me tell you, if I were in the BJP, I would not be proud of my party, how this election has been fought. And I am a big fan of yours. So I will tell you, let's get 3-4 facts right. One is the absolute, you can say the absolute simplicity of Mr. Kejriwal's message was that I am doing this work. I have done schools, I have done hospitals, and I haven't been able to do Yamuna. And this is what he told people. And look what BJP's basic message was, that if you don't vote for us, you are not a good Hindu. They were talking about Article 370. They were trying to communalize. They were trying to talk about Gurkhas.
But Babiji, Mr. Kejriwal used a phrase mass genocide. These are not phrases you use loosely. And he said, oh, the water is going to cause a mass genocide.
I agree.
That is when I heard that. When I heard that, I said he's nervous. Because aise kaun baat karte hain?
Barkha ji, I agree. We went a bit far on that. But let me tell you, ammonia levels were rising in the Yamuna. So it is not as if we concocted the story, we made it up, or we used it for propaganda. It is not like that. Actually, ammonia levels rose by 700%. So, but the basic thing is, if we let BJP get away with it, look, they manipulated Haryana elections. They manipulated Maharashtra elections. They tried to add votes, subtract votes, and Election Commission just gave them the go-by. Matlab, Election Commission was not to be seen. They could only act against Aam Aadmi Party CMs. They raided the Punjab CM's house. They put a parcha on Atishi ji. So I think constitutional posts and positions in this country are under serious threat. Whatever happens, whatever the result is, we will respect the mandate. But let me tell the BJP, they have to start earning the mandate, not to steal the mandate by being clever.
Okay, cleverness is legal. So I wouldn't say cleverness amounts to stealing the election, but yes, the AAP is upset. You have made those points. I just want to stay focused on the numbers. The numbers right now, if you look at the sort of changes on your screen, Madhavan, Mr. Kotian, let me bring you in for quick comments. Basically, the AAP at the moment is falling more than 11 percentage points from its last vote share in 2020. The BJP going up from 47, the BJP at 47.96%, up from its 38.7% last time. The Congress also showing an improvement in its vote share from 4.3% to about nearly 7%. And the others, I think Abhijit had mentioned MIM, so that's probably in that. The others have about 2% vote share. Right? The others all cumulatively as of now. Kejriwal is leading, but only very, very slenderly. Madhavan, your take, and then Rakesh Kotia.
My favorite analogy in all this, Barkha, is always asterisks in the Roman Empire. So Arvind Kejriwal is like Delhi's Gaul village, and the Roman Empire is Narendra Modi's Julius Caesar. So we have this huge backup. Unfortunately, the campaign was such that Kejriwal, instead of sounding like vital statistics or asterisks, started sounding like cacophonics towards the end of his campaign. But humor apart, I feel the BJP's success, I do not think, I have said this before after the exit poll, and I'm even more confident today, that it's a Pyrrhic victory for BJP, which means a victory that comes at a very high cost. If, as Abhijit Iyer Mitra says, the promises are not meant to be fulfilled, then it's a different game. If the promises are meant to be fulfilled, look at this laundry list of promises. They're amazing. Even if 60% of these come
hold
through.
Hold it a little bit in front of your face so we can see what you're holding up.
Yeah, I think everything from pensions to LPG cylinders to budget provisions of income tax to KG to PG free education, Yamuna to be clean, landfills to be clear, new colleges to be built. I mean, this is amazing, Barkha. Let me get a bit philosophical because we always discuss only basic numbers in campaign. I have to give you the theoretical basis for what I'm saying. We have in economics, in capitalism, something called the countervailing power, which basically means that even if you do not win, if you can influence behavior on the other side, it is a big victory. And Schumpeter is also credited with the theory.
You're saying Kejriwal's influenced the BJP behavior? Basically.
Absolutely. In fact, he's converted. Let me quote George Bernard Shaw. I've not been very able to verify the quote that a politician will do anything to win, even tell the truth. Now, in the case of BJP, Hindutva party will even turn welfareist if that is what is required. And BJP, I don't know about religious conversion. Kejriwal has succeeded in ideological conversion, and that is a victory. And tactically, I mean, I have a lot to say on the future of the India alliance because the Congress has proved the point.
Can we come to that? Can we come to that after we get
one small point?
Yes.
Let me give you a nice one takeaway line. BJP was not campaigning in this election. It was choreographing. From CAG report to LG's behavior, it is like Jeff Thompson and Lily bowling with 4 slips and 2 gullies. And, you touch the ball, you get out. If you leave the ball, you get out. So I think Kejriwal's 43% vote share for me sounds like a victory because I've seen BJP winning only 3 parliament seats in the national parliament in 1984. You never say never in politics. So Babbi Badal is somewhat right,
Okay. I want to welcome Sandeep Ghosh to the program. Rakesh Kotian, are you taking some satisfaction from the fact that the Congress has increased its vote share, touching nearly 7%?
Barkha, I'm a great follower of yours for the last 25 years.
Thank you.
And I was extremely close to Oscar Fernandez ji. I was his man Friday in Bombay from his district of Pudupri. And I know you from that days. Now, there were two views within the Congress.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. There were 2 views in the Congress. Let me be blunt. If we fight, are we taking away the votes? And I think I'm sorry, most of them, right from India Today TV, has been saying if we fight, we are going to take away the AAP votes. Whereas my views were very different. This election was on the basis of AAP rule. So if there is an anti-establishment vote, we will get into that. It is not that we are the B team of BJP. We were actually the B team of AAP. So it's a very different, I don't know. I heard a variety of people. I was the first person to tell Askarji we are winning 2004 after India. And he got me right because 4 or 5 days before, Andhra, Naidu won and we won. So I was, whatever seats AAP are getting today, it is for Congress. Because people feel, and as all of them have agreed to, I agree to the point the whole election was how much percent of the middle class will BJP hold on to post MP and this. And my view was because of Manmohan Singh's death, he was the darling of the middle classes, and Sheila Dixit, we are more in a position to take away that vote than maybe a BJP. So, and Muslim votes, if you see the last elections, excepting for BR, generally they will vote, whatever we say, they will vote for the person who's most likely to defeat BJP. I am from Maharashtra, the same thing happened here. So I have never understood what all the media said. And that is what I had told. I'm extremely close to Ajay Makanji and Pawar Keraji now.
But
and
can I ask you something? You've said something very important. You have revealed here that there were 2 views within the Congress on whether to fight the AAP. Looking at these numbers, do you think it was correct to fight the AAP or not?
I feel whatever number AAPs are having today, now it is too early to call an election. It was 29-42, now it is 28-42. We need only 7 seats. As you said, Kejriwal is leading by 200, 300. We are maybe half an hour back, we were on the third round of counting. Now it may be fifth or sixth round of counting. So I feel we have not allowed
Let's
the
go to
entire
Karthik, who
BJP
wants
vote.
to show us a map. Yeah, Karthik, just go ahead. I don't know what you're saying something to me. I'm going to hand it over to you. Go ahead, Karthik.
No, I'm just saying, so Manish Sisodia is leading by 2,345 votes as per the ECI website, Barkha.
Yes, because I must say that something went on a banner that looked absolutely wrong to me. It said 20,000. And so I was like, what is going on? How can it be 20,000 when he was trailing just a few moments ago?
Yeah. So it's 2,000 plus, which is 2,345 to be precise at this point. Just 2-3 points. Can we just pull up the map that we're getting from the ECI right now? Barkha, this is like 2013. Okay, this is very interesting. When the AAP debuted, it did well in the central towards the eastern parts of Delhi, whereas the BJP did well in the peripheries. This is very similar to that as of now. Whereas in 2015, 2020, it was a complete sweep for the Aam Aadmi Party. So in 2020, whatever the BJP got was on the eastern side. But right now you can see it in two ways. It's a west versus east divide, but it's also a core versus periphery divide. And that I think will be very interesting to analyze later. Something what Abhijit was alluding to earlier.
But I just want to, before you talk about your map, there is now a 10-seat difference between the AAP and the BJP, right? So things are getting interesting.
That's swinging, right? I mean, what has happened in the last 20 odd minutes is that Aam Aadmi Party is trying really hard to cross that 30 mark, and BJP is trying hard to not fall from the 40 mark. So the two testing points are 30 for AAP and BJP 40. But one will have to admit that this image is very different from what we had 45 minutes back.
Agreed.
AAP was in the early 20s. And BJP was crossing 45 very comfortably for a very long period. Which is why we've been cautioning that still I would say it is very easy, sort of early to, not very, but I would still say it's early to call. Now, so the map is important because this will tell us a lot about
let's have the map back, guys.
The demographic preferences of the voters. Because if the middle classes have abandoned the Aam Aadmi Party, voted for the BJP, one has to understand that it doesn't happen lock, stock and barrel. It's a chunk. It's that one block of voters which can be decisive. But if Aam Aadmi Party is doing well in the core, it means that some part of middle class has still stayed with the Aam Aadmi Party. And that was expected. What is surprising is that on the periphery, the BJP's messaging seems to have worked. Because the peripheries are where you would have thought the Aam Aadmi Party to do well. Now, whether it is because of their messaging on the welfare schemes, whether it's the Jat consolidation because Parvesh Verma was de facto somebody sitting on the chief minister. It could be or the Gujars because of Mr. Viduri. So it could be anything, right? But that seems to have worked. So I think this is a very interesting pattern which will be analyzed later.
Yeah.
The other thing I would say is there are at least 2 seats. This is where the Congress should probably now look into who is the Delhi leadership after this election. Because they've been without strong Delhi leadership after Sheila Dikshit ji. You remember the last DPCC president when the elections happened was Mr. Subhash Chopra. I mean, our generation can't even connect with that individual. No offenses, but it's just that
it's not about age because people still know Sheila Dikshit. So it's not about age.
Exactly. It's a dynamism, right, Barkha? Exactly.
Yeah, absolutely.
At this point, there are two individuals who are actually runners-up in the seats as of now. Abhishek Dutt from Kasturba Nagar has been working for donkey's years now in his seat. Every time we hear that he fights a very good election.
Yeah.
So why is he not DPCC president? Mudit Agarwal from Chandni Chowk is at number 2 position right now. It is not the Aam Aadmi Party or BJP candidate. That's Jayaprakash Agarwal's son. If I'm not wrong. So it's Mudit Agarwal. So why are these people not a part of the core decision-making process?
Let Rakesh
even if they are, why are they not prominent faces? Sandeep Dikshit ji, with all due respect, is only polling 1350 votes at this point in time. So I think even the media attention is at times misplaced. We focus on the New Delhi seat, whereas somebody.
I think the media attention went to Sandeep Dixit for two reasons. One, because he was Sheila Dixit's son. Let's make no bones about it. And the Sheila Dixit sort of shadow, unspoken shadow, was over the city-state. And two, because he was fighting Kejriwal. I think if Sandeep Dixit had been fighting elsewhere and not taking on Kejriwal, he wouldn't have got the same amount of media attention. Before I come to Sandeep and then around the panel again, Rakesh Kotian, what do you have to say about the 7% vote share that the Congress seems to be touching now without it translating into any seats as of now?
Because this is what we had expected. We will be going up from 4% to 8 to 10%. We are at 7, maybe by evening we may go up. The point was the expectation of all channels were that we were cutting into the maybe the AAP votes. No, we were cutting into the BJP votes, the anti-establishment AAP votes, which would have come. And we were giving that particular, targeting that segment of middle class who considered Manmohan Singh as their darling of 91, 92. And of course, Sheila Dixit, as you said, Sanjay Dixit, she was one of the best CMs, which the other panelists said, for 15 years. Stayed away, as all congressmen like Manmohan Singh stayed away from dramatics and focused on work. So we were sure what was happening. It's only the media thing they did not want us to fight and maybe BJP to win a landslide. Now it is 35-35. Now, had we said this before, those anti-establishment votes would not have come. So we had to put up. Ajay Makan went overboard and said he's the terrorist and we wanted, and we were very clear in our total, whatever BJP may say, we are there, they were laughing. I saw Sanjay. See, I have a clear take. I was on NDTV panel when the Maharashtra elections took place, and postal votes we were equal. Never in history we are equal, always BJP. Postal votes were over and we went down. So I was told the EVM. That's it.
Okay. Now, basically, I want to say, I'll play out what
One more example of misplaced media. So I agree with your Sandeep Dixit point, but another misplaced point of attention was Alka Lamba's seat. Okay, she's securing 10% of the votes that the leader is securing on that seat, Kalka ji. I think she's still trailing, but she's securing 1,500 votes to what the leader is at the Ramesh Baduri right now. So my point is that the Congress needs to push forward these people, the Abhishek Dutt of the world, who've been fighting these elections really hard, and they should be the face of DPCC. We've not had one concrete face of DPCC since 2013. In 2019, in the Lok Sabha, Congress actually did really well because in 5 out of 7 seats, if I'm not wrong, they came back into the second position. And that was because they got the old guard back to contest the seats, including Shilaji herself.
There's a lot to analyze about what ails which party, but at the moment we just need to remain focused on the numbers. Half an hour ago, the gap between the two parties was way bigger. Now the BJP is leading in 40 seats and the AAP in 30 seats. Many of the high-profile candidates of the Aam Aadmi Party, it's going up and down for them, including Arvind Kejriwal and Manish Sisodia, who are now leading, but by slender and small margins, right? So we've got to see how this all ends. Arvind Kejriwal is currently in the lead, but when we last checked, it was by about 240 odd votes. Manish Sisodia was leading by 2,000 votes. Atishi, the Chief Minister of Delhi, it should be said, is still trailing. Before I come to Sandeep Ghosh for his first comments, Ramesh,
but I'll just add one more point, that if you look at the leads right now from the ECI website, the BJP's leads look more solid than the Aam Aadmi Party leads.
Explain that.
In terms of the margin right now, the BJP's leads are coming on seats where the margin is pretty substantial, in the thousands. And in terms of the number of seats where they're leading by hundreds, the AAP's proportion is higher. So my point is, the AAP's leads are more tenuous than the BJP's leads. Right?
Yeah, I think that's a very important point. Now, what did Priyanka Gandhi Vadra say when she was asked about how the Congress might do in Delhi? Take a look.
I don't know, I haven't checked yet.
This says that it's a weak seat for BJP. And what you say?
BJP clear victory, 15 seats.
I haven't seen the results. Just writing.
So she said she's just landed from wherever and she hasn't seen the results, which is a slightly odd comment for a major leader of the Congress to make on counting day. I don't think her party colleagues would have wanted her to say that she's not seen the results. Sandeep, your thoughts?
Slightly lighter note to Karthik, saying that why is Abhishek Dutt not the president of DPCC is like saying why is Shashi Tharoor not the president of Congress. So these sort of equations don't really work.
Good point. Good point.
And I call the Congress, I think I told on your show the other day, I called it the Nota Party of Delhi. People who didn't want to vote for AAP, who didn't want to vote for BJP, have gone and voted for Congress. So it is the Nota Party, and that puts in a very interesting question, Barka, digressing slightly, what happens to the future of Congress in other states? It's a very thing, like if an RJD doesn't take on Congress, it can again play Nota out there. Now that may harm it. But if it takes on Congress might they may give away more seats, which Congress would lose, and where is the greater loss? What's happening there? So I think it's a very enviable situation. But overall, I think finally it depends on where does AAP land, and within AAP also, I think it'll be very critical to see whether Arvind Kejriwal retains his seat or not, because I consider this defeat.
Oh my God, Kejriwal is trailing right now by 255 votes. He was leading by just about as much couple of minutes back, Sandeep. Sorry to interrupt you. Yeah,
no, but this will be very narrow, Barka. Those of you who and Karthika who've been following Delhi elections sometimes it goes down to the wire in number of constituencies. So it's too early to call that as yet. But assume a big if Arvind Kejriwal loses, how is it? How AAP is going to unravel? Because my own assessment is, amateur as it may be, Arvind Kejriwal was earlier the whole and soul, the only face of AAP. But over the years, to some extent, the other leaders have relatively improved their image within AAP. Arvind Kejriwal has not been very kind to people like Manish Sisodia, etc., when they were put behind bars, and they have developed their own equity. And if Arvind Kejriwal loses his grip here, I don't know how this is going to. What is the spillover going to be?
I think it's an excellent question. Kejriwal is currently trailing by 225 votes to Parvesh Verma of the BJP. Another excellent data point from Karthik is that for the BJP, all leads are greater than a margin of 1,000. For the AAP, 7 out of 30 leads are smaller than a margin of 1,000. So the AAP is on a stickier wicket even in its leads than the BJP. Those are excellent points. I want Nalini. I think Nalini, we'll take a last comment from you. What this means for brand Kejriwal, you see, and what it means for the Congress. Again, the gap has widened a bit. The BJP is now leading in 41 to the AAP's 29. The Congress is in 0 with a gain in vote.
And you're right that they really have to do a real analysis on their template. Should be some very hard facts. But coming to the BJP, if we are talking about Pravesh Verma as being a kind of suggestion for Chief Minister, what is interesting for us citizens to know is how his declared income went up 7 times in 5 years. That would be something that we should definitely pursue like hounds, because if he's now, it looks as if he will be the Chief Minister. We really need to know that. We were talking earlier about the RSS's the fact that it went from door to door, and the BJP really leaned on the RSS this time as it did in Haryana and targeted targeted going from door to door. So I would say, therefore, now the BJP new president will be somebody close to the RSS. That seems to me as something that we should be looking at. And in the list that Madhavan, in the ad that Madhavan ji showed to everybody, he read out a few things. I'm not sure that air pollution was one of the things that the BJP is guaranteeing. And why would we? We would hound Mr. Pravesh Verma for his legal income having gone up 7 times. We should also now hound.
Okay.
What about air pollution?
Okay, Nalini, thank you. Thank you. We're going to let you go for the moment. I'll also say thank you to Rajesh ji. Rajesh ji, just before we let you go, very quick 30-seconder. What number or what percentage of vote would satisfy you as a Congress leader? Because you said there were two views on whether to fight the AAP.
Yeah. The view was from the different AAP party constituents like Samajwadi Party, TMC, and we should not fight. And our view was very clear that we are fighting and taking away the expected middle class vote, which would have otherwise swung away to BJP. BJP was trying, and we were trying to get in between that. The whole election was whether BJP can hold on to the votes which it gets incrementally during the national elections. And it goes back to AAP. And we were very sure, and that everybody was sure, there is a huge anti-incumbency of AAP. So how much of that can we prevent going to BJP because of our middle class? One was Manmohan Singh this and one was Sheila Dixit. The reason why Sandeep Dixit was there is to cash on to the Sheila Dixit's image of 15 years. So we were clear we are doing very well, at least doubling our vote share. And that was our this thing, to increase our vote share and to prevent BJP from coming to power. We have our internal wranglings in India group, and we will have. They want Mamata Banerjee with 40 out of 540 to come and lead. So we cannot go to TMC and say we have 5 seats and allow us to lead Bengal. So that will happen and we will find it out. And that is our internal wrangles, and we will take out. BJP can be happy. I will give them a warning as of now. Eknath Shinde, what they have done, Nitish Kumar will be shifting 4 months before. So he took away the national elections from us. Had he not sung, we would have got that 36.
All right, thank you for being candid. Also about the two views within the party. Dr. Tayal, before we let you go, a last word from you, and then we'll come back to our analysts.
So I'll also like Mr. Madhavan started. So the Gaul village and the Roman Empire, only the difference here is the magic potion is with the Roman Empire. So that is what is actually happening. So now, typically, what has happened, what I feel is what has happened, if you analyze the Delhi poll percentage prior to Aam Aadmi Party, like 2012 or so, you would find there was a big jump in the poll percentages after Aam Aadmi Party came in. Now, what we're wondering, what's gone wrong today, I think it is that poll percentage, those people who'd come in with Aam Aadmi Party, who with the Aam Aadmi Party no longer being the Aam Aadmi Party, nothing about Aam Aadmi about it any longer, they are the ones who've deserted the party, and that is where we have also seen a fall in the poll percentage also. You've come in and now suddenly you've sworn on your kids and everything, and today you have sheesh mahals and you are not going to get out of your Wagonars. All that is gone, nothing Aam about you any longer. So I think that is where what has happened. The other thing which he mentioned, or Mr. Madhavan mentioned, is that possibly AAP has impacted BJP and BJP has become welfareist. I think Antodaya is something which is ingrained in our constitution from day one. And if the vaccines were given out, if 80 crore people are being given food, so on and so forth, there is a lot. Just look at that micro. The other thing he says, when you intend to fulfill the promises, yes, we intend to fulfill the promises, we will fulfill promises. And the last thing which I would leave, or before I leave, I would want to say is where I'm a little disappointed. I have been waiting till now. I don't know how much longer before the EVMs get blamed. So we are all waiting. I don't know what is keeping Aam Aadmi Party. Thank you so much for having me on the show. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. See you later in the day, Dr. Tyal. Thank you so much. Madhavan, I know you have to go as well. Let's get a quick last word from you before I introduce some of our continuing guests and some of the new guests who are joining us.
I think Arvind Kejriwal is not famous for introspection, but this is a moment for him to introspect. I think I was just joking that, this election showed that Congress, I was having a good laugh when the Congress man said that he was out to defeat BJP because the Congress was nowhere in the sight. Its purpose is to actually have a practice session for the India Alliance, because if you look at what happened in Kashmir, where Congress was happy to ally with the National Conference. In Haryana, Aam Aadmi Party showed something to Congress, and this was payback time in Delhi. So that would bring a sobering effect on the India Alliance leaders, and it might have its impact on Bihar. And Arvind Kejriwal, as part of a fielding team, as I say, now that is in the opposition, will have to go that extra mile, because
you're calling the election. We haven't called it yet. But
I've called it because
likely.
I was going to joke that Kartikeya deserves a job in the election commission because he was sounding pretty bureaucratic. I think his own data, his own data is abundantly clear that the BJP is winning this seat. The margins.
I would be keenly watching which are the seats in which Congress played the TV for Aam Aadmi Party. I would be also looking at what it means for the India Alliance, because there's a very effect of arrangement things being Haryana, things will be. Let me draw a cartoon for you, which is to say,
झाड़ू तब तक नहीं चलेगा जब तक हाथ उसे पकड़ेगा नहीं.
So this is something that Aam Aadmi Party might want to introspect on. But as of now, I see Aam Aadmi Party delivering very well on the ground, being very sprightly and energetic, but they lack a sense of introspection. Congress likes to introspect, but is highly tactical in its strategy. I think this was a tactical election for Congress, not strategic. Bihar would be strategic, so I will be watching Bihar more carefully, because Bihar. So all that, there's much more.
Like I always say, I would like to leave with that one line on a picture of it. But as far as national politics is concerned, Aam Aadmi Party will have to like to field and hold BJP accountable for all this. Okay. Thank you. Let you go. I want to welcome our guest, Aam Aadmi Party, with us. And you could stay with us. I'm going to say thank you now, and Michael is also joining back in a moment. But actually, that's why you want to join us. I'd like to present the Minister of the Aam Aadmi Party, Ashwini Shah of the BJP, the party of the Congress, and Kartikeya is back with us. You missed that one. You are Babu, we said Kartikeya will be Ashwini before the election. What's the next one? Are you calling it? Not calling it. Not calling it. And just add what Babu said. Yeah. Yeah. Opposition.
Modi Light plus RSS formula mean for the Sangh Parivar, their new formula for assembly elections?
So, I would say Kejriwal would be out for a while. But for me, the main thing was split in the party. I would be looking towards that, because there are things you hear in Punjab. I don't know how accurate they are. But there is a high chance of a split if he loses his own seat. Secondly, if he loses the election, is probably what will happen. Number one. Number two, what happens after is I would put it past Kejriwal to reinvent himself. the assembly elections. Unlike the BJP, I don't think it's reoriented power in the government policy. In the electoral equation, yes, it has reoriented power, but in the electoral equation, I do not think it's reoriented power.
That said, I think you will see the RSS probably pushing
Decentralizing power to more regional satraps, which has always been their preferred model. They do not like centralization as a rule. I suspect that what's going to happen is an evolution of these things. That's a very interesting thing, because whatever happens, there will be an impact on the dynamics within the Sangh Parivar, and the idea that the RSS may push for some amount of decentralization of power. It is a very, very perceptive comment from you. I really have to go through it, so if I could encapsulate it. In the mainstream, there is a time where it's still a time, otherwise I think it's a time. Let's get comments from any issue that I start with you, but you know, in a bit of topic. So, I understand that what leads for the BJP that we are seeing 27 out of 5,000. I think for Aam Aadmi Party that number is 41.89. So, in percentages, that means over 60% of the seats for which we are getting data are for BJP. Over 60% seats are over 5,000, which is also comfortably marginal. There's for Aam Aadmi Party number is less than 50%. So, what I'm being about is that by 27 seats, I think that, you know, it will be something that makes something dramatic. Without being wrong, but in the number of problems, also 7, 8 problems have been something. But the remaining seats, you know, the difference from 27 to 36 is genuinely dramatic. I think the Aam Aadmi Party, according to 29, seem to be in the comfort zone of 50 of their seats. It's going to see the percentage right. Not that convincingly. So, if I were to say, it back, you'd probably stick down and say, I have chance to win this one. But, in general, I think the past which convinces us to say at this point that the door is slightly open for the Aam Aadmi Party, but it's going pretty fast. Okay, let's, I think the way you explained the leads is also very interesting. The BJP definitely has stronger grounding in its own leads than the Aam Aadmi Party. That's the point that that's the cut you was trying to convey. Before I come to the politician, I just want you to add something to come in with a comment here. At the moment, we're not officially calling it the BJP without its main influence to the contender. On the back of its organizational strength, with help from the RSS, not campaigning on polarizing issues this time, seems to be in good position to form the next government today. And this is going to have consequences for everybody. The dynamics of the Sangh Parivar, of course, but also Assembly coach that Arvind Kejriwal will lead the Congress. The economic and monetary opposition. You haven't seen the result as a major Congress leader. What does it mean? Should I call it? Yeah, thank you, Barka.
If one looks at the vote share, I mean, forget the seats for the moment. If one looks at the vote shares, 46% for the BJP and 43% for the AAP. I don't think the AAP has performed badly. The strike rate is, is low, but then, I mean, I would have expected the BJP to sweep this election. The way they were talking about the Aam Aadmi Party and the absence of the Congress and all that, but it's very, very close. I mean, on the ground, Aam Aadmi Party perhaps will retain, say, about 45% of the vote share. And if the BJP is also 45% with a better strike rate.
Yeah, that's what it looks like right now. See, the AAP is at
like that. Yes.
It's on your screen. The AAP is at about 43.34%, and the BJP is at about 46.7%. So the vote share is not difference is not massive between them.
So it's just the strike rate. They have not been able to convert it into seats. The votes have got a little dispersed. So the vote share tells us a very different story, that the AAP story is still not over. But having said that, what usually happens with the BJP is that once they have won an election and somebody has lost an election with a decent vote share, they still end up consolidating their position by either breaking that party or going all out to sort of offer special packages to the constituencies that have not favored them hugely or whatever, and then they try to consolidate their position. Between one election and another, you will always see the BJP's vote share would have gone up from the first who lost the election. That at least happened in the case of the Congress party. See, wherever the Congress party has lost to the BJP, between one assembly election and another, the vote shares have always sort of widened. The difference has widened. So I don't know if that is going to be the case with the AAP. It may not be, because Aam Aadmi Party is a regional party. It's a party, at least, thinks of itself as a Delhi and a Punjab and a Haryana party. So they may have new ways of fighting the BJP. And also, please remember, between now and the next general election, a lot of things would have changed. Modi would not be the same Modi that he is today. So there may be new arguments, we still don't know. But the tragedy is, Barka, Aam Aadmi Party started out as a party which wanted to offer a national alternative to the political discourse that was there. And then being another mainstream political party. That's another one. So the kind of accusations you hear against them, the kind of language that Aam Aadmi Party is using, especially Arvind Kejriwal, the kind of feeling of lying, and manipulation, or the case, the out-manipulated himself. What is the category of somebody who makes a good point about the vote share of the states and the gap not being very large between the Sunday coalition and what comes to you. So this point is very different to why the Kejriwal is his own seat. In this scenario, the Kejriwal loses his own seat, the Aam Aadmi Party is very well. Despite the fact that the vote share that they stand on the stack up, are radically different between the BJP and the AAP. Sunday. Sunday, yeah, I wanted to say Aam Aadmi Party situation would be very different from what they so the Kejriwal hasn't been. I was playing by 228 votes. There is also an implication in the long term. Because I personally believe that the idea of Aam Aadmi Party has not yet died out. It is Kejriwal who has become discredited. Everybody is not like that. But very interesting idea. Yeah. It's lost the trust of his constituents. And most importantly, also lost the trust of his allies. So Congress is there's some other trust. Congress according to and other people. They are saying Kejriwal is the most dangerous politician. BJP believes in research. Congress and others believe in research. Because of this, inflated ambition. If Kejriwal doesn't do just what I think Aam Aadmi Party has an opportunity to reinvent itself. If it becomes the larger reality, it comes to become a regional party rather than having this aspiration of becoming the next prime minister of the country, etc.
And then I think it has a better chance of reinventing itself. If Kejriwal wins, I think he will be like a mall tiger, and he will be a major disruptor. Though he will not have the LT on his side, unlike BJP, he would try to again stall BJP on his tracks, and he's going to be quite a problematic candidate. Now, this vote share percentages is very interesting because Kartikeya would know the composition. It's very interesting. Like I saw one analysis which shows AAP still retains a higher women's vote, which normally is the swing which changes. So, the composition of this voting percentage is very different. So, still, I don't think still the final outcome will change. But it becoming a fight to the wire is entirely possible.
All right. I really have to go to Ashwini, Pooja, and Nimi now. Kartik, so make it short, brief. Yeah. Kartik,
no, Barka, I think that even if Aam Aadmi Party gets 43%, it's a solid party, but the perspective is not that today. The perspective is the slide is from 54 to 43%.
So I think that despite having maintained a decent level, the slide is huge. It's 11 percentage points, roughly 10 percentage to 11 percentage points. 8 percentage points of which is going to the BJP and 2 percentage points to the Congress. So when we started this election, the gulf was always wide. I don't think a lot of us thought the BJP will ever be able to sweep the election because they had to cross a lot of this gap. They've been able to do it, it seems, which is why you see 48-27, because the starting point was really high for the Aam Aadmi Party. So again, the levels might look good for the Aam Aadmi Party, but the decline is really sharp.
Right. I think that's an important point, Sugata, since you were making that point about it's the fall. Let me bring in Ashwini, Pooja, and Nimi now. Nimi, first to you. It looks at the moment as a and that moment seems to be holding a fall from the 53% to about 43%, 10 points there from the last election. Now, certain amount can be attributed to anti-incumbency, but if Arvind Kejriwal loses his own seat, that will be a big knock for your party. Your response?
So, Barkha, first of all, few corrections. AAP is not a regional party; it's a national party. Second, AAP is not splitting. It is not affecting Punjab's prospects. Arvind Kejriwal is not going anywhere. He's going to remain the supreme of the party and poking in all the giants have some jokes and that is a key criminalizing AAP's strength and also the challenges that it has faced this time after having ruled Delhi for 3 times when every other agency and every other force and all the power and might and moves and other bits of the slave of BJP, they have been used to crush this party, to victimize this party, and to take a very poor image of the party and stick the wrong narrative in the mind of the electorate. So we are hearing the argue Mr. Arvind Kejriwal before the Supreme Court, your party will lose. Economics. See, when you have an election, you will win or you will lose. So you have to accept both the probabilities. No, we are not.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead. We had a mistake on the screen. I wanted to correct that.
Yeah,
Party is strong. Party is strong, and even while Arvind Kejriwal stayed in jail for a false allegation, the party still survived and thrived. And when he came back, he took from there. So party is not just one person. It is the blood and sweat of lakhs and lakhs of party workers, the ordinary karyakarta, people like me, people who have very high esteem of being Aam Aadmi Party's crusaders, because we believe in its policies, because it's a good governance, few unique government model and incorruptible parties, despite whatever the opposition say. So AAP, Aam Aadmi Party is here to stay, and AAP has changed the narrative. We will call it out every wrongdoing in politics. We will call it out every wrong game.
At the moment, as Karthik informs me, Arvind Kejriwal is trailing by 238 votes, and Parvesh Verma, I'm reading out what Karthik has written, he'll say it for himself. Parvesh Verma in 2025 may become what Kejriwal was in 2013. But Ashwini Shahi first, and then Dr. Pooja Tripathi, and then we'll come back to everybody else. Ashwini ji, picture khatam nahi hai, lekin box office ka trend saaf nazar aa raha hai. Let's put it like that. 42 leads for the BJP to Aam Aadmi Party's 28. And to put this in context, the BJP had 8 seats last time. So the jump we're talking about is from 8 to 42 as of now, without a CM candidate declared. Ashwini ji.
जी बरखा जी आज जो है अभी ट्रेंड को देख
एक मिनट आपको याद दिलाना चाहती हूँ कि आपने एग्जिट पोल के दिन कहा था, और मैंने आज वो लाइन बोरो की, आपने कहा एग्जिट पोल तो एग्जिट पोल है, एग्जैक्ट पोल में हमारा और भी बेहतर परफॉर्मेंस रहेगा. तो लाइन अच्छी लगी तो याद दिला रही हूँ आपको.
जी बरखा जी, आपको धन्यवाद और बधाई भी. जो ट्रेंड आ रहे हैं लगभग 11:30 हो रहा है. 1-1.5 घंटे के बाद जो है ये सारी चीजें लगभग क्लियर होनी शुरू हो जाएंगी. मगर इस ट्रेंड को देखकर ये लग रहा है कि दिल्ली की जनता ने एक अराजक, भ्रष्ट, झूठे व्यक्ति को दिल्ली से हटाने का फैसला ले लिया है, और वो सामने दिख रहा है, रुझानों में दिख रहा है. और उसके बावजूद देखिए जो दिल्ली नई दिल्ली की सीट है उसमें भी आगे पीछे चल रहा है, भी 283 वोट आपने दिखाया। तो अरविंद केजरीवाल जी का पीछे होना, शीला दीक्षित जैसे व्यक्तित्व को उन्होंने हराया है, वो जादूगर बनकर उभरे थे, लेकिन आज उनका जादू लगभग समाप्त सा। आप लोगों ने अभी, कार्तिकेय जी ने कहा कि वो समाप्त नहीं हुआ है और अभी चलता रहेगा। संदीप जी ने अभी कहा कि आइडिया, संदीप जी, अराजकता का आइडिया हिंदुस्तान को पसंद नहीं आया और नहीं आएगा। ये आइडिया जो था दिल्ली की जनता को बेवकूफ बनाने का था। इस धरती का जो हिंदुस्तान जो है, हिंदुस्तान की धरती पर दिल्ली दिल है, वहां की जनता को साफ हवा नहीं दे पाए, साफ पानी नहीं दे पाए। बिजली की बात करते हैं, वहां भी कितने झोल हैं, अस्पताल बना नहीं पाए, स्कूल बना नहीं पाए। ये सब चीजें इस झूठ से उकता गई थी जनता, और बार बार एक चीज को कहते हुए कि कांग्रेस, अब देखिए आम आदमी पार्टी और कांग्रेस दो पार्टियां यहाँ हैं। कांग्रेस तो समझ नहीं पाई कि आम आदमी पार्टी के साथ जाएं या विरोध में रहें। आज रिजल्ट देखिए क्या स्थिति है, उसको कोई नुकसान नहीं हुआ है। मैं ये देख रहा हूं कि कांग्रेस को कोई नुकसान होता हुआ मुझे नहीं दिख रहा है। जीरो थे, जीरो है, आगे आए हुए थे। ये 42 सीट और 28 सीट, ये बता रहा है कि हम 8% से आगे बढ़े हैं और वो 8% नीचे आएंगे। इसका मतलब कि दिल्ली की जनता को 12 लाख रुपए जो चीज आ गई, भाई चलो अच्छा है मिडिल क्लास के लिए भारतीय जनता पार्टी से मोदी जी की गारंटियों पर उनको भरोसा हुआ। ये अचानक जो है एक धूम की तरह उभरे, और मुझे लग रहा है कि धीरे धीरे ये अपने आप शांति का बढ़ रहा है। यहाँ है नीचे पंजाब भी आएगा, धीरे धीरे चीजें जो उत्तर प्रदेश में मायावती जी का हाल हुआ था, 4 बार मुख्यमंत्री बनी थी, और आज उनको उनका वोट शेयर 10% बचा हुआ, जो 27% से ऊपर हुआ करता था। वही स्थिति आम आदमी पार्टी की इस समय दिल्ली में हो रही है। मैं ये कहूंगा कि अपना पसंद है, लेकिन अभी जनता भाइयों को घर लगाने की पूरा साथ नहीं। जनता ने कुछ झूठे आदमी को जो अपने बच्चों की कसम खाकर दिल्ली की जनता के सामने आता है, और जो व्यक्ति विद्यालय की जगह विद्यालय को ये दिल्ली की जनता को सकते था। फिलहाल इन रुझानों के लिए आपको और देश की जनता को, दिल्ली की खासकर जनता को धन्यवाद। उनकी गारंटियों के लिए धन्यवाद। आने वाले 1-1.5 घंटे बाद, 1 घंटे, अभी तो अब आधे घंटे आपके साथ ही हूं, लेकिन उसके बाद भी शाम तक ये नतीजे जो है, रुझान नतीजों में बदलेंगे, ये आशा ही नहीं विश्वास है जी।
ओके, पूजा जी से पूछूंगी टू रिस्पॉन्ड टू बोथ द आप एंड अश्विनी जी की 1 सेकंड निमी कि 0 पे थी कांग्रेस, 0 पे ही रह गई। यस, सम वोट शेयर इंप्रूवमेंट गोइंग अप फ्रॉम 4.3 to about 7%, which is on the screen, not as of now being able to convert it into any seats at all. Pooja, yet I think the Congress might be privately happy at the defeat of the Aam Aadmi Party because your vote base possibly was the same. And how do you see what we are seeing? The BJP, I'm not calling it, but the BJP is in position to form the government. I don't know when Karthik will give us permission to call it, but this is what we see right now.
Barkha, I haven't called it yet. I've been on panels since 8 a.m., but BJP looks for a comfortable, crawling towards the comfortable win. And let me congratulate the whole Bharatiya Janata Party, their Delhi unit, for for actually going to form the government.
Yeah.
Can I just take off my Congress spokesperson hat for a 1 minute, and somebody who is young and who is keen into politics, who looks at politics from the close quarter? It's very easy to come back from a lost elections. It's elections and politics is all about losing and winning, but it's very difficult to come back from the lack of credibility, from the loss of credibility, and that's what has happened to Arvind Kejriwal today. The results show it. In spite of giving freebies, or in spite of announcing Pujari Samman and Mahila Samman, when what Delhi electorate saw through, what the people of Delhi saw through, that this government has been of somebody who has been of lies, deceits, talk about corruption, talk about liquor scam, talk about unfulfilled promises. And I think Arvind Kejriwal hasn't been in a position till now. And it would be interesting to see him how he handles being an opposition leader.
But I'm hearing you, and I sense a relief that Kejriwal is not going to be chief minister. As a Congress person, you sound more comfortable at the idea of a BJP government than of an Aam Aadmi Party government. Be honest. You took off your Congress hat. So I'm asking you, Sach batao, are you more comfortable with the idea of a BJP chief minister than Arvind Kejriwal? Pooja?
Barka, let's be honest, I'm not very happy, seeing somebody glass is half empty, our glass completely empty and somebody glass is half full will make us happy. It's not the case. Congress needs to work very hard. Sheila ji delivered a glorious Delhi government in her 15 years tenure. We could not convert that. But what I see here, I'll repeat what Pawan Khera ji, our chairman, media department said, that people like Arvind Kejriwal are a mockery to democracy. People like Arvind Kejriwal, they are the reason why people lose their faith in Andolan-led government, in somebody's, a government that comes out of streets, that comes out from the people, by the people, for the people. And that's what I'll accuse Arvind Kejriwal of. Yamuna and, there may be failed promises.
But you didn't answer me. Are you happier at the thought of a BJP chief
I'm not
minister?
happier. I would have happier if Congress had performed better. We would have got some seats.
Okay, all right. Nimi 30-second response, and I want to go back to Shugata, and Karthik has the
बरखा जी एक लाइन बोलना चाहता था आपकी इजाजत से।
जी बोले।
आपसे और कार्तिकेय भाई से एक निवेदन है कि अयोध्या नरेश को भी दिखाएं, जो आज से जो है वो एशियाड के अप्पू बन गए हैं, उनके बारे में भी थोड़ा सा एक न्यूज चला दें तो ज्यादा अच्छा रहेगा।
अच्छा, ओके कार्तिक प्लीज।
सुबह से मिल्कीपुर को ट्रैक कर रहे हैं शाही जी, और मैंने पर्सनली 3 बार अपडेट किया है व्यूअर्स को। ये ऐसा बस हुआ कि आप अभी आए हैं, बट हम 3 बार अपडेट सुबह से कर चुके हैं।
इट्स ट्रू अश्विनी जी, आप हमारी पुरानी फीड चेक करिए, लेकिन दोबारा भी अपडेट जरूर दिखाएंगे जिसमें बीजेपी।
जी। I just want to step in with some information why we are not calling it yet. Okay, it's all good to say the trends are stable, percentages are good, but the micro details matter if we want to call the election. So, for example, let's take where the BJP is leading. I see a bunch of seats where the BJP is leading with margins which are in the thousands, but where counting is just 20% done. So let's look at the seat of Badli. BJP leading by 3,900 votes, but counting has only been done. 4 on 20 rounds are completed. Mundka, 4,000 votes is the lead for the BJP, but the number of rounds counted is 6 on 25. If we then go down to Mr. Biduri's own seat, although he's leading by 2,800 votes, less than half the counting has been done. So if we look at, it's a small state, just 70 seats. For the Aam Aadmi Party to go from 26 to 34, 35 will take a flip of 7 to 8 seats. And round 2 as well, right? Where the Aam Aadmi Party is leading, there are some seats where the counting has not been more than 25 to 30 or 40%. So till the time we don't get some solidity on that front, we will not call the election. We don't want to give you wrong information.
Fair
we
enough.
might give it slow, but we won't give you wrong information.
And अश्विनी जी के लिए मैंने मिल्कीपुर का लेटेस्ट डेटा निकाला है, प्लीज अगर हम बैनर्स पे भी डालें। बीजेपी इज लीडिंग इन मिल्कीपुर by 28,679 votes. So that is the latest update from the seat of Milkipur. Sandeep, are you wanting to come in? Just go ahead, Sandeep. Sandeep, are you muted at your end? Because we can't hear you, please.
I didn't have really much to say at this stage, Barkha, except that, the whole comment about, I think that was perceptive about our Congress friend being happier with BJP being on the seat. Though I can understand she would have been happiest with Congress. But that, as somebody said on another channel, that's a magic scenario or magical thinking. But that apart, I think this is everybody. There will be, you see, I don't know what your friend who had said that after the 2015 election that Delhi is one big family, everybody is smiling at each other in Panchil Park. What kind of reaction would be there tomorrow? But I think there will be a sense of relief. Even if your pollution doesn't go away, I think there will be some degree of relief if the Aam Aadmi Party doesn't come back to power.
Let me bring in, I'm having a little chuckle there. Let me bring in Nimi. You needed a response, and then Sugata and Karthikeya. Yes, Nimi. Nimi, are you muted?
Difference.
Now, yeah.
अश्विनी जी, आपसे ये कहना चाहूंगी कि परसेंटेज डिफरेंस सिर्फ 3.5-4% का है, तो 8% कहकर आप लोगों के मैंडेट को डाइल्यूट मत कीजिए। और कांग्रेस प्रवक्ता से मैं कहना चाहूंगी कि द वे यू आर डिस्पैरेजिंग Arvind Kejriwal, who is the love of the masses, maybe after 5 years in 2030, again you will be reflecting on the glory of Sheila Dikshit ji. For last 15 years ago or 20 years ago, Delhi was like this and that. Don't just say by words, do something. Politics is about hard work. You got to slog every day in and out, not by saying fancy words about mass leaders you can make any inroads. And I don't know why there is so much of bitterness in the statements of Bharatiya Janata Party leaders. Even I see bitterness in the analysts. That defies the inner confidence that BJP is winning. It seems everybody is just waiting for that word when Arvind Kejriwal is crushed down and AAP is crushed down. I don't know why people sitting in the elite studios are hating Arvind Kejriwal when he has done so much for the masses, and masses simply love him. I find the difference mind-boggling.
Okay, Nimi, that politics is sadly all around ruthless and unforgiving and unsparing, and I think that's true for every party and every leader. I think,
but it should not be unilateral. It should be all-encompassing. Let's be critical of everybody's follies. Look at BJP, how they have used every immoral trick to bring AAP down. Why don't you talk about horse trading, about vote deletion, about Parvesh Verma distributing cash? Is that okay? Are you normalizing corruption in politics? No, we should not. If somebody is restoring the health of democracy, it is Aam Aadmi Party, because it is calling out their games. It is calling spade a spade. So that's why I hold my head high and say, yes, I belong to Aam Aadmi Party, and I'll continue to belong to this party, whether it is defeated or it's winning.
Okay. Let me bring in Sugata at this point. That's a passionate defense from Nimi Rastogi of the Aam Aadmi Party. And I think both you and Sandeep make the point that the idea of AAP is not dead. But I am saying that Arvind Kejriwal really has to win his own seat for the party to not be vulnerable.
Thank you, Barka. See, let me make a prediction, Barka. If Arvind Kejriwal is going to win a seat, even if he wins the seat by a very small margin, I have a feeling he may resign, because he's a greater nuisance on the street than inside the assembly. So I think that he'll try to play a completely different game. And as far as Nimiji's comments are concerned, see, even I don't know when she joined the Aam Aadmi Party, but I've been writing about the Aam Aadmi Party and looking at them very closely, even before they became a political party. And I was the only one who was extremely uncomfortable. I was the one who was extremely uncomfortable with their hyper-nationalism when they started out in 2011, because they embedded their idealism inside that hyper-nationalism, and they tried to sort of create a kind of camouflage, which I called out then and I call out now, because that's one political party which has adapted itself very fast. And unfortunately, they have become as corrupt as the BJP, at least perceptionally. See, there may be no report of a commission of inquiry or a court saying that they are this or they are that, but then perceptionally, they have adapted themselves so fast that they have embraced the crimes of every other mainstream political party. So that is where the problem lies. And if you look at the idealism component, you should not forget that people who started the Aam Aadmi Party, that is Yogendra Yadav, Anand Kumar, Prashant Bhushan, all these people went out and tried to create Swaraj Abhiyan and Swaraj Party. That was not successful. So Kejriwal has to be given that he's a very pragmatic politician. He adapted himself very fast. His ambition sort of became very, very large. But the other thing about this election is that he's not going anywhere, because with 43% is a huge thing. With less than that kind of a vote share, Barka, several state governments are formed. So 43% is not a small thing at all. He's not going anywhere. But the party that is going to go out of the mind space of the Indian voter is the Congress Party. Now, let me tell you why. Because see, from between now and the next general election, there will be a round of regional elections. Next is Bihar, then there's going to be Uttar Pradesh. Do you think in Bihar, the Lalu Prasad Yadav party, the RJD, will be comfortable in aligning with the Congress if it's performing and it's become this kind of a haggard, trying to pull down everybody. You think Akhilesh Yadav has already sort of branched out. He competed with Aam Aadmi Party in the Delhi elections. So Congress in the mind space of an Indian voter without a national agenda is going to sort of shrink even further. And Congress has to realize that its strategy. See, Rahul Gandhi has been talking endlessly about mandal politics. He has been talking endlessly about minority politics. He has been endlessly talking about Dalit politics. But you don't see anything getting translated anywhere, because that is the bastion of the regional parties, and they will not even allow him to get anywhere close to that vote share, because they obviously work harder and they understand things better.
So there are two things to discuss here. One, Sugata's argument that it isn't the AAP that's going to vanish from political mind space, it is actually the Congress. And two, I think, the point has been made by Sugata and others that the point, Nimi, to your question, why is Arvind Kejriwal being hated so much in studios across India today, could have something to do with the fact that he started his political career by judging everybody else, right? He would have a list of the corrupt every day, and today, what he used to do about other people has come back to bite him. Now, Anna Hazare, with whom he started the India Against Corruption movement, has just given a statement saying the AAP got tangled in liquor and money. Kejriwal's image was dented, hence they've got less votes. So I'm just putting this in perspective. I want Pooja to respond to Sugata's point about the Congress vanishing from mindspace. But Karthik, I want you to just take us through the very interesting triangular contest that's unfolding in Arvind Kejriwal's own seat, how Sandeep Dixit is performing, how Parvesh Verma is performing. While you get those numbers ready, Pooja, if you want to respond to
So I don't think that Congress is vanishing from the mind space. I mean, if you may not support of I think they just
bhagedari politics, and he certainly believes in that. And it's not just that is his school of politics. He's listening to every section of society, be it sabziwala, coolies, students, students from Northeast. This is Rahul Gandhi, who is actually asking the government right questions, from the Adani corruptions to anything, the mistreatment by the government, the mistreatment by US government to the illegal immigrants. So saying that Congress will vanish, I think it's too far-fetched to comment. We are in a very strong comment alliance with RJD in Bihar, in the next elections in Bihar. And Akhilesh Yadav may have supported Aam Aadmi Party in everybody's free to their democratic space. But in Lok Sabha 2 days back, he said कि हम कहीं नहीं जा रहे हैं, हम कांग्रेस के साथ खड़े हैं. So when it comes to Akhilesh Yadav, when it comes to Bihar regional politics, and this is where we stand. We are in a very, very strong alliance with the RJD, and we are very, hand to hand with Akhilesh Yadav.
Okay, Sugata wants to respond, and then Karthik has some fresh data points for us. Sugata?
No, Barka, I just want to draw your attention to a tweet by Omar Abdullah.
Yes, showed that. We showed that in the morning, and Karthik didn't agree with it. Can we have the tweet up, please? Yeah. Correct.
So that's the thing about the India alliance. Yeah. So you can't see friendships and alliances, Barka, are not subject to political expediency. That is exactly what has happened with the India alliance. So India alliance, the regional parties do not have a national kind of imprint, so they align with the Congress.
There's the tweet. There's the tweet. Yeah. Omar is memeing. Please remember that Omar is also a part of the India alliance, and he is basically doing memes on the AAP and the Congress.
Congress, yeah.
Yeah.
So in the national election, the regional parties make use of the Congress. And the Congress is not allowed to make use of the regional parties when it comes to the election, because that's only part of the logic that the Congress should develop a pan-national agenda. Borrowing the mandal argument here, a mandal argument there, a minority argument here, a welfarist argument there. I don't think the Congress has, a larger kind of a plan. No, they're moving from one crisis to another. They have become reactionaries in the sense that they respond to crisis and nothing else.
Yeah, I think Pooja will respond to that, but let's just get some fresh data points from Karthik, first looking at, in particular, Arvind Kejriwal's seat, and then zooming out.
Yeah, so Barka, so at this point, even at this point from New Delhi seat, Parvesh Sahib Singh Verma is leading with 430 votes. 8 on 13 rounds have been counted. Now, the gap is 430 and Sandeep Dixit has polled 2,800 votes.
Yeah.
That's an important piece of statistic to juxtapose against. The other data point that I think Shugata sir was sort of referring to, and I think it's important to understand this tweet by Omar Abdullah, why I don't take this very seriously yet is because Aam Aadmi Party is at 43.2, BJP is at 47. So the gap is roughly 3.7 percentage points. The Congress has increased its vote share by 2.3 percentage points. Okay. So even if that entire vote of the Congress were to go to the Aam Aadmi Party, hypothetically, even then the Aam Aadmi Party would have lagged behind. Maybe their seats would have gone up.
Yeah.
But that assumption that the BJP has taken all of the votes that would have gone to the Aam Aadmi Party is also flawed, because some of these are those votes which were unhappy with the Aam Aadmi Party, and if they had not voted for the Congress, either they would have sat at home or they would have voted for the BJP. So I will still not buy this argument till the time it goes down to the wire where the difference is 1 percentage point.
Karthik, what about Mustafabad, which is where the BJP has a big lead? If you want to talk about that seat, yeah.
So I will talk about Mustafabad, but I also have another data point which you might sort of enjoy because it's kind of it is as deep as data crunching goes. At this point, there are 6 seats where the Aam Aadmi Party is leading by less than 5,000, so slender, where counting is less than 50%. So I would still count those 6 seats as shaky. But the number of those seats for the BJP is 12. There are 12 such seats where the BJP is leading by less than 5,000 votes, where the number of rounds counted has been either less than or equal to 50%. So we are in that territory where some things might switch here and there. In terms of Mustafabad, BJP, this is a sure shot BJP seat now. And again, if you tell me that that's because the opposition vote has been split, I'm not buying it, because Mohan Singh Bish of the BJP is polling 63,000 votes. There are 3 Muslim candidates after that: Adil Ahmed Khan from Aam Aadmi Party, Mohammad Tahir Hussain from MIM, and Ali Mehdi from Congress. Even if you put together all of those votes, that is 36,000 votes. They are still behind by 26,000 votes. So I think this opposition unity angle will have to be explored only post the fine print of the results comes out. And if the margin is big enough, then it is the Aam Aadmi Party structural deficiency which have to be blamed more. But if the margin is very slender, and you see that the Congress has pushed up its vote share by something that is close in that range, then yes, one can say that probably an alliance might have made sense.
Ashwini ji, before Dr. Pooja responds, sorry, Sugata, you had a question or a comment?
Here,
I can't
see. So vote share that Karthikeya is very positive about. There's an increase in the Congress vote share. See, usually what happens is, Barka, 6 to 8% vote share pushes a contest where the number one party will have to look for an alliance partner. It has happened consistently. See, let me give you an example. 2013, when Yediyurappa took 6 to 8% vote share in Karnataka with his new political party, the BJP was reduced to 30%, and Congress was 33% and formed the government. So Yediyurappa was seen as causing the damage. Here, the 6% that the Congress is getting is a default thing. It is not a strategic thing. See, if they had done it strategically, if that 6 or 7% was a strategic damage in seats, then they would have been a player in the game. You know, I mean, they would have, Aam Aadmi Party would have needed the Congress to form a government. It's something like that. So this is a default game. This is not happening by design. So that's just the point.
Okay, but Karthik, before we get into this, I think Mustafabad has attracted the kind of attention it has because it's a Muslim-dominated seat where the BJP is set to win. And, there will be a lot of discussion on that.
Yeah, but I mean, so one thing when you get something constituency compared to the 2020, and then people like really huge and that's why Party got 98,000.
Jagdish Pradhan of the BJP.
But am I right? Are we right in saying that it's a seat with 70% Muslim population?
I will have to check the numbers for that, but I can't. But
Okay.
I mean, it's definitely a Muslim-dominated seat. It seems.
So if 70% is the Muslim population of Mustafabad and the BJP wins it, see, typically sometimes the BJP's good performance in in seats with strong Muslim populations is explained by, oh, they ran a polarizing campaign and the Hindu vote consolidated. In Delhi, there has been no polarization in the campaign. It's been a very different kind of campaign. One.
No. But there has been covert polarization. It's not been overt.
ठीक है, but 70%. But अगर 70% Muslim population है, that polarization theory doesn't work. It means the sizable number of Muslims have voted for BJP.
I don't know what that number is, so I will not speculate. Second, that at this point, Mustafabad has polled 10 on 20 rounds.
Okay.
10 on 20 rounds. So 10 rounds are still remaining. Having said that, at this point, the BJP looks very comfortably ahead. But if I were to go by the numbers from last time, BJP got 78,000 votes even last time, and Aam Aadmi Party got 98,000. At this point, Aam Aadmi Party is just getting 24,000 right now. None of the other candidates is getting anything beyond 4,000. So they're just another 10,000.
Okay, I want to just
it's like we are still waiting for the second half of the voter base to come in. And that's when the final picture will fructify.
I understand very briefly on Kejriwal's New Delhi seat. If Sandeep Dixit has polled 2,800 votes, is he now a factor that stands between Arvind Kejriwal's defeat and win?
Again, Barkha, this is exactly what I'm saying. Because Sandeep Dixit was doing door-to-door campaign in the high-rises of New Delhi seat. Imagine who is their natural party for those people. And Sheila Dikshit ji has this connect not just with the lower classes of Delhi, but also the middle and the upper middle classes. So how does Sandeep Dikshit get his vote? The symbol part of the vote comes from the lower income groups, which are the Aam Aadmi Party's voters. But Sandeep Dikshit's own appeal, I think whatever appeal there is, maybe limited, maybe huge, will cut across those class lines. So I will not say this 2,800 is damaging only AAP. Yes, I can say it might be damaging more AAP than the BJP, but it is not as simple as that.
Okay, let's get political responses now. Pooja, to you first. So the first point about if it will be AAP, if the Congress is going to vanish from the political mind space, the Congress having lost or underperformed in the assembly elections in 2024 June. Go ahead.
We have lost and we are not in good shape right now, but we are the impact. And as far as you were saying, Congress could have gone into alliance and it wasn't making that far. Gone to the Aam Aadmi Party candidate, I think that's too much to easily identify the nation to go there. Because we are not an NGO, we are a political party, and that's why we're fighting the same political stuff. But we're expecting Congress to alliance happen here. Now, the alliance politics does not work that way. We were fighting the elections, and we were fighting the elections against the government.
So that's why every political party is vying for its political space. You cannot accuse, to Congress because it's the biggest alliance partner to just let go of their vote percentage, whatever it may. We could not convert it into votes, but we gave a very respectable fight. And I think I'm proud of the fact that we were in the game, and we will definitely rise from. I'm saying that Congress has vanished from the mind space. As I said earlier, I think it's too far-fetched to comment. Congress will return back. Congress is taking up every national, pan-national, and every agenda that's that where BJP is failing, where BJP is not promised to the nation, and we will see better days.
Okay, Ashwini ji, आप क्योंकि इसमें आप बार-बार टोक चुके हैं हमको, तो अब 1 मिनट के लिए आपसे कमेंट मिल्कीपुर पर लेना चाहूंगा कि दिल्ली तो चलिए ठीक है, मिल्कीपुर में बताइए कि जो ये लीड आ रही है, आपको क्या लगता है, व्हाट इज द रीजन बिहाइंड इट? और अयोध्या की लोकसभा के सेटबैक के बाद ऐसा क्या हुआ मिल्कीपुर में, आपने ऐसा क्या किया जिसकी वजह से ये रिजल्ट आज जो ऑलमोस्ट मुझे लगता है कि ट्रेंड ही नहीं, रिजल्ट ही तकरीबन ये दिख रहा है, ये क्या कारण है इसके पीछे?
देखिए, विधानसभा चुनाव में अगर 25,000 से ऊपर वोट होता है तो लगभग उसको रिजल्ट के रूप में मान लेना चाहिए, क्योंकि मैक्सिमम जो है 1 लाख, 1.25 लाख लोग वोट पाते हैं, तो 25,000 की मार्जिन एक अच्छी मार्जिन मानी जाती है। लेकिन मिल्कीपुर में समाजवादी पार्टी का जो घमंड बोल रहा था, क्योंकि देखिए फैजाबाद सीट भारतीय जनता पार्टी की कोई ट्रेडिशनल सीट नहीं थी, कोई परंपरागत सीट नहीं थी। वहां पर कांग्रेस भी जीती थी, वहां पर कम्युनिस्ट भी जीते थे, तो ये जीतते हुए आए थे। निर्मल खत्री जी वहां चुनाव जीते थे, मित्रसेन यादव जी चुनाव जीते थे। मगर जो जिस तरीके से पूरे देश में एक प्रोपगंडा फैला दिया अखिलेश यादव जी ने, और मैंने जो शब्द यूज किया, मर्यादा पुरुषोत्तम भगवान राम जी की तरह उनको अयोध्या नरेश बता दिया, अयोध्या का राजा बता दिया। पहली बार जीते हुए सांसद को किस तरीके से अगली सीट पर संसद में बैठाते थे, तो अब वो एशियाड के अपू की तरह लेकर घूमे उनको, ये मैंने कहा। वही कारण था कि अयोध्या की जनता ने, मिल्कीपुर की जनता ने ये सोचा कि भाई ये इस तरीके से अयोध्या की बदनामी पूरे देश में कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि ये सनातन विरोधी हैं। अयोध्या में तो गोली चलवा चुके थे मुलायम सिंह जी। अयोध्या की जनता का जो सेंटीमेंट था, हो सकता है कि हमारे प्रत्याशी से उनका जो है लगाव न रहा हो, इस वजह से लल्लू सिंह जी चुनाव हार गए। भारतीय जनता पार्टी से कोई दुराव नहीं है, आज पता चल रहा है उस चीज का। तो उस भूल का जो प्रायश्चित एक तरह से कहिए, वहां की जनता ने सोचा, जिस तरीके से इन लोगों ने एक अभियान चलाकर अयोध्या को बदनाम करने की कोशिश की कि वहां से सामान न खरीदो, वहां से ये न करो, इन लोगों ने पूरा प्रोपगंडा फैला दिया था। अयोध्या मंदिर से ज्यादा बड़ा प्रोपगंडा फैलाने की कोशिश की थी इन लोगों ने। लेकिन अब आज मिल्कीपुर में वहां की जनता ने ये बता दिया कि किस तरीके से हम भारतीय जनता पार्टी और उनके प्रत्याशी के साथ हैं। अखिलेश जी का काम खत्म, काट की हांडी एक बार चढ़ गई, अब बार बार नहीं चढ़नी है। दूसरी बात मैं कह रहा हूं कि अभी मुस्तफाबाद का हम लोग जिक्र कर रहे थे, आप लोग जिक्र कर रहे थे, और वहां पर 38,000 से आगे है हमारा प्रत्याशी। मुस्तफाबाद में 70% मुसलमान वोट हैं। आप याद कीजिए, अभी पिछला उपचुनाव उत्तर प्रदेश में हुआ था, कुंदरकी सीट पर 65% मुसलमान हैं। तो अब दिल्ली में, यहां तो अभी बरखा जी जैसे कह रहे थे कि पोलराइजेशन वाली बात है, उत्तर प्रदेश में हो सकती है, लेकिन वहां पर दूसरी चीज हुई है। वहां पर भी देखिए, हमको तो लग रहा है या तो मुसलमान ने वोट नहीं दिया, या मुसलमान भारतीय जनता पार्टी की नीतियों से आश्वस्त होकर लाइन लगाकर भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पक्ष में वोट गया है, क्योंकि 38,000 वोट का मार्जिन बहुत बड़ा मार्जिन होता है। अब दोनों में क्या सच्चाई है, ये तो चुनाव खत्म होने के बाद पता चलेगा। लेकिन कुंदरकी में हम लोग जो चुनाव जीते, 65% मुस्लिम आबादी होने के बावजूद वही दोहराया जा रहा मुस्तफाबाद में, या भारतीय जनता पार्टी का प्रत्याशी 38,000 वोट से आगे है।
इसमें एक चीज संशोधन कर दूं,
जी।
मुस्तफाबाद का मुस्लिम पॉपुलेशन जो रिपोर्ट है वो 40% है, वो 70% नहीं है, फिर भी एक बड़ा नंबर है, बट 40% है।
चलिए, आप इसको 40% ही मान लीजिए, तो 40%। आप बताइए, कोई भी हिंदुस्तान का पूरा मुस्लिम बाहुल्य क्षेत्र कोई भी हो, आप देख लीजिए, वोट एक मुश्त पड़ता है भारतीय जनता पार्टी को हराने के लिए, और लाइन लगाकर पड़ता है, वो वोट ज्यादा पड़ता है। तभी ये लोग हल्ला करते हैं कि बुर्का उठाकर जो है जांच होती है, ये होता है, कुछ फाल्स वोट भी पड़ता है, जो भी हो। लेकिन आज वहां पर देखने को मिल रहा है ना, 40% में भी हमारा प्रत्याशी तीर की तरह आगे निकलता हुआ दिखाई दे रहा है, कहीं कोई रुकावट नहीं है उसके आगे। तो क्या केजरीवाल जी से मुसलमानों का मोह भंग हो गया? अगर ये एक बड़ा यक्ष प्रश्न है कि दिल्ली में, क्योंकि वो उन्होंने चुनाव का प्रचार किसी भी मुस्लिम आबादी में, जहां तक सूचना हमको है, वो नहीं गए थे, कहीं पर उन्होंने वो प्रचार नहीं किया था। तो मुस्लिमों क्या वो हिंदुत्व की तरफ बढ़ रहे हैं, मुस्लिमों के खिलाफ हो रहे हैं, ये सब समीक्षा का विषय है। और हमारी आम आदमी पार्टी की बहन यहाँ बैठी हुई हैं, मैं उनसे कहता हूँ, देखिए 3% आपने कहा, लेकिन हम तो बढ़े हैं 8% ना। अभी आपके स्क्रीन पर ही चल रहा है कि हम 38 से जो है 46% हो गए, ये 53 से 43 हो गए। तो ये 10% का इनका डाउनफॉल और 8% का हमारा बढ़ना, ये देखा जाएगा। 3% का वो छोड़ दीजिए, एक वोट से अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जी की सरकार गिर गई थी, उसका वो मुद्दा दूसरा है कि 3% ही अंतर है, लेकिन आप गिरे 10% हैं, हम उठे 8% हैं। तो दोनों के बीच का डिफरेंस देखिए, उसको निकालिए तो ज्यादा बेटर समझ में आएगा। जी
नहीं, बिल्कुल
सही बात है
जी, मैं ट्रेंड को बरका इज बैक एक्चुअली, सो या
program, but I'm not muted. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yeah. I want to welcome. Yeah. I want to welcome Shashi Vempati to the program. You can all hear me, right? Yeah, good to see you. I was just saying, Karthik, I think it's time to go through some of the key. You're going, Sandeep? Are you leaving us?
If you want me to, I thought you wanted me only until now.
Thodi der raho. I'm also seeing Nilanjan with us. Nilanjan, welcome. I just want to say that Kejriwal is trailing by 1,000 votes at this point. And so this is going to be a very keenly watched contest. What happens here eventually is going to be very critical for the future of the Aam Aadmi of the Aam Aadmi Party. Now let's get comments on what we're seeing so far. Sugata, I know you have to go. Let's get a last word in from you. Sugata, go ahead.
Basically, Barka, I mean, I'll repeat what I said earlier, which is that the vote shares are too close. The Aam Aadmi Party is going to be around. And as for the Congress Party, they got 6% of Punjab fighting. They have worked all that. And that is that 6% was more purposeful, strategic, and targeted. They would have put a check on the BJP, but that 6% is a default kind of vote share. And I think they have that, which is the right direction.
Okay, thanks, Sugata. Let's see where the final tally actually lands up.
I think there are two political questions before us. Three, actually. The BJP has a new template for assembly elections after the 2024 verdict. It is using the Prime Minister sparingly, and clearly the RSS is back fully in action. And using the organization, all of its wins have not been centered around personalities anymore in the last few months, whether you look at Maharashtra, you look at Haryana, or you now possibly look at Delhi. We're not officially calling it, but it doesn't look like anything much is going to change now in Delhi. That's point one. Point two, if Kejriwal loses his own seat, can the AAP hold together? Point three, where does this leave the Congress Party? With a marginal increase in vote share, but the third consecutive election in the national capital where it scored 0. Shashi, I'll start with you. 3 questions, looking for answers.
Thanks for having me. I think it's very clear that the trends are fairly stable at this point. I don't think anything much is going to change.
Yeah.
To your first question on the approach of the BJP to these elections, the role of the Prime Minister, I think it's an evolution, right? The BJP had to change the narrative. It had to consolidate its base across various states, and the Prime Minister led from the front. I think now they've reached a point where the Prime Minister has pretty much done his bit, and now it is time for the grassroots workers, the local leaders to step up, and that's what you're seeing in election after election. So it's a matter of evolution of the BJP's electoral strategies. Also, I think this verdict in Delhi is also a larger story. There is the indictment of Kejriwal and the kind of politics that he has been practicing. Right? If you look at the Aam Aadmi Party, it was a political upstart, a startup in that sense, non-dynastic, non-caste-based, non-regional, very much like the BJP. But the big difference, I would say, is that Kejriwal has been a politician in a hurry. His haste to expand the AAP beyond Delhi, I think in the process he's made too many mistakes. I think that's what is the price that he's paying for, and in the process, I think he's not learned the right lessons. Look at the BJP and the Prime Minister's own, personal journey. Right? It was about patience. It was about perseverance. You don't take shortcuts, and I think that is where Kejriwal really are winning all the shortcuts. And in the process, he has kind of normalized this post-truth politics. When you make all these outlandish claims, exaggerated accusations, all kinds of conspiracy theories. Right, and it's a political theater all the time, and unfortunately, you see even the Congress with Rahul Gandhi adopting the same template. Coming up with all sorts of conspiracy theories. I mean, how can you take the Congress seriously if they're still litigating the Maharashtra election when they come up with a knot in Delhi, right? So it's clear that the Aam Aadmi Party experiment, which was an interesting experiment in Indian politics, right? That an urban middle class party that would be non-dynastic, non-identity based, that could potentially come as emerge as an alternative. Unfortunately, I think Kejriwal has lost that opportunity in his haste to expand beyond Delhi. I think that's a big lesson coming out of today's numbers.
And very briefly, before I welcome Arshpreet Khadiyal and also get his response along with Nilanjan, Sandeep, and Karthik's budget post bump, is a big factor or not quite? Definitely, I think it is definitely a factor because
the middle class was kind of feeling left out of the political narrative. Actually, the legislative have clearly
brought back that enthusiasm with which they've always stood by the Prime Minister and the BJP. I think you're seeing that reflected in these numbers, where the BJP's vote share has gone up by almost 10%.
Yeah. Before I get Karthik to take us through the latest data, let's get quick comments from Arshpreet and Nilanjan. Nilanjan, I'll start with you. You've studied the RSS for years. The RSS is clearly back.
This would be dominant. It would be called a happy meal. It's the organization machinery, the RSS is for 2 years. Back in action, they go to do whatever intentions they go to do in summer campaign. They approach masses, keep building, and using money, the Prime Minister sparingly.
And it's working.
Thank you, Barkha. I think, yes, you are absolutely right that the RSS is back, with its full strength and with full intentions of making the BJP win, because in the perception of the RSS, if I can actually coin it this way, or rather phrase it this way, that it had become too much of a Modi party. Now it is more of a BJP party. The individual, you also emphasize that throughout this election, we also noticed lesser role for the individual. The star campaigners, including Mr. Modi or Amit Shah or the other leaders of the BJP, even Yogi Adityanath was used fairly sparingly. Here it was more the organization which was going out and capitalizing on the, which is now evident that there was definitely a fairly strong anti-incumbent sentiment against the Aam Aadmi Party. There was a sense of disillusionment. Out here was a party which came out promising alternative politics. Instead, what we have seen in the last 10 years is that we have seen the gradual transformation of the Aam Aadmi Party to what it was intended to be, and then becoming just like any other party. So if it is going to be just like any other party, why shouldn't the voter, or at least a significant section of the voter, go back to the original, which is either the Congress or the BJP? Obviously, the Congress doesn't have any network, doesn't have any organizational strength left here. So it is the BJP, which has a history of 75 years, and through the RSS, the BJP has always been very strong here. We cannot forget the fact that Mr. Advani in the late 60s had been the chairman of the municipal MCD. We cannot forget the strong roots which the Jansangh and the RSS has in Delhi. So that is what the way I look at it, that essentially I see the demise of idealism through this process of the gradual transformation of the Aam Aadmi Party from being or trying to be a different kind of a party to just like anyone else.
I've heard that a lot this morning, that the AAP became just like any other party. Anmol Panwar of the Aam Aadmi Party is with us. Karthik, you have an update for us? Karthik?
Yeah, I mean, quickly, Bakka, just again into the weeds of the data, right? So just based on the rounds left and margins currently, I would classify 8 out of the 24 Aam Aadmi Party leads as vulnerable and 12 out of the 46 for the BJP vulnerable. This is just on the basis of combination of rounds left and the margins currently. So the ones that are vulnerable for the Aam Aadmi Party are Gopalpur, Sangam Vihar, Delhi Cant, Patel Nagar, Sadar Bazaar, Model Town, Timarpur, Burari. And for the BJP, that would be Adarsh Nagar, Badli, Mangolpuri, Dwarka, Mutka, Rajendra Nagar, New Delhi, Jangpura, GK, Kalkaji, Lakshmi Nagar, and Simapuri. So these are the seats where the margins are less than 5,000 and the rounds left up still roughly 50%, let's say. So possibly some churn might happen. But I mean, of course, not all churn will happen on one side. In an ideal scenario, this is random. Then of the 8 seats that the Aam Aadmi Party is vulnerable on, 4-4, and where the BJP is vulnerable 6-6, still the BJP is comfortably ahead in terms of the seats.
Let's get quick Congress and the AAP. Anmol, I'll start with you. Not a great morning. Unless something radically changes, Arvind Kejriwal may even lose his own seat. Your response?
Barkha ji, still there are several rounds of counting left, so we are
hopeful that we'll be in a good position in the next 2 hours and will form the government. अभी बहुत सी ऐसी सीट हैं जहाँ पे, as Mr. Karthik told, that even 50% of the counting is still left. So we'll form the government for the 4th time in Delhi. And people have voted for Arvind Kejriwal model of governance for his Kaam Ki Rajniti. Although BJP tried every dirty trick, whether bribing the voters or resorting to hooliganism and marking inks on the fingers, but still we are hopeful.
Can I ask you before I go to Ashpreet, if you do lose, you are hopeful, but if you do lose, would you blame the Congress?
See, it is for the people of Delhi whether they want to choose Kaam Ki Rajniti or they want to choose the BJP's Gundagardi. And we should not blame Congress or any other party. It is our responsibility to reach out to the electorate and let them know our vision, our future plan, which we think we have done to the best of our ability. So I think we should leave it to the voters. Let them decide. But I know that the Congress is saying the Aam Aadmi Party, the leader, they have basically been accusing Congress of being a kind of accomplice to the BJP. What do you make of these numbers? Yeah.
See, number one, the biggest setback here is for the Aam Aadmi Party, because the Aam Aadmi Party had started their politics from Delhi. They were the incumbents before, and now they have been ousted. So one, the Aam Aadmi Party should stop calling themselves a national party and start calling themselves a regional party, because that is what they are. And very soon, they will not even be able to call themselves a regional party because they are heading towards the end. This has happened in Delhi. The only state that they're left with is Punjab. In Punjab, we all know what's been happening. The similar things that were promised in Delhi have also been promised in Punjab. This is the end for the Aam Aadmi Party. They will come. And
what do you mean? When I say the end, it is the end. No comeback from here. And when I say it's the end of the Aam Aadmi Party's hollow promises, the Aam Aadmi Party is, you can't say they will not take they said you want the corruption and then the deputy CM, the minister, their MPs, all of them went behind bars. And then the orders came of the Honorable Supreme Court that he wanted to go to the CM residence. He wanted to go to the secretariat. He wanted to sign anything. He will not be able to do that ever. And Mr. Kejriwal admitted the fact that he would not be able to sign this. He admitted the fact that he would not write in water when he was good. He admitted the fact that he would not make the rules of Delhi. Everybody really remembers because the times of the electricity, when the roads were spectacular, when they were built, the polar bridges, the police was in control, the garbage disposal was in control, and at the end of the day, you have the leaders of the Aam Aadmi Party they think because they know how much it doesn't need the Aam Aadmi Party for sure. How many leaders, how many people from days? I want to let the people be and this will be often done as we like it. Because there was a difficulty for one of the people, there was a difficulty for the media. Everybody knows the ways and means of the Aam Aadmi Party across the media. How they unpressed, how they act against the media if they were done after their whims and fancies. And that's why they have been ousted. Their dreams have been shattered of arm twisting everyone, of doing political vendetta. The things that happened in Delhi, for example, a car that was seized which had liquor, which had cash, which had Aam Aadmi Party's pamphlets,
The Punjab CM's residence, Kapurthala House in Delhi, was raided by the Election Commission. Mr. Kejriwal making an outrageous claim. Yamuna is being poisoned by a sitting government. A mass genocide allegation is very, very big and very outrageous. Then saying 15 crores being demanded for every candidate, 16 candidates approached, and no action taken at all whatsoever. And when the anti-corruption branch came in, they did not let them in. They did not comply with them. And they should have told who these 16 candidates are. They should have told which number which leader tried to call them. They should have ensured that a DDR be registered. And they should have ensured in Punjab when they leveled similar allegations that somebody should have been caught and somebody should have been pushed in. But nobody. And they keep on doing this because the Aam Aadmi Party is accustomed to playing the victim card, is accustomed to taking sympathy. They have no work to show. That's why they come up with these points. Things for secret hero. Number two, there's the Is he happy? Is he sad? Is he extremely happy? Because we all know how now that Mr. Kejriwal can't stay free, he'll most probably be eyeing towards Punjab's chief minister's chair, and might as well go to replace Mr. Maan. We don't.
That's quite a theory. That's quite a theory.
It is, and everybody knows how hungry Mr. Kejriwal is for power, for CM's chair. When the order, he was behind bars, he did not let go of the CM's chair. He wanted to control everything from behind bars. He wanted to take the meetings there. He wanted to dictate everything from behind bars. And when the order came of the Supreme Court that he won't be able to go to the CM office, then he gave in. So now Mr. Maan's chair is in danger. Mr. Maan must be, happy that Mr. Kejriwal is losing, but maybe unhappy that he would be eyeing his own chair now. So it will be very interesting political affairs coming in the future. Looking forward to that.
My God, that's quite a theory, and we hadn't thought about that Arvind Kejriwal will now want to be Punjab chief minister. He's not going to be able to sit without power, and will he make encroachments on Bhagwant Man's post? I will get Anmol to respond, and Shashi and everybody else also, but Karthik is raising his hand to say that he has a fresh data point. Karthik,
no data point, Barkha, but just to chime in on this, you've been kind of asking almost facetiously since morning to the Congress people, are you happy with this result? First of all, it's not going to happen that Arvind Kejriwal will lose. We are very confident that he will win. And secondly, the Bharatiya Janata Party and Congress, we saw that how they have worked in collusion in Delhi. They are, in fact, two sides of the same coin. And with the help of these agencies at their disposal, this battle which Arvind Kejriwal is fighting is not easy. The whole government machinery, whether it's ED, CBI, Delhi Police and Election Commission, along with the BJP and Congress on one side, and Arvind Kejriwal is fighting for the rights of people of Delhi for their basic necessities. He's on the other side.
मुश्किल संघर्ष है, सिस्टम से लड़ रहे हैं अरविंद केजरीवाल जी, और न डरे थे, न डरेंगे, न झुके थे, न झुकेंगे, और we are not here for any vote bank politics or for power. We are here to serve the people of our country.
Okay, let's now open this up. Sorry, Shashi, I'll start with you. What are the consequences of this election, which seems headed the BJP's way, though with all of Karthik's health warnings that more counting of rounds has to take place. But in pole position, because the gap has only widened, not closed. What would you say? What are the consequences for national politics, for brand Kejriwal, for what may happen in Punjab, for the state of the Congress party? By the way, the latest is that Parvesh Verma is leading by 170 votes. And yeah, Kejriwal is trailing by
1170 votes is the lead, to be precise.
I'm so sorry. I read that wrong. That's my mistake.
Four rounds of counting are left. So 9 rounds have been done out of 13. 4 rounds are left. At this point, Parvesh Verma has secured 19,267 votes. Kejriwal is at 18,097 votes. And Sandeep Dixit is 3,113 votes.
Very interesting. So is Sandeep, if this was not a triangular contest, what would have happened? Karthik?
But I have given you the answer that I don't think Sandeep Dixit
I have to keep asking. No, I have to keep asking as the numbers keep changing.
I've always said on shows before the election, the Congress will get 2 kinds of votes, symbol-based and candidate-based. Symbol-based votes will dent the Aam Aadmi Party more, but the candidate-based votes can cut either way. So some part of Sandeep Dixit's vote would have also been the vote that might have either been secured by the BJP or the disenchanted vote from the Aam Aadmi Party, which would have either not been cast or would have been cast towards the BJP. At least some part of it has to be that. But yes, a larger share might well be that of the Aam Aadmi parties.
All right. So this is the latest. Arvind Kejriwal is now trailing by actually 1,100 votes. Parvesh Verma of the BJP is leading by 1,170 votes. Shashi, the question still holds. You know, there are consequences for the AAP, for the Congress, and even for how the BJP styles its campaigns, given how the last few assembly elections have gone successfully for them with the new blueprint.
In the Congress, I think the implications for the Congress are very clear. It has become a joke. It has become a non-serious party. It is litigating past elections. It has no roadmap or a plan for how it intends to revive itself. I think, and it's so the few remaining allies are going to desert it. I think we've already seen that with AAP not wanting an alliance in Haryana. The same thing in Delhi. You already seen Omar Abdullah has been making consistent remarks on the state of affairs within the India alliance. I mean, what is more laughable than Rahul Gandhi doing a press conference, sharing the stage with Sanjay Raut? I mean, come on, you're the leader of the opposition, right, in parliament. And to demean yourself, I mean, that just tells you what a sorry state of affairs the Congress finds itself in. And that to litigating an election which is already several months past. So coming to the Aam Aadmi Party and Arvind Kejriwal, I think it has serious implications if he loses today, because if you study the nature of parties which have emerged, right, most of them are one state parties, mostly regional parties or caste-based parties, which are limited to one state. Aam Aadmi Party in that sense was the first one, a political upstart, to have a claim to 2 different regions. And I think all of that rested on the so-called national appeal and the moral authority that Kejriwal has been able to exert. Now that will come into question. In fact, forget him becoming the chief minister of Punjab. I would think the autonomy of the Punjab unit will probably increase several fold. And why should Bhagwant Mann defer to Arvind Kejriwal anymore? He may chart his own course, right? So I foresee that being a more likely scenario than the highly improbable scenario of Kejriwal, making a claim to become Punjab chief minister. Also, that has implications for the kind of alternatives that are likely to emerge for the BJP at this point in time. You don't, that way AAP had this, appeal of, being a potential urban middle class party, and I think that space is now open for new claimants to build. Build up a new movement.
I think that's an excellent point, that AAP rose or was born from an essentially middle class backed anti-corruption movement, and today the AAP has clearly lost the middle class, at least anecdotally it seems that, and the data will probably bear me out. Karthik, you want to tell us about the Diggaj, or what you were saying in the morning, ki Aam Aadmi Party ke khas neta and their misfortunes this today, almost all of them are trailing currently. Sisodia, Atishi and Arvind Kejriwal. Do comment, and then I want to come to Sandeep and Nilanjan. Yeah.
See, Barkha, one news channel is calling the Jampura election against Sisodia already that he's lost. But I'll tell you what the Election Commission data is saying. and that channel may not be far from reality, but because we're tracking the Election Commission data, we'll just do that.
Yeah.
After 8 rounds of counting out of 10, Manish Sisodia is trailing by 636 votes from Jalpura. Here, the Congress candidate is a relatively popular candidate, Farhad Suri, and he's polled north of 6,500 votes. This is one seat where probably you might say that the candidate not been that strong from the Congress's side, Sisodia might have won. So, but at this point, 636, this could go either way, 2 rounds left. But as I said, one channel is calling it against it. From the Kalkaji seat, Ramesh Vituri is leading against Atishi, the current Chief Minister of Delhi, by a lead of 1,911 votes. And here Alka Lamba has polled 2,758 votes. This is again saying that for this lead to have evaporated, a majority of Alka Lamba's votes should have had to come from the Aam Aadmi Party. I'm not very comfortable making any conclusion on this seat, but the Jampura seat looks like one of those seats where the Congress seems to have dented the Aam Aadmi Party.
This is interesting. So that is one seat where definitely the Congress's decision to go it alone is hurting the Aam Aadmi Party. But let's
not just go it alone, Barka, giving a relatively strong candidate because he's locally
They haven't put up a cosmetic token candidate, and it's had an impact. Sandeep and Nilanjan. Sandeep, big picture. You said a little while earlier the idea of the AAP isn't over, right? What happens to the idea of the AAP now in a scenario where Arvind Kejriwal and Sisodia, let's imagine for a moment that Atishi, Manish and Arvind Kejriwal lose. I'm not saying it will happen, but look at the numbers. Atishi is trailing by little over 1,900 votes. Manish Sisodia is trailing by 700 or a little under 700 votes. Arvind Kejriwal is trailing by more than 1,000 votes. This is the current situation. Now imagine if we see a scenario where all three of these high-profile leaders of the AAP lose. What is the idea of the AAP then?
Let me clarify this banner. This breaking news is being sourced from a different source, which is called the Election Against Sisodia.
You just said, and we are following the EC right now, so we should take it off and not call it. Please take it off, guys. Yeah, thanks.
I think there is a difference between Sisodia losing and Atishi losing. I'll come back to it in a moment. But I think Arvind Kejriwal losing will lead to a meltdown of the AAP in a very, very big way. And it'll manifest, as Shashi was saying, even its implications in Punjab has to be seen. First of all, if Arvind Kejriwal loses and AAP loses, you will see a bit of what you're seeing in Maharashtra of the Shiv Sena UBT to Shiv Sena Shinde kind of drift or a float happening, definitely. I was very, very, shall I say, I wouldn't say amused to hear Ashdeep lashing out against AAP and Arvind Kejriwal. Just see the amount of negativity this man evokes, not just from his political opponents, but his former allies. I was seeing another picture where Kumar Vishwas was dancing. You think of Swati Maliwal, you think of the kind of comments that Prashant Bhushan and everybody makes about his former allies, speaks about him. This man has really managed to alienate a whole lot of people. And that's where I come between Manish Sisodia and Atishi. I personally think Atishi is really nobody other had it not been for Arvind Kejriwal. Manish Sisodia might say that, you have done me in. I was doing a good job. I was running it. You just abandoned me. You threw me under the bus, sent me to jail, all the rest, and I still have something in me. So people like Manish Sisodia and others may try to, in some form, reinvent if Arvind Kejriwal is eliminated. I think that whole concept often, at least, it's not. Nobody expects political parties to be entirely clean and lily white, etc. But a concept of honesty to try to deliver what the middle class looks for, a semblance of governance. All these things are not totally gone. There is a cynicism, and people are looking. Though they fail, they're repeatedly disappointed, but people still look for that, and some politicians try to come back on that. Prashant Kishore may be trying to do that in Bihar, I don't successfully.
But can the AAP exist without Arvind Kejriwal?
I think so. You see, not as AAP or whatever form, just like you are seeing a Shinde kind of faction, something like that may emerge. Too early to say, but for it to get totally eliminated, I think is neither desirable nor should I say it's something I would consider entirely possible. Arvind Kejriwal himself will try to reinvent himself, whether by another channel actually said he will now shift to Gujarat if he doesn't have a job here, and he will try to remain relevant by going and taking on Narendra Modi in Gujarat. He might keep on doing his antics, but I think his game is by and large up.
Because Satyendra Jain is trailing by 18,000 votes, and just 2 rounds are left. I think we can call this. I don't think he's going to win. So Satyendra Jain, who went to prison from the Aam Aadmi Party, minister from the Aam Aadmi Party, I think we can call it that he's lost the election.
Also, Manish Sisodia has congratulated the BJP on winning Jangpura, Karthik, though you have been careful to not call it, but Manish Sisodia seems to have called it.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying, that because these guys have more intelligence at the booth level than we have sitting wherever we are, but we have to just go with the data that we have. So if Mr. Sisodia is conceding it, then we don't need more evidence. I think we can also call it that he's lost. So that's two important faces of the previous cabinet who've lost the election.
Yeah.
But I had only one more point. While I agree with everything Shashi has said, I had said that before also about Congress's relevance, the lack of it. But I think Congress had done a right move of not aligning with Arvind Kejriwal. I think, then its organization, for whatever it's worth, would have been totally wiped out of Delhi. Now, even with, they should have got a higher, slightly higher percentage of votes. But now, if they want, they have a chance of, to some extent reviving in Delhi, and you need another party in Delhi. If had they gotten into an alliance and that seat trade-offs, etc., Congress, whatever semblance of presence they have in Delhi would have gone. To that extent, I think whosoever decided to fight and stay separate wasn't a bad idea. Though it, sounded when Dr. Pooja said we are not an NGO, it was music to my ears. A lot of people think that they have become an NGO and speak to.
I didn't hear that. Whose bite would you like me to play?
No, I said when Pooja said that we are not an NGO.
No, I heard you, Sandeep. My producer tried to say something to me, but I'm not able to hear them at all.
Go ahead.
But Arshpreet, Sandeep was making the point that he was vastly amused at how you were lashing out at Kejriwal. So more questions on that coming up. But first, Nilanjan and Shashi. Just the big picture. At this moment, Manish Sisodia has conceded defeat in the seat of Jangpura. That's my seat, by the way. My seat means that's where I made my final moment in Delhi. Sisodia has lost that election, and I consider defeat. It was a narrow defeat, but he has conceded defeat. He has congratulated the BJP. The Jain has lost. And Kejriwal is trailing. Arvind is trailing. I can't hear Nilanjan. Guys, you've got to be quicker in unmuting our guests. Yeah, Nilanjan, please go ahead.
I have that. No, what I'm saying is even those who thought that the Aam Aadmi Party is not going to do very well, I don't think that anybody ever imagined that Arvind Kejriwal is going to be, either losing or even trailing till as late as this, the 8th round. I've been listening to the data flow which has been coming in from Karthik. So that is very surprising. Manish Sisodia also a big surprise. Atishi trailing again. So it means that this is a massive rejection of the core voter, the core sentiment which actually propped up the Aam Aadmi Party right back from 2011 onwards, right from the India Against Corruption days. The middle class was the one which was actually out there in Jantar Mantar. And those are the people who have actually deserted the Aam Aadmi Party. Having said that, it still has 40% plus 43% of the vote share. Now, who is going to be the leader of this 43% of vote share? Will Arvind Kejriwal be able to hold on to it? that was an interesting formulation which Karthik said, that the symbol-based votes and the candidate-based votes, I think it's very important. So 43%, how much is going to be, this is going to be in every constituency level, how much of it is because of the candidate and how much of it is because of the Aam Aadmi Party. That is going to determine. It's also provide this result in a way, it also provides an opportunity to all those people who came in, primarily a large section from the civil society and people from outside, but who left after getting disillusioned. Would they want to consider coming back and then forcing Arvind Kejriwal to either become the democratic leader that was initially envisaged, but then he became an autocrat in the party, either change his ways or even maybe, force up some new leader to come up. The other important point which has come up, especially in the context of Punjab, I think it would be wise for the health of the Punjab unit to insulate itself from the Delhi unit or from the national leadership and focus more on governance. There are large areas of deficiencies of governance in Punjab. Punjab elections are not very far off. So the Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann would possibly do his cause a bit better, that if he focuses on governance and stay away from politics. Definitely not allow, and I don't think it is going to be acceptable for Arvind Kejriwal to try to become the Chief Minister of Punjab, especially if he loses the Delhi seat.
Sorry. While that idea was amusing, it's not really realistic, is it, Ashwin?
Well, see, everything is possible. Nothing is off limits, nothing is off charts. And Mr. Kejriwal is someone who cannot resist being out of power, and you will see that time and again it's been seen. He sounds like he's being very embarrassing. Anytime he has meetings, the constitution of the party in order to intervene the president of the party. And he has been with people throughout, and nobody else has been given a chance. This is perfect in the sequence for the Aam Aadmi Party. As I used to say, everyone should be given a chance. It wouldn't be a one-man do and all that. And then Mr. Kejriwal was getting past. Mr. Kejriwal used to have a lot of say in the Aam Aadmi Party. So they were seeing how centralized the system Mr. Kejriwal wants to be, wants it to be, and how many years for the power is very much possible. Not really able to possibilities and what is Mr. Ma, like I said, has been very, very upset about the interference and the dictats that this is to be done, that is to be done, this is how it is done.
I think Punjab's Chief Minister, if compared to the Delhi Chief Minister, has more powers. You have the police there in Punjab, you do not have it there in Delhi. It's a bigger territory, you have more powers, etc. So even now the power dynamic is going to change, and many of people that were there in the Aam Aadmi Party for power's sake only, one are going to be leaving. So the Aam Aadmi Party is really, really going to be breaking it into bits and pieces. And when it comes to the statement of the Punjab Aam Aadmi Party, many leaders had factions. Some are already getting factions, some are
some satisfaction from your competitor in Punjab and Delhi losing, which is AAP. Where does this leave the Congress? Shashi Vempati just said the Congress is a joke. Rahul is sharing a stage with someone like Sanjay Raut. Priyanka Gandhi asked 2 hours ago, as she landed from I don't know where she was, said, I haven't seen the election. How does a major leader of the Congress not track counting or numbers on counting day? What does that say to her colleagues who are working so hard?
Well, see, number one, as far as Miss Priyanka Gandhi is concerned, when you utter Priyanka Gandhi's name, it reminds me of what Ramesh Biduri said about her. If the Bharatiya Janata Party comes into power, they will make the roads of Delhi like the cheeks of Priyanka Gandhi. Now, that was an obnoxious remark, a sexist remark, and despite that, no action at all whatsoever was taken against Ramesh Biduri. And now that the Bharatiya Janata Party apparently has the majority, will the Bharatiya Janata Party show a stand in favor of women
and taken action against Ramesh Viduri, because now that now that the Bharatiya Janata Party is saying that we'll be doing this and that, they need to ensure that they take an action against Ramesh Viduri, because back in the day it passed communal demands against a sitting lawmaker. A show cause notice was given to him. After that, he wasn't given a ticket for the Lok Sabha election. He was denied a ticket. And then again, they fielded him for the assembly election. And that too, we know Ramesh Viduri ji would be definitely is one of the most senior leaders of the Bharatiya Janata Party. So the BJP needs to show some spine when it comes to right and wrong. They need to have a moral compass here. And if they still do not act against him, it would mean that the Bharatiya Janata Party is anti-women. And I'll give last example. How anti-women the Aam Aadmi Party is can also be...
Okay, sorry. I'm sorry, I'm breaking a train of thought. Hang on, everybody. Arvind Kejriwal is trailing by almost 2,000 votes at this point. Manish Sisodia has conceded defeat. Anmol has a tough job today being on channels like ours, platforms like ours, to still show passion or conviction. Let's play out what Manish Sisodia said as he conceded defeat. The top leaders of the Aam Aadmi Party losing or trailing behind in their constituencies. Take a look.
विधानसभा का चुनाव हम सब कार्यकर्ताओं ने मिलकर बहुत मेहनत से लड़ा। जंगपुरा विधानसभा के लोगों ने भी बहुत प्यार मोहब्बत सम्मान दिया, लेकिन 600 वोट से लगभग 600 वोट से उसमें हम पीछे रह गए। तो मैं जो कैंडिडेट जीते हैं उनको बधाई देता हूं और उम्मीद करता हूं कि जंगपुरा की समस्याओं को वो हल करेंगे, जंगपुरा के लोगों की जितनी भी चीजें हैं उनको हल करेंगे। बाकी तो अब बाकी देखते हैं। सर काफी टफ फाइट रही है, कैसे देखते हैं, कहां चूक हो गई? नहीं, अब चूक तो आपको बताएंगे एनालिसिस करके।
All right, so Manish Sisodia there conceding defeat, but at this moment, Karthik, are we calling the New Delhi seat? Are we saying that Arvind Kejriwal has lost, or are we still being overcautious and waiting for basically the DC to call it? Yes. So after the election commission website, yes, he is telling that we have the vote. And 11 rounds are done. As out of the 30, 2 rounds are done. Typically, in any given round, 35,000 votes are counted. So in one round, imagine that in the next 10,000 votes, then 3,000 or be recovered in the possibility, yes. But given that we've been playing now for some time, I think that it is in the election. But given that the election is so limited,
many have reported it already that Mr. Kejriwal.
I know. Let's say Kejriwal is
just look at how much of a hurry he is in terms of calling Kejriwal.
Everybody is.
It is in a hurry.
Yes, Aam Aadmi Party has become a threat to democracy. They have become a threat to the media, a pillar of democracy.
And everybody was like, what's the day? No matter what people say, this is a fact that the media was being arm twisted, that the people were being lied to, that the people were being taken for a ride.
We are only fascinated by your passion against Kejriwal, which clearly is bigger than your dislike for the BJP. That's all.
No, see, it's a khadiyar. So of course I'll talk about Kejriwal, right? So all I'm saying is that the people were really done with what he was saying. The outrageous claims like of a mass genocide, that a sitting government is doing.
Yeah, that was a crazy comment.
Or unnecessarily saying that candidates are being poached. And what they did in Amritsar election, there was a mayoral election that happened in Amritsar. There was no voting done allegedly. And so many things have happened which have undermined the democracy, the constitution, the law. Therefore, people have spoken. And this is the biggest setback for the Aam Aadmi Party. It was their high command. It was where they started from. They had government here. So the Aam Aadmi Party needs to accept that you've been rejected and this is the end for you.
Okay. This is the end for you. Karthik is not letting us call the Arvind Kejriwal election. However, we can say Arvind Kejriwal is set to be defeated in his own seat of New Delhi. Let's say that. He is set to lose New Delhi.
Absolutely.
Okay, so that's it.
And one more data point: the margin at this point by which he's trailing is less than what Sandeep Dixit has pulled.
Is less than.
Correct. So Sandeep Dixit has pulled more than the margin.
So that means Sandeep Dixit has hurt him.
Possibly, yes. But if you were to say, has he lost just because of him? No. But he has hurt him.
Arvind Kejriwal, let Anmol come in on that. Anmol, Sisodia has conceded. Atishi is trailing. Lost. Arvind Kejriwal is set to lose. That is the entire top leadership of the Aam Aadmi Party. Basically, defeated.
Democracy, the people's vote is supreme, and we humbly accept it. We fought with all our strength against the entire BJP machinery, but we fought with honesty, and we accept the people's decision, whether in power or not. We will remain the voice of the people and will keep working for them. केवल एक इलेक्शन नहीं था, this was a movement for the first time a party stood firmly against the BJP and fought for the people. ये another one is to give up. ये लड़ाई और ये संघर्ष ये जारी रहेगा. लोगों के लिए हम लड़ते रहेंगे. अगर कोई ये मानता है someone thinks कि भाई आम आदमी पार्टी खत्म हो गई, तो ऐसा बिल्कुल नहीं है. हम व्यवस्था परिवर्तन के लिए आए थे. We are here to stay and we'll keep fighting for the people of Delhi. Like this, I really appreciate that you're not running away from the debate, you're staying true to the moment of defeat. That's the beauty of politics. The BJP is with us, much time to see you. Congratulations, we are officially calling the election. Yes. Now, this is something really good to happen. So, I feel like I think the BJP is coming home with a clear in the result. I think the margins are just like 75% the margin. The margin is 37,000 is 2,000. If you look at 6 like Mumbai, 6,000 is the margin. Now we have this for the BJP party. Right? The margin is 27,600 for Ramsdale. China got the margin was 28,000. The margin for Ramsdale. Chakrabarti, 19,000 margin for Ramsdale. Pina, but we put for 11,000 is the margin for Ramsdale. 7,700 is the margin for the BJP is at the higher end, and in most of the seats, it seems that this way. In a number of seats, it is very close to the majority mark. The leaders are in the so they are directing. We can't say that BJP is positive to win unless the last minute champions happen. The likelihood of the champions is very, very small. So, breaking news, the BJP is set to form the government in Delhi after a gap of 27 years. The last time the BJP was in power in Delhi was in 1998.
The BJP has pulled this extraordinary win off without declaring a chief ministerial contender and with actually a new template, a new blueprint for winning assembly elections, using the prime minister sparingly and clearly using its very, very powerful organizational machinery as well as the support of the RSS. The people who may be happiest at the BJP win are not the BJP but the Congress. You have seen Arvind Kejriwal literally whistling at the defeat of the AAP. AAP's top leaderships have lost or are trailing. Manish Sisodia has been defeated. Satyendra Jain has been defeated. Atishi is trailing. Arvind Kejriwal is set to lose. We're just waiting for maybe a couple of rounds more to call that formally. Loses is spelled wrong. Meanwhile, on our banner, if we can correct that, Ujjwal Deepak, let me bring you in. All smiles, yes. And I have to give special points to Anmol for sitting through a moment of defeat with a smile on his face. So well done, Anmol. Ujjwal ji.
Barka, thanks for the congratulations. First
Yeah.
of all, we're so happy. We're so happy that Kejriwal's wall has fallen. Kejriwal's wall has fallen. The woke politics has fallen. The con man has fallen. The fraudster has fallen. Abhi I was listening to Honorable Anna Hazare ji on a TV
Ji,
channel.
can I play that for you? We've been wanting to play that, and we have it too. Just give me a second. Let's play what Anna Hazare said about BJP, about the Aam Aadmi Party defeat. If we can please play that.
मैं पहले से बताता हूँ कि चुनाव लड़ते समय उम्मीदवार का आचार शुद्ध होना, विचार शुद्ध होना, जीवन निष्कलंक होना, जीवन में त्याग होना और अपमान करने की शक्ति होना, ये गुण अगर उम्मीदवार में है तो मतदारों को विश्वास आता है ये हमारे लिए कुछ करने वाला है।
भ्रष्टाचार क्या अरविंद केजरीवाल हो या उनके कई नेता हो, उनके ऊपर भ्रष्टाचार के आरोप लगे थे। क्या ये वजह हो सकती है जो उनके कम सीट चुनकर आए हैं?
राजनीति में आरोप प्रत्यारोप होते रहते हैं। ये आरोप कैसे गलत है वो जनता को दिखाना जरूरी है कि ये मेरे ऊपर जो आरोप हुआ ये गलत है। ये साबित करना पड़ता है। जो साबित होगा तो कोई नहीं बिगड़ सकता है। और सच हमेशा सच होता है, झूठा हमेशा झूठ होता है। तो सच के मार्ग से जाना चाहिए।
कई बार ऐसा आरोप भी लगा है क्या अन्ना हजारे के वजह से अरविंद केजरीवाल जो है तो दिल्ली पे सत्ता पर अन्ना हजारे के ही वजह से अरविंद केजरीवाल दिल्ली पे सत्ता पर बैठे, उन्हीं के साथ वो अनशन करते थे। बार बार आप पे उंगलियां उठाई गई और अभी भी उठाई जाती है। कैसे देखते हैं अन्ना इसे?
ये बराबर नहीं है। दिल्ली में पहली बार एक मीटिंग हुई थी और उस मीटिंग में इन्होंने
Okay, I mean, that was the operative part. I think we heard what we had to hear. Ujjwal, Deepak, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Do go ahead. Yeah.
बरका, I think गुरु से कपट और मित्र से चोरी ये माफी योग्य नहीं होता है। एंड अरविंद केजरीवाल डिड बोथ। उन्होंने कपट किया अन्ना हजारे से, चोरी की मित्रों से, कुमार विश्वास जी, योगेंद्र यादव जी, भूषण एंड एवरीबडी एल्स। आज सोचिए उनके साथ कौन है? उनके साथ कोई नहीं खड़ा है। जो फाउंडिंग फादर्स थे,
आम आदमी पार्टी के, दे ऑल गॉन। देखिए, जो सुशासन का वादा लेकर आए थे वो दुशासन बन गए हस्तिनापुर के, ऐसा कैसे हो गया? और स्वराज से लेकर शराब तक, जन लोकपाल से लेकर शीश महल तक, आप यू सी द जर्नी, you see the journey of Aam Aadmi Party, the high moral ground in which they came, it's all gone. देखिए, यमुना के झाग और दिल्ली के दंगों की आग दोनों ने डुबो दिया। अमोनिया, यमुना एंड मुमनिया, तीनों को निराश किया उन्होंने। अमोनिया और यमुना, आप सोचिए द काइंड ऑफ एलिगेशन दिस गाय इज टू पुट, काइंड ऑफ एलिगेशन, जेनोसाइड, I mean, who calls that? I mean, that too coming from an IT-educated, so-called ex-chief minister. And if you look at the modus operandi, see what Lalu Prasad Yadav did in Bihar, he did the same thing in Delhi, handing over the seat to his wife, not resigning on moral grounds. This was the same guy who used to talk on high moral grounds. I will do this, I will do that. Did you see the hit list of Aam Aadmi Party? Lost. दिल्ली में तानाशाही कर रहे थे अरविंद केजरीवाल जी, जिस जिस वादे पे वो आए थे उन सबको उन्होंने डूम डाउन कर दिया। मतलब लोग निराश हो गए थे, एंड बिलीव मी ऑन अ पर्सनल नोट, आई स्टॉप लिसनिंग टू हिम। थोड़ी इरिटेशन होने लग गई थी उनसे, वही सेम स्टाइल, वही सेम एलिज। अब कल तक वही आरोप लगा रहे थे कि आम आदमी पार्टी के विधायकों को 15 करोड़ रुपए ऑफर किए जा रहे हैं। मतलब ये क्या था भाई? एक उन्होंने फोन नंबर जारी किया जो ट्विटर से, एक्स से एक बंदे ने ट्रेन के शिकायत के अपना फोन नंबर गलती से डाल दिया था। वो फोन नंबर उन्होंने पॉपुलराइज किया कि इस नंबर से हमें फोन आया कि 15 करोड़ रुपए ले लीजिए, भाजपा में आ जाइए। लुक एट, मतलब कितना नीचे गिर गया था राजनीति दिल्ली का। ऐसा कौन करता है? दिल्ली की जनता होशियार है। ये वही दिल्ली की जनता है जिन्होंने अरविंद केजरीवाल को उसी वायदे पे शीट्स पे चढ़ाया था और आज नीचे भी गिरा दिया।
ओके उज्जवल जी, अब मैं बाकी लोगों से भी रिस्पॉन्सेज चाहती हूँ। निरंजन एंड अर्शप्रीत both have to leave, so let's get quick last comments from them. Dilip Cherian has just joined us. Niranjan, I'll start with you. I think the big picture is quite clear. Most of the Aam Aadmi Party's big leaders have either lost or are trailing to the extent that they're going to lose. Nothing is expected to change at this last moment. The BJP has won Delhi after a gap of 27 years. Who will be the chief minister of the BJP? By logic, it should be Parvesh Verma for defeating Arvind Kejriwal. But we don't know with the BJP. This is Atishi, who was trailing, is, I believe, now leading. But we'll wait for the final numbers to stack up. Your comments, please.
Well, the first comment is that this is actually more a defeat of the AAP than a victory for the BJP.
Why do you say that?
Because
Why do you say
I say that because, if you look at the collective angle, if you actually go back to the past and look at as to how we have talked about a lot of issues, like one associate after another deserting Arvind Kejriwal, him not being a Democrat, him being a autocrat, using lie as a political instrument all the time, exaggerations, hyperbole, becoming too conceited, making the same kind of errors which populists all over the world have actually done. Even in India, they have made the similar kind of mistakes which led to their political demise. That has been seen. It is actually a bit, paradoxical to hear the BJP spokesperson talking about my way or the highway, because within the BJP also, the collegial style of functioning for which the BJP was noted right from 1980 till 2014 has actually got completely, sidelined, and it has become a more centralized kind of a party. So I think that the Delhi elections offer, lessons for any leader who tries to move away from the democratic and a consensual style of politics. That is what I think is very important takeaway from the Delhi elections.
Okay, Nilanjan, we're going to say thank you to you at this point. Yes. Who's trying to come in? Hang on. Arshpreet has to go. Yes, Karthik, I know you have an update for us. BJP has won Delhi. Arvind Kejriwal has lost his seat. Manish Sisodia has lost his seat. Satyendra Jain has lost his seat. Go ahead, Karthik.
Yeah, so that's the recent update, Barka, because a lot of the channels had already called Arvind Kejriwal's loss, but now PCI has given us the latest update. So after 12 of the 13 rounds have been counted, Mr. Kejriwal is trailing by 3,789 votes. I think we can at this point call that he's going to lose this election, unless something dramatic happens. So I would say that he's lost it. Then at this point, the other update that I'm going to give you is that somehow Atishi, the current chief minister, she's come back from behind and she's now leading by 989 votes. So for the longest time she was trailing. That's when we were kind of having a laugh about the fact that the entire podcast team that was around was kind of trailing. But Atishi seems to have bucked that trend. But Satyendra Jain has lost. Manish Sisodia has lost. Kejriwal is set to lose. And,
no, let's just call it. Yeah, I'm calling it. None of you will call it. So let me call it. This is, Arvind Kejriwal has lost his seat. I'm calling it. Go ahead.
And Atishi is leading in what is a very tense election because 2 rounds left and she's leading by only 989 votes.
Okay. The big picture is this. The BJP has won Delhi with 47 seats to the Aam Aadmi Party's 23. Arvind Kejriwal has been defeated in his own seat. That's the big story at this point. His former Deputy Chief Minister, Manish Sisodia, has been defeated. Satyendra Jain has been defeated. So all of the 3 Aam Aadmi Party top leaders who actually spent time in jail, rather than there being any sympathy for them, all 3 of them have been defeated. Coming in from the rear, Atishi has managed to hold on. I think the last round of that is still being counted. She was up against the BJP's Ramesh Biduri. She is the current Chief Minister. It looks like we're calling Kalkaji. Atishi is one Kalkaji, defeating the BJP's Ramesh Biduri. This is the big story right now. The BJP making history in Delhi. The Congress, there's Arvind Kejriwal, who's lost. Can I please come back to my panel now as we look at? We can take these key constituencies on the share screen, please, if we can. Let me introduce our guests and the new guests joining us. I see Tavleen Singh. I see Dilip Acharian. I also want to welcome Ashutosh Ranka of the Aam Aadmi Party. Kartikeya and Shashi are, of course, with us, and Mahima Singh of the Congress are with us as well. All right, let's get first comments. Kartik, any fresh data points?
Almost 10 percentage points. BJP 46.75. This is a more accurate election than the last election because the Congress required these functions and the number of seats down here within the is 47. If you look at that, what maybe see where the seats are coming from. It's and I'm saying that the numbers are looking at whether they see from the east, west, right? So look at that and western part. BJP is where I'm not going to split that. The eastern side. The other one is the corners of the country. Again, it is the corner that I'm not seats, but we are being struck by the BJP. Except for in Southeast Asia. If you look at the plans for 2020, even in that election, the BJP is fortunate that people going up. So the fact that we never got to see this time of
third in the vote share,
I think is not very surprising. So I think this is it's a comprehensive victory for the BJP, and this is for the first time, I would say, in several decades, if I'm not wrong, unless it's for the first time that the BJP has crossed 40% in the assembly elections in Delhi.
Yeah, let's open this up. As we said, the big story at this hour is that Arvind Kejriwal has been defeated in his own seat. The BJP has taken that seat. Manish Sisodia, Satyendra Jain, his colleagues have also been defeated. All three of these men were arrested and spent time in jail for the case of bail after she became the chief minister of Delhi for a brief period. Arvind Kejriwal said he was, hunkering down and becoming on the street has lifted that seat of Kalkaji back from the BJP's Ramesh Abduri. If you can moment at some point, if you're saying that hasn't happened, the BJP is back in power in Delhi for the first time since 1998. Let's get the reaction from the USR. Nobody deserves more to lose than Kejriwal. I've just finished my column and I've said that it's not an election, it was a referendum on Kejriwal because he promised a new kind of politics. And what did he do? He turned his political party into an appendage of himself, like other leaders in India like to do, almost as if it was a family party. And all that hope that he had created, I personally, by the way, have never believed that he was anything different to the other kind of usual hypocritical, duplicitous type politicians that we used to. But, he had a chance, really. And he's blown it. And what makes story for you in the terms of the BJP being able to win without using the prime minister too much or not at all? Hardly. Without declaring the CM candidate, and actually this time without a community charge campaign. Well, I think that the Aam Aadmi Party ran a lousy government. In the past couple of years, at first they started off by blaming somebody else. The prime minister was not allowing Kejriwal to do anything.
the lieutenant governor was changing his bureaucrats, changing his schemes, etc. And it went on and on and on. They just became a political party that spent more time complaining about what was being said about them and what people were, doing to them. What Modi government was doing to them, and instead of that, if they had actually worked on the things that were really important, you live in Delhi, I live in Delhi, the air is unbreathable. The stuff that was under them, the streets are filthy. This is the capital of India, and just take a look at what it looks like. There is the promise of you remember that shot of Kejriwal where the little mountains, not the huge mountains of garbage on the edge of Delhi. And he went there and he said, oh, I'm going to reduce this by such and such and do this, that, and the other. Nothing happened, except that he began to think of himself as a national leader and was off in Goa and Gujarat and, wherever else he was going. And he was not interested in Delhi at all. So, just remember that when they sent him off to jail, There was not a single protest on his behalf. Not one. I mean, even when the Aam Aadmi Party's biggest leaders went into the streets to try and whip up support, there was none. So, frankly, I saw this coming, but it's a terrible disappointment that somebody who had a chance to really usher in a new kind of political culture, a new kind of politician, has blown it.
Yeah. So Kejriwal has blown it, says Tableen Singh. I want to bring in Dilip Cherian at this point. Mahima, Shashi, Ujjwal are all still with us, and we'll come across, of course, to Ashutosh as well, and Karthikeya for closing his closing comments before we let him go. Dilip, go ahead. Dilip?
My sense is that this is once again proving that Delhi as a city, as a state, looks to what the double engine Sarkar hope can deliver. Hopes are high now, and what the average citizen of Delhi has been feeling is that if we are being choked from development and from huge progress because of the fight between Kejriwal and his political master Modi, then we need to change and see what works for us. So it is, in a sense, and appropriately so in democracy, a selfish vote, a vote which says, hey, let's give what they're promising a chance. Why didn't it happen before? I'm not quite sure. Why did the Arvind Kejriwal magic last for as long as it did? I think because he's very good with his rhetoric. And I think that he's run out of rhetoric, and his rhetoric ran aground with the building of his own personal home in the chief minister's home. And I think a lot of people got browned off since then. The arrest was only a logical culmination of that. But falling into the trap of a self-aggrandizing kind of move to create this immensely beautiful chief minister's home did not ring true with the image that Arvind Kejriwal had carefully calculated. No point wearing bushirts and coughing your way through your cabinet meetings if you don't live up to the promise of actually delivering the image of being a man on the street positioned in a seat of power. I think the citizens of Delhi said, hey, you've blown it. Let's give it to a government which doesn't have an excuse. And in any case, there was no other opposition. But Barkha, just recalling our last discussion on this, once again, it shows to me the number tally is so different from the vote percentages. So I think that if you see the stark difference in the number of seats versus the vote share, I think this once again proves that the translation is very difficult, and most agencies can't call it, but being able to call it as close as it can be is a skill, and I think this election shows it once again.
Yeah, I want Karthik to explain.
This round of elections, at least on vote share, the agencies, almost all of them got it right. So I think credit where it's due. Not in terms of seats. I mean, there were wide ranges.
Vote share is what I'm talking about.
Yes,
vote share,
yes,
I'm glad you got it right. Yes.
Exactly. Okay. So I think credit where it's due. This time around, at least on vote shares, the agencies were spot on. I mean,
let's bring in Ashutosh and Mahima for brief comments, and Shashi and Ujjwal are also with us. Ashutosh, obviously very disappointed.
Of course, I mean, this has been a disappointing result. Notwithstanding the fact that for the last 2 years, we were fighting not just with the BJP, but also with the might of all the investigative agencies. We were fighting with Godi media. We were fighting with the muscle power. Literally for the last 3 months, we were fighting with the Delhi Commission and the Delhi Police and the Election Commission, who were hand in gloves. So it was a tough election. It was a well-fought election. As you can see in the vote share, the difference is still not much. We still managed to get 44% of the votes. But all said and done, we accept with all humility the mandate given by the people of Delhi. It's the same Delhi which got us into existence. It's the same Delhi which gave us 67 seats in 2015. It's the same Delhi which gave us 6 seats in 2022. So if they have decided to choose BJP over us, we accept that with all our humility. We'll come back stronger. We'll continue to serve the residents of Delhi. We'll sit in the opposition, continue to raise issues which still, the common people suffer with, and we hope to come back stronger.
Ashutosh, what do you think went wrong for you?
I mean, Barka, this is too early to put into those analysis. Literally a few hours ago, we were confident of pulling it off. So I think a lot needs to be analyzed. A lot needs to be introspected. Were we wrong in our electoral strategy? Were we wrong in our campaign? Were we not able to pass on our message the way it should have been? All of those will definitely be reflected upon, and we hope to come back with better answers on this question.
Thank you, and I know it's not easy to come in a moment of defeat and defend your party. So thank you for actually doing that. We appreciate it. Mahima, very quickly from you, the Congress for the third consecutive election has scored 0 seats, and I know you're happy that Kejriwal has lost, but how much solace can you draw from that?
Jai Hind. Rahat Indori Sahab says, "नए किरदार आते जा रहे हैं, मगर नाटक पुराना चल रहा है." I want to start with a bit of illustration, Barkha. Let's say one has a broken weighing machine, and the person puts in all efforts to achieve a healthy weight, in spite of which, the measurement after measurement, what he finds out is a dissatisfactory, is always, an always adverse outcome on the machine that one finds out. And then many individuals after that individual testify and verify, the same fact. So must we not question the machinery? Must we go on only blaming what has the trend been looking like? That is exactly what the Honorable LOP Shri Rahul Gandhi alluded to in his press conference yesterday, rather established with facts. And he made it pretty clear it's not just aspersions he is putting out there. It is facts. It is a matter of fact. So, one after the other, Haryana, Maharashtra, and this time it's Delhi. But this election machinery is skewed. This election machinery, ever since the persecution of Ashok Lavasas, has been malfunctioning. And we are least bothered. We are least interested to look into it. And I think that is a matter of grave concern as a society.
What do you actually mean? Are you questioning this election result?
I mean, Barkha, exactly what I'm saying, that the BJP, in spite of its riots, communalism, bigotry, the farmer protests in the capital, hypocrisy, misogyny, Ramesh Bidodi's, comments, he's been defeated, of course. But you see, in spite of all of that, in spite of the unconstitutional electoral bonds, and the voter of Delhi is quite smart, quite intelligent, in spite of their intrusive attitude where they imposed the GNCTD Act on the UT of Delhi, I would say in a wrongful manner, and the Aam Aadmi Party's opportunism, fakery, corruption, and their myopic vision of how Delhi should be, has, I would say, the BJP's victory, especially, is quite shocking, because it rather points towards where are we headed as a society. Because if we are voting in people,
I don't understand.
Like Sarvesh Verma, who are distributing cash for vote, then you see, as a people, we are to be questioned. We need to really introspect. That is where I am what I'm indicating to the Eagle team of the Congress Party, the newly formed Eagle team of the Congress Party will look into the statistics of Delhi itself, or Delhi as well. But if you look at Maharashtra and the three questions, very relevant questions being raised by Rahulji yesterday, I think it explains it all. How come, number of voters that were added to voter list in the last 5 months exceeded the total number of voters added over the 5 years? How come the vote, the victory margin in, let's say, for an instance, Kamathi, one constituency, is exactly proportional to the number of voters added? How come the total numbers of votes cast are exceeding the total number of adults in Maharashtra? And these are the questions we should be pondering over before analyzing another state's result. And I think that's exactly where the problem lies. We are going, you see, Hindi mein kehte hain, aage daud, piche chhod. We are going on chasing newer questions, but we are not pondering over the very heart of the whole problem.
But Mahima, the Aam Aadmi Party humbly accepted the result, which you are refusing to do. The Congress has failed to open its account for 3 consecutive elections. 3 consecutive elections, you've got 0 seats.
Now, you see.
Who are you blaming for that?
There is no denying of the outcome. But as I said, the individual goes on weighing himself on the machine or herself on the machine, which is rigged. The whole machinery is rigged. And the outcome is, of course, going to be proportional to that. So we are humbly accepting. But the question is the public accepting? Because when they come to rule Delhi now, they will have to put their hate, bigotry aside. I've been participating on several debates since morning. And whenever a BJP spokesperson is asked the question, will you now clean the Yamuna? They have no answer to it. They keep on, going around the conundrum because there's no straightforward answer to that. We were talking about air pollution just now. Is only the incumbent government in Delhi responsible to that? We talk about law and order in Delhi. Is only the incumbent government responsible for that? Law and order is in the hands of the center. And yet the BJP has not answered. In the last 5 years, we have seen the state of law and order deteriorate. The national capital region turn into national crime region. Yet, you see, we have voted in a party that has been evading those questions, only gaslighting with the Aam Aadmi Party, putting up a slugfest. Also, at the very end of the campaign, they even stooped down to say, we'll continue all the public welfareism schemes of the Aam Aadmi Party. So
okay.
Either there is a problem with the society or there's a problem with the election.
I have to humbly, okay. So this is the Congress, as a Congress leader, you are questioning either the people who have voted or the system that allows this, according to you, right? One of the biggest mistakes that any politician can do anywhere in the world is to judge the voter. Hillary Clinton did that with those who vote Trump. Guess what? Trump is back, right? Like there is a lesson here. Sorry, I'm not in politics. I'm not in politics. I'm not in politics, but I don't believe in judging the voter. You cannot judge the voter for the voter's choices. You have to judge your failure to communicate.
What do you mean by that?
What do you mean by that?
It would be wrong to say that the Congress party is judging the voter. I have very much said, I have established with an illustration, we are judging the machinery. We are trying to bring your focus and the country's focus to where the fault lies with a set of facts. Now, if we keep on looking in the other direction, then we'll be in for the joke will be on us.
Okay, I will have the panel respond to this, but I know Kartikeya, you have to leave. So let me get a closing perspective from you, and then we'll open up. There's a big political debate to be had here. There is a new BJP blueprint for winning elections. There is a big question mark on brand Kejriwal and brand AAP, and there is the Congress with 0 for the 3rd consecutive election, with the Congress spokesperson on our platform saying either there's a problem with the society or the machinery. Kartik, closing comments from you.
So I'll talk with 2 different hats. One as an analyst, the other one as a Delhi voter. As an analyst, I think that the Aam Aadmi Party clearly missed the trick this time around, and the BJP mounted a very multi-layered campaign. The new template you're talking about, I think a lot of the parties and analysts are still stuck with the pre-2023 Madhya Pradesh template for state elections. After 2023 Karnataka, the BJP has started decoupling Modi ji from the Vidhan Sabha elections. And in the Lok Sabha election, when he was the face and the RS took a backseat, the BJP suffered losses. So this is a new strategy where organizational strength matters more than the face. And I think opposition parties will have to come to terms with this. The Congress, despite its modest gains, does not seem to have made a big impression. I think they fought a much better election than last time. The candidate selection was much better, but they should have started much earlier. And they should probably have. And their consistent failure to cash in on Sheila Dikshitji's legacy, I think, is one of the biggest gaps in the strategy. This is from a very dispassionate place, having been a Delhi voter myself. As a Delhi wala, now to the BJP spokesperson, with folded hands, I request. There is a lot of governance issues that are pending in Delhi. We've had enough of the governor CM Tamasha. I also blame the BJP for not doing enough for Delhi, despite having 7 MPs for the 3rd time in the Lok Sabha. Despite having their LG, despite having taken so many powers on the state government. Now that you have the chief minister, you have the center, do get to business. Delhi deserves better in terms of governance, in terms of welfare, in terms of priority. We are an aspirational nation. So we want a capital that reflects that aspiration. All of us do. And I don't think that there should be, that there can be any deviation from this consensus. There shouldn't be.
Absolutely. Karthik, thank you. You've been with us since 7:30 in the morning. You must be exhausted. Thank you so much. We'll let you go now and catch up with you later. Let's keep the conversation going. I think Mahima has really, in a sense, set the cat among the pigeons with her remarks, saying it's either society or the machinery. But before we actually do that, look at how the Congress actually fared. The Congress simply went up from 4.3% of the vote share and 0 seats in 2020 to 0 seats in 2025, marginally improving its vote share by not even 2 complete points, like literally almost only 2 percentage points, right? The BJP, on the other hand, actually is at 47 seats, up from 8 seats, right? From 8 seats, is very, very dramatic. And then you have the AAP falling from 62 to 23 seats and falling almost 10 percentage points in vote share. Shashi, I want you to respond to what you've heard from the Congress and what you've heard otherwise. Shashi? There's no Shashi.
Yeah,
I can't hear
okay.
Shashi. Yeah.
Yeah, now I can. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think it's clear that Congress is clueless. I think the Congress needs an education in statistics rather than cooking up these conspiracy theories on past elections. I think it's very clear they have no clue on what their political strategy or roadmap for the future is. But let me take a step back and look at the big picture. As far as the BJP and the national political scenario is concerned, we came out of the Lok Sabha with certain doubts, certain questions, and then consistently the BJP has won elections, Haryana, Maharashtra, now in Delhi. They turned the corner in Jammu Kashmir. So clearly the overhang of the Lok Sabha is now past us. And that is reflected in the union budget, where a very decisive complexion was given to the union budget, rather than try to make it look like a common minimum program where you try to do a balancing act. Instead, this budget had a very clear thrust, and I think that is very timely and important given what's happening with the overall geopolitical scenario in the world, with the new Trump administration and the various decisions they're taking. So it was very important politically that the Prime Minister has all the capital that he can muster, have a free hand, so he can take the deft decisions that are required at this point in time. Given what's happening across the world, I think we have reached that stage, and now with the next election almost 8 months away, I think it's an ample window for taking some really important decisions on reforms. You have the income tax bill coming up. You have one nation, one election. So clearly a good window of opportunity to take this political capital from all of these elections, move out of the shadow that was there from the Lok Sabha verdict, and take the decisions that are needed at this point in time for India, given what is happening geopolitically across the world.
Right. Mahima, I see your hand up. Give me a moment. I want to bring in Tavleen and Dilip before we come back to the politicians. Yes, Ujjwal, just give me a second. Tavleen, how do you react to a very marked difference in the Congress and the AAP response?
Do you know that I actually, believe it or not, really want the Congress to revive? Because the only national party that can take on the BJP, actually it is the only national party or the only political party with a national footprint. But every time I hear a Congress spokesperson whine about the machinery and the this, that, and the other, it really makes me sad, because what has been absent after every defeat of the Congress party is any visible introspection. This has been going on since 2014. They just refuse to accept that something has gone very wrong with the party, that it no longer exists. It's just families. So even in Delhi, what did they give us? Sheila Dikshit's son. So that's the legacy of Sheila Dikshit, her son. I mean, they've got to wonder why they're not attracting younger people. Why they, it's one thing for Rahul Gandhi to open a car engine and say, I want young people to see that the difference between a diesel engine and an electric engine is this. That's not good enough. What are you doing? Where are your Where are your boots on the ground when election time comes around? I mean, to me at least, I didn't see the Congress workers anywhere. I saw Congress rallies. You know, there were, if Rahul Gandhi or Priyanka Gandhi was there, I saw, you know, those. But where are the Congress workers? And, you know, I've been saying this till the point that I'm actually tired of saying it, but the Congress party has to stop blaming the world and really sit down and try to understand what has gone wrong. Because, you know, when you talk about the machinery, only when you lose, that really isn't good enough. Okay, the Congress, the BJP lost, what is it, 60 seats in the Lok Sabha election. And there was a humbling. They were immediately back in there. And, you know, I really don't want the BJP to be the only political party in India. That's a terrifying thought. But the BJP did immediately start to wonder what it got. And they won Milkipur. I think they won Milkipur.
Yes, yes,
yeah,
yes.
they win because when they find that mistakes have been made, they rectify them. And, you know, I think it's very gracious of the, you know, Aam Aadmi Party to accept that maybe they didn't do the right thing. But from the Congress party, all you ever hear about is, you know, oh, it's someone's fault and somebody else's fault and the machinery.
Arvind Kejriwal. Does the Aam Aadmi Party exist without Kejriwal? Does Atishi, who's the only prominent leader who manages to win her seat, you know, say, okay, you know what, I should be leader? Or does it continue to be Kejriwal's party? And what about the delight that the Congress is feeling, even more than the BJP in the defeat of Kejriwal? What is going on here?
Well, we'll talk about Congress separately. I mean, let's focus first on Kejriwal. I have been, I'm listening to a lot many political obituaries since morning for Kejriwal. Something tells me it doesn't work that way. I mean, politics of this country, the history of politics in this country has shown us that one should never, you know, write political obituaries so quickly for anyone, particularly one who is polling about 43% vote in an election. You know, he has rewritten the rule of this freebie politics. He has understood that game. You know, he also understood the game of playing the Hindutva politics on BJP's pitch. These are the credible things for him to politically do. Something which Rahul Gandhi still has to learn. Now, is this a big setback? From huge setback? I believe rather than losing Delhi, he is losing his own seat is the bigger setback.
Correct. If he had won his own seat, his personal credibility would have been intact. Right now, right now he's personally weakened.
I think he has to go back to the drawing board and analyze and understand that the Sheesh Mahal actually cost him, the image, dent in the image cost him more than anything else that one could have thought of. Second thing, politically speaking, they blundered by winning MCD election. When I say blundered, simply because till that point of time, they were blaming for everything and anything that was going wrong in Delhi to BJP because of the MCD was being led by BJP. The moment Aam Aadmi Party was in power, that day I had talked and I had said to my friends, across the table that, you know what, this is now gonna trouble Kejriwal because I don't think MCD, he can do anything better than what BJP was gonna do. And in the post-poll survey, you will figure out the reasons why people were not voting for Kejriwal. If you have that graphic, you can see that number of people who said, "Pani ganda aa raha hai, koode ka dher lag raha hai," that almost more than half of that was on the civic issues. So, yes, the damage of the image, the union budget, that was the flipping factor. But the base of the anger against Kejriwal was the fact that in the managing of the civic issues in Delhi, he failed. Spectacularly failed in the MCD. And people, I mean, we discussed it many times, still remember Sheila Dikshit ji.
Yeah.
She delivered a world-class city in 15 years, half of which she actually worked under LG of given by NDA government, you know, and
people remember there was no problem. And in the last 10 years, even though those who voted for Kejriwal in this election, they do mention Mohalla clinic, better school, free bijli pani, that's fine. But the crumbling infrastructure of Delhi, that became a rallying point because people were watching this city as from a really beautiful city to a city which has become unlivable of sort from every perspective, you know.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that only Kejriwal is responsible for that. Maybe, I mean, a lot of things we need to discuss on that. That's different thing. But that anger was accumulating. And it just happened that people decided on this one that, okay, less of the complaint, less of the whining, we need a better Delhi. So, so that way, I don't think Kejriwal is gonna anywhere as such very soon or like that. Kejriwal is gonna remain there. He will go back to the drawing board. I think he should go back to the drawing board. He should realize where he has hurt. He should say.
But will he be? We have a reaction from Arvind Kejriwal. We'll just play that out, because I want to ask you: will he be able to hold his party together? That's the big question. Or will the BJP's last mile sort of, let's just go in for the jugular, be that if there are people in the AAP willing to cross over, let's take them? This is what Arvind Kejriwal said.
नमस्कार। आज दिल्ली के चुनाव के नतीजे आए हैं और जनता का जो भी निर्णय है, जनता का जो भी फैसला है, उसे हम पूरी विनम्रता के साथ स्वीकार करते हैं। जनता का निर्णय सर माथे पर। मैं भारतीय जनता पार्टी को इस जीत के लिए बहुत-बहुत बधाई देता हूं और मैं उम्मीद करता हूं कि जिस उम्मीद के साथ और जिस आशा के साथ लोगों ने उनको बहुमत दिया है, वो उन सभी उम्मीदों और आशाओं पे पूरा उतरेंगे। हमने पिछले 10 साल में जनता ने जो मौका दिया हमें, उन 10 सालों में हमने बहुत सारे काम किए। शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में, स्वास्थ्य के क्षेत्र में, पानी के क्षेत्र में, बिजली के क्षेत्र में और भी अलग-अलग तरीके से लोगों को राहत पहुंचाने की कोशिश की उनकी जिंदगी में और दिल्ली के इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को भी हमने सुधारने की कोशिश की। अब जो जनता ने हमें निर्णय दिया है, हम न केवल एक कंस्ट्रक्टिव ऑपोजिशन का रोल निभाएंगे, बल्कि हम समाज सेवा, जनता के सुख दुख में काम आना, व्यक्तिगत तौर पे जिसको भी जो जरूरत होगी, हम लोगों के सुख दुख में हमेशा काम आएंगे, क्योंकि हम राजनीति में कोई सत्ता के लिए नहीं आए। हम राजनीति को एक जरिया मानते हैं जिसके जरिए जनता की सेवा की जा सके, जिसके जरिए लोगों के सुख दुख में काम आया जा सके। वो काम हम करते रहेंगे और हमें आगे भी इसी तरह से जनता के सुख दुख में काम आना है। मैं आम आदमी पार्टी के सभी कार्यकर्ताओं को बहुत-बहुत बधाई देना चाहता हूं। वो बहुत शानदार।
Now, I find a marked difference between Arvind Kejriwal's response and at least the response of Congress spokespeople we've been talking to, who are now questioning, some of them are openly questioning the election machinery, the electoral process. The AAP has actually conceded the result quite maturely.
Actually, I'm surprised. Honestly speaking, going by whatever reason whatsoever in that way, I was expecting not so gracious acceptance. So he has actually handled that very maturely. I hope everybody does that.
Correct.
Because at the end of the day, Barka, it remains. I mean, one should not question the process. One should rather look at what has gone wrong with his or her own policy or the way one has proceeded. This is the same city he won twice, unprecedented mandates. Today, also to his credit, he managed to poll quite a significant vote. I mean, BJP checkmated. And by the way, Congress played a perfect ally with the BJP, right? And going forward, what to look out for? Watch out for Punjab. Because now that Congress and the BJP's interests are aligned, I'm expecting some fireworks in Punjab. It will be very difficult for Punjab to, hold on in a very comfortable way for him to hold on. But I'm expecting Arvind Kejriwal to actually invest himself big time in Gujarat. Now that he is free, he is not even the leader of opposition. Atishi is going to take that mantle from inside the Delhi Assembly. He's going to leave Atishi for that. and he is probably going to focus big time in Gujarat, where, by the way, BJP will be more than happy for him to take that thing, because the more he grows, the Congress comes down and BJP's game is easy. So oddly enough, ironically, in this fight of Kejriwal versus Congress, is the BJP which is more than happy to help each of them. Lado. And one can only smile at the cryptic comment of Umar Abdullah today.
Yes. और लड़ो आपस में और
लड़ो.
Are you when you say the Congress was the perfect ally for the BJP, if the Congress and the AAP had not contested or competed against each other, would the outcome have been different? Not necessarily, right? Because this is a landslide. I mean, it's a huge win for the BJP. It's not a fragmented election.
My thing is, Barkha, is that whatever you do with conviction. If you had gone after Kejriwal for 4 years, then you should have not gone with the Lok Sabha thing. Yeah, they would have contested Lok Sabha separately. Then probably today BJP would have won 55 or 60 seats, because Congress polling instead of 6%, 16 or 18% would have done even bigger damage to Aam Aadmi Party. But then it would have been the confidence to add to the Congress to build it from there. Right now, the Congress got shared at 6% and 40% for AAP. Still a non it's not going to happen overnight. If you had gone with the alliance in Lok Sabha, then you should have followed it up properly. You should have given 5, 6 seats to Congress and Aam Aadmi Party. But would have changed. You should have given, then AAP should have given 10 seats to Congress in Delhi. Delhi election results would have been flipped.
Yeah,
it would have been a different story. So problem is that one step forward, 2 step backward, once here and once there. The Congress is not really sticking to the game plan. First of all, questioning if they have a game plan, if they at all have a game plan. Because, once you have a game plan, then you stick to it. Now you are going to play volley with BJP to destabilize Punjab so that you can come back in Punjab. Without realizing, BJP is going to do the same in Gujarat and help AAP grow at your expense. How do you gain out of it? So whatever it is, I believe the Congress needs to sit and get its act together that okay, हमारी strategy ये है और हम stick करेंगे और strategies long term होनी चाहिए. Hammer it down for next 5-10 years that okay, this is my strategy and I'm gonna stick to it. Initial few years, as I mentioned to you the last time. She was very clear and she has been saying that BJP Congress cannot resurrect in Delhi unless we actually crash Aam Aadmi Party out. Then the BJP will by default. But we must have a 10-year plan for Delhi. Only then we can get Congress back on track. She was bang on in her assessment.
Absolutely. Now, Yashwant, I know it's a busy day for you. Just a last question before we let you go. The new BJP blueprint for winning assembly elections, they have readapted after the Lok Sabha to use the Prime Minister sparingly. The RSS army is back in full swing, and they are not doing personality-centric campaigns. This time also there was no CM contender. I think the CM should be Parvesh for defeating Arvind Kejriwal, the giant killer, as it were, of this election. But with the BJP, you never know. How do you look at this new BJP blueprint?
I think they are quick learners. You see, they went on to the basically from JP Nadda's comment of that we do not need RSS to a complete Sangam Sharanam Gachami. And the very important part that you said that Narendra Modi has actually taken a backseat, and to think that a person who is as popular as Narendra Modi does not feel his ego being hurt that I'm taking a backseat is a thing learned for other parties, You play the match keeping in mind what works for you. You may have a Sachin Tendulkar in your team, but if the situation arises and demands, then you send other person to open.
Correct.
Right? So that doesn't mean that the Sachin Tendulkar's weightage goes down or his track record goes down. What matters is that his team is winning. That's what more important it is. I think BJP has learned that trick faster. And I also want to say this, Barkha, that 2024 Lok Sabha election was over-analyzed. Everybody who was reading too much, way too much
Yeah.
in the 2024 Lok Sabha verdict. Now, please sit back quietly, look into the results again. And what I've been saying all along, it was a blip in the radar. It was an aberration. Whatever the gains opposition made, it was
Yeah.
more because of internal problem of the BJP rather than the actual strength of the opposition.
Yeah,
You know,
got it.
and unless that is taken into account, I do not think that any bigger challenge or any big challenge is in near future is gonna come BJP's way.
Okay, Ashwant, it's always great talking to you, but I know you have a stacked full day. Thank you so much. We'll catch up again very soon. Take care and see you
Take
soon.
care. You take care.
Take care. Take care. See you soon. Well, our live election broadcast is continuing here at the Mojo Story, and we are going to join a very special guest. Yes, let's bring him up. Pradeep Gupta of Access My India is with us, and I should say that exit polls ran into some rough weather, but Access My India for the last two elections has managed to get it absolutely bang on. Pradeep ji, you had actually forecast between 45 to 55 seats for the BJP and a 48% vote share, and that's pretty darn close, almost exactly what has happened. So congratulations to you, Pradeep Gupta of Access My India. क्या हुआ? पहले तो आपको relief हुआ होगा that you got it right. So first thoughts on that.
So, I mean, we try our people, particularly Access My India team member in the ground, and result is quite evident in front of all of us. So, it's a hard work of Access My India which always paid off. And this time, I would say, Barkhaji, if you can correct your BJP plus it is because JDU and LJP has contested in one seat each. So that 1.2 percentage points you would may like to add to your vote share, what you're showing on your display.
Oh, let me bring up the vote share wala graphic and then we should correct it. So you're basically saying that if you add the BJP plus, the vote share goes up even more.
47 point something, we predicted 48.
Oh my God. So you are just right there. Could we please update? Could we please update that graphic? All right, Pradeep. While we do that, while even without that adding that point, you, as I said, you were pretty darn exact in your forecast. So आपको मुबारक हो उसकी. लेकिन क्या how do you explain this? How do you explain?
This is actually when we ask people why you are shifting to whoever say we have voted last time Aam Aadmi Party and this time we are likely to vote to BJP or the कांग्रेस फॉर दैट मैटर. हम लोग हमेशा पूछते हैं उनसे भाई इसकी कुछ खास वजह है शिफ्ट की. तो कहते थे साहब वो केजरीवाल, अब वो केजरीवाल नहीं है, वो आम आदमी पार्टी है, वो नहीं है. मैंने कहा क्यों, ऐसा क्यों कह रहे हैं आप? तो उसका सबसे बड़ा कहते थे देखिए ना, ये 5 साल में तो कुछ, यानी उनकी भाषा में वो कहते थे, मैं अपनी भाषा में बोलूं, कुछ नोटेबल तो उन्होंने ऐसा कुछ किया नहीं है हमारे लिए. कुछ नोटेबल जो भी किया था वो 15 से 20 के शासनकाल में किया था. एंड पंजाब में उन्होंने 1000 प्रॉमिस किए थे महिलाओं को, जो कि अभी तक पूरे नहीं किए. और जब बीजेपी के नेताओं से मीडिया में पूछा जाता तो बड़ा कैजुअल जवाब देते थे कि 5 साल के लिए सरकार बनाइए, कर देंगे, क्या जल्दी है. सो आप ये देखिए कि दे वर प्लेइंग विद द सेंटिमेंट्स ऑफ द पीपल इन दैट सेंस, यू नो, व्हिच इज नेवर अ गुड साइन फॉर एनी लीडर ऑफ द पार्टी. They lost the credibility, huge loss of a credibility on that account too. Beyond that, the kind of projection they have came to the power or to the politics, clean, you know, honest governance, etc., etc. आम आदमी की तरह हम रहेंगे, नो बंगला नो गाड़ी. बाद में बंगला भी अच्छा खासा बना लिया, कम से कम उसको आम आदमी का घर तो नहीं कह सकते, इफ नॉट सीसमैन. वो भी एक फर्क पड़ा. फिर उसके बाद केजरीवाल जी ने लगातार अपने स्पीच में ये कहा, खासकर पिछले 15 दिन से 1 महीने के दौरान, कि मैंने तो दिल्ली की सीट को छोड़ के 2 बार छोड़ दिया. इज दिस नॉट द इंसल्ट ऑफ द मैंडेट? देन व्हाट? कि लोगों ने आप पे विश्वास किया और आप उसको इतने प्राइडली कह रहे हो कि मैंने इस चीज के लिए ऐसे कर दिया. सो दीज वर ऑल थिंग्स. ऑन द अदर हैंड, people found BJP as a better alternate, much better alternate on various accounts. जो उन्होंने 2100 इन्होंने प्रॉमिस किया, जो उन्होंने नहीं माना, विश्वास नहीं किया, वही क्रेडिबिलिटी लॉस. 2500 के बारे में माना, और खासकर तब जबकि बीजेपी ने छत्तीसगढ़ में अपोजिशन में रहते हुए प्रॉमिस किया था और उसको डिलीवर किया महतारी योजना के तहत, और मध्य प्रदेश और महाराष्ट्र में सरकार में रहते हुए चुनाव के मच बिफोर इस चीज को इम्प्लीमेंट कर दिया. एक ये था। दूसरा, लोग सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट और स्टेट गवर्नमेंट में भी, चूंकि दिल्ली में ही बैठे हुए हैं, दोनों वहीं पर ही हैं, तो पैरेलल ड्रॉ करते हैं एज फार एज द गवर्नेंस, एंड दे फाउंड that central government performance is far better, particularly in last 5 years, than the state government of Aam Aadmi Party. So एक जबरदस्त इनकी इनकम्बेंसी, और 3 डेमोग्राफी ने जो सबसे ज्यादा, हालांकि अभी भी आम आदमी पार्टी को 43% वोट मिल रहा है, which is also sizable enough in that sense, despite that you are losing and losing in a big way. आप 1/3 सीट भी नहीं है आपकी, 2/3 से ज्यादा बीजेपी की सीटें आ रही है, 68% to be precise. So जब आपने 5 साल पहले स्वास्थ्य, शिक्षा और बिजली और पानी के बिल और महिलाओं को फ्री राइड, ये उसी 43% जो है वहां बैठे हुए हैं, बट लोगों को ऐसा मानना है ज्यादा करके, विच इज 48% रफली, कि भाई अब बस हो गया, अब वो शीन नहीं रहा, जैसे बोलते हैं ना क्रिकेट की भाषा में, बॉल में वो चमक नहीं रही, और हमेशा ये लगता है कि कुछ तो नया होना चाहिए। तो दिस इज द फिनोमिना ऑफ दैट, एंड बीजेपी और मोदी, और खासकर उन्होंने केजरीवाल की गारंटी कहा, उन्होंने कार्ड भी इशू किया था आम आदमी पार्टी ने, घर घर जाके, जब 2100 रुपए की योजना के फॉर्म भरवा रहे थे वो, और बीजेपी ने कहा ये मोदी की गारंटी है कि एक 2500 रुपए और एक 2 फ्री सिलेंडर, बहुत बड़ी चीज है। तो 3 डेमोग्राफी ने बड़ा डेंट किया आम आदमी पार्टी को, दलित वोट लार्ज बड़ी संख्या में वापस बीजेपी की तरफ शिफ्ट हुआ।
That's very interesting. क्यों? पर इसका क्या कारण कि दलित वोट?
मैंने बताया, देखिए दलित वोट तो सब सरकारी सुविधाओं के लिए उनको सबसे बड़े बेनिफिशरीज भी होते हैं, इन दैट सेंस बहुत सी चीजें रिजर्व होती हैं, और अदरवाइज ऑल्सो लोअर इनकम ग्रुप में, तो सबसे बड़ा फर्क वो। दूसरा, महिलाओं का फर्क, हमारे डेटा पॉइंट्स में 12 पॉइंट्स जो बीजेपी को पिछली बार 30% मिल रहे थे, इस बार 16% ऐड होके 46% वोट मिलता दिखा महिलाओं के बीच में, जो केजरीवाल से करीब 12% और कांग्रेस और अदर से 4% जुड़ के जो है वो इतना बड़ा नंबर बना बीजेपी के पक्ष में। और तीसरी चीज है मिडिल क्लास। बीजेपी में देखिए, बीजेपी एक ऐसा छोटा और मेट्रो सेंट्रिक राज्य है, मेट्रो सिटी सेंट्रिक राज्य, जिसमें पूरे हिंदुस्तान में आप देखेंगे तो पाएंगे कि जो लोअर बॉटम ऑफ द पिरामिड होता है, विच कंट्रीब्यूट्स अबाउट 50 to 60%, और करीब मिडिल क्लास जो होता है तो 30%, और अपर नॉट क्लास, मैं इकोनॉमिक स्टेटा की बात कर रहा हूँ, करीब 10% उसको ले लीजिए। दिल्ली के अंदर ये उल्टा है, करीब 50% के करीब 60% के करीब मिडिल क्लास है। जब हम मिडिल क्लास कहते हैं, उनको हम क्लासिफाई करते हैं जिनकी मासिक आय 50,000 से 70,000 के ऊपर हो, उसको मिडिल क्लास कहते हैं। और दिल्ली के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में ये बढ़ के 70,000 से 1 लाख हो जाता है, क्योंकि दिल्ली इज अ कैपिटल सिटी। तो ये जो मिडिल क्लास का सबसे बड़ा शिफ्ट हुआ, और खासकर बजट के बाद और बजट के पहले भी।
मैं वही पूछने वाली थी कि बजट से कितना फर्क पड़ा है। मतलब कुछ लोग कहते हैं कि वो पिछले 72 आवर्स में, लास्ट माइल में ये चुनाव बदला है, बजट की वजह से बदला है। आप मानते हैं इस बात को?
मैं बता 40 दोनों पार्टियों का 1 महीने पहले तक करीब करीब बराबर वोट आ गया था, 1 महीने पहले। उसके बाद बीजेपी ने जब ये 15 दिन पहले योजना लाई, उसके पहले नहीं लाए थे, उसके पहले वो तमाम दूसरी बातें कर रहे थे। खासकर लोगों को तो यार हमारे अकाउंट में क्या आ रहा है, लोगों को उससे मतलब होता है। तो 15 दिन पहले जब उन्होंने ये लेके आए 2500 रुपये और गैस सिलेंडर फ्री, 2 सिलेंडर, तब जाके ये 1 से 2 पॉइंट्स बढ़ गया। और जो बजट जैसे ही आया, तो ये जो अंतर था दोनों पार्टी, जो करीब करीब पैरेलल था 1 महीने पहले, 2 पॉइंट से 3 पॉइंट तक बढ़ा जब इन्होंने योजनाओं को लेके आए, ये वाली फ्री वाली, और करीब 2 पॉइंट फर्दर बढ़ गया जबकि ये मिडिल क्लास का हुआ। तो कहने का मतलब जो अंतर 2 पार्टी के बीच में 5 पॉइंट्स का दिख रहा है, 43 वर्सेस 48, ये जो अंतर था, मिडिल क्लास जो है 2% का वोट तुरंत उस समय बढ़ गया जब इन्होंने बजट लेके आए। तो ये एक आकलन है, क्योंकि हमारे
तो आप कह रहे हैं 1 महीने पहले तक लगभग दोनों पार्टीज इवनली कंटेस्टेड थी
जी,
और फर्क
वोट
पड़ा
शेयर के लिहाज से, वोट शेयर के लिहाज से सीट में थोड़ा
के
फर्क होता है। उसका कारण है कि आम आदमी पार्टी को मुस्लिम डोमिनेटेड सीट्स में, जो कि 9 है, और 21 सीटें जो है, सॉरी 12 सीटें जो है दलित हैं, तो 21 सीटें ये मिलके होती हैं। यहाँ पे बहुत बड़ी लीड मिलती है, तो उसके लिए परसेंटेज के लिहाज से आप देखेंगे कि बहुत बड़ा नंबर अभी भी आपको आपकी स्क्रीन पे 43.7 दिख रहा है, बट वो उन्हीं केवल कंसोलिडेटेड 9 और 12 सीटों से आ रहा है। उसके उलट जो है वो बड़ी संख्या जो है करीब 49 सीट्स की है। वो 49 अपने आप में बहुत होता है, जहाँ पे कि इसलिए अंतर देखिए बीजेपी का कितना ज्यादा आता है।
तो मैं आपसे ये पूछना चाहती हूँ कि बजट बम्प रहा, उनकी योजनाओं की जो उन्होंने अनाउंसमेंट की, उस स्कीम्स का बहुत बड़ा फर्क पड़ा। लेकिन आपने एक बड़ी इंटरेस्टिंग बात कही, आपने कहा कि केजरीवाल का केस ऐसा था कि जैसे क्रिकेट में कहते हैं बॉल में जी वो चमक नहीं रही। तो बीजेपी ने सीएम कंटेंडर नहीं डिक्लेयर किया, ठीक है। बहुत से लोगों को लगा कि अरे अगर बीजेपी कर देती तो पक्का जीतती। उस समय तो लग रहा था कि चलो केजरीवाल के नंबर गिरेंगे लेकिन वो जीत जाएगा, नंबर गिरेंगे, मार्जिन है गिरने का, जीत जाएगा। बीजेपी की चमक पर्सनालिटी सेंट्रिक नहीं रही और उन्होंने लास्ट फ्यू इलेक्शंस इस न्यू ब्लूप्रिंट के साथ कंटेस्ट किए। ये बीजेपी की नई ब्लूप्रिंट का जरा बात करिए।
देखिए बीजेपी का ऐसे है कि आप चीजों को समझिए, जब भी वो डिक्लेयर करते हैं तो क्यों करते हैं और नहीं करते हैं तो क्यों करते हैं। देखिए हमेशा से ऐसे होता है कि कुछ पर्सनालिटी ऐसी होती है, इंडिविजुअल्स होते ऐसे होते हैं कि यदि उनके सामने किसी और को आप खड़ा करें तो उसके इर्द गिर्द तो आना चाहिए, करेक्ट। जिसके भी साथ आप रिंग में जाने वाले हैं कंटेस्ट करने के लिए, उसके आपको इर्द गिर्द तो होना पड़ता है ना। तो जो ये टॉल पर्सनालिटीज हैं अपने आप में देश के अंदर, खासकर अपोजिशन की बात कर लें कि ममता बनर्जी, नीतीश कुमार, अरविंद केजरीवाल, ये एक कल्ट पर्सनालिटी है। ये तो जब इनके खिलाफ आप ये मोहलत ले ही नहीं सकते कि आप कोई कैंडिडेट डिक्लेयर कर लें, क्योंकि हमेशा पैरेलल ड्रॉ होगा ना, और पैरेलल में ये तो नीचे ही पाए जाएंगे। इनको तो अभी काम करना है।
जैसे बीच में चर्चा चल रही थी कि स्मृति ईरानी भी एक फेस हो सकती है, जैसे चर्चा है सिर्फ।
मैं वैसे ही कह रहा हूँ मैडम आपको, क्वेश्चन डजंट अराइज। ये तो तब आता है कि कौन होगा जब ये डिक्लेयर हम माइंड में, पार्टी अपने माइंड में मन बनाए कि हमने कैंडिडेट देना है, तब सवाल आता है किसको देना है। ये मोहलत ले ही नहीं सकते कभी भी। मैं आप देख लीजिएगा इन सारे राज्यों में जहां पे कि इस तरह का पर्सनालिटी वो होता है, सवाल ही नहीं होता। चंद्रबाबू नायडू, जगन मोहन रेड्डी, ये अपने आप में एक अलग पर्सनालिटी है। इनके सामने मैच करने के लिए आपको इसके इर्द गिर्द तो खड़ा होने वाला चाहिए ना।
तो आपके मुताबिक बीजेपी वाज स्मार्ट इन नॉट पुटिंग अप अ कैंडिडेट अगेंस्ट अरविंद केजरीवाल।
ऑफ कोर्स यस।
अच्छा, कांग्रेस की बात करें, बीजेपी पे हम वापस आते हैं, पर आपका चमक शीन चला गया, चमक चली गई। कांग्रेस की उम्मीद थी कि इस बारी वोट शेयर थोड़ा बढ़ेगा, फाइनली थोड़ा सा ही बढ़ा। सीट 3 कंसेक्यूटिव इलेक्शंस कांग्रेस की 0 रही है, राइट? तो हाउ डू यू लुक एट कांग्रेस का रोल?
देखिए जब वापस जहां भी होता है कि जो जीतने और जो खासकर जीत के सरकार बनाने की उम्मीद में, आप पिछले 15 साल का रिकॉर्ड देख लीजिए, 30 असेंबली इलेक्शन मल्टीप्लाई 3 कर दें तो 90 और 3 लोकसभा 93। केवल 5 समय पे ऐसा है कि लोगों ने मैंडेट फ्रैक्चर दिया या बड़ा सिलेंडर सा मैंडेट दिया। बाकी मैंडेट सब 2/3 के आसपास है। 2/3 से कम तो बात ही नहीं होती कहीं पर भी। ये भी देख लीजिए यहाँ पर भी जो बीजेपी का है 2/3 से ज्यादा है। 47 सीट्स का है तो 67% है। तो अब लोग जीतना, विनिंग कॉज में अपना वोट डालना चाहते हैं, तो वो नहीं पाते हैं कि आम आदमी पार्टी और बीजेपी के सामने कांग्रेस कहीं भी सरकार बनाती दिख रही है। उसके लिए आपको 5 साल मेहनत करनी पड़ती है, लोगों को दिखाना पड़ता है कि आप बना सकते हो सरकार। जैसे कि आप देखिए अपना ये क्या नाम है इनका, प्रशांत किशोर मेहनत कर रहे हैं। जैसे कभी देखिए साइकिल से पूरी यात्रा करी थी 2012 के पहले अखिलेश यादव ने। जैसे देखिए जगन मोहन रेड्डी ने 19 के चुनाव के पहले पूरी जबरदस्त यात्रा करी थी उन्होंने, घर घर जाके और करके करीब 2 साल से 3 साल तक। तो ऐसे तमाम आपको एग्जाम्पल मिलेंगे। राहुल गांधी ने भी यात्रा करी, उसका असर उनको देखिए, सीटें 55-56 से 99 हो गई उनकी लोकसभा में।
जी।
तो ये आपको दिखना तो चाहिए कि लड़ते हुए और आप वाकई में टक्कर दे सकते हैं और जीत सकते हैं, तब तो आपकी जनता आपके साथ जाएगी।
मुझे ये बताइए कि कांग्रेस को आपको लगता है उन्होंने मेहनत नहीं की, आम आदमी पार्टी एक मुझे बड़ी इंटरेस्टिंग चीज लगी कि जो 3 नेता आम आदमी पार्टी के जेल में गए थे, राइट, सत्येंद्र जैन, मनीष सिसोदिया, अरविंद केजरीवाल खुद, तीनों हारे। इसका मतलब देयर वाज जीरो सिंपैथी। अब ऑपोजिशन का कहना बार बार है कि ईडी को वेपनाइज किया गया है, ये फॉल्स केसेस हैं, एक्सेट्रा एक्सेट्रा। इसका मतलब लोगों ने उनकी तरफ एक सिंपैथी, एक एम्पैथी नहीं दिखाई। वो नहीं माने कि ये ठीक है, मैं मानती हूँ कि वोट शेयर आपका फिर भी एक बेस था, वो रहा, लेकिन दैट सिंपैथी सर्ज, एक सिंपैथी सर्ज होता है कई बारी, वो नहीं मिला, बल्कि तीनों लोग जो जेल गए, तीनों हारे।
देखिए सिंपैथी ये बिल्कुल आपने, ये साइकोलॉजिकल क्वेश्चन है, और मैं सोशियोलॉजी मतलब सोशियोलॉजी प्लस साइकोलॉजी, ठीक है।
यस यस।
सिंपैथी देखिए ऐसे होता है, सिंपैथी उसके साथ होती है जिसके साथ आपको प्यार मोहब्बत होती है, इन द सेंस कि आपको लगता है हमारे जीवन में इसका कुछ ना कुछ तो रोल है, और यदि उसको कोई तकलीफ होती है या कोई चोट पहुंचती है तो उसका दर्द आप महसूस करते हैं, ठीक है। वो केस था हेमंत सोरेन का, कि हेमंत सोरेन ने कुछ तो वो जो योजना लाई थी उन्होंने, और पैसे भी दे दी, वहां पे भी उसका नाम मैं भूल रहा हूँ, महिलाओं की, और वो भी जेल गए थे, और उनको 2/3 की विक्ट्री मिली, 2/3 मेजोरिटी मिली, अभी रिपीट की उन्होंने सरकार। तो वही मैं कहता हूँ कि वो सिंपैथी लेने के लिए भी आपको उसका एक बेस जो होता है ना, जो बेस तो होना चाहिए कि भाई मैं आपके साथ सिंपैथी क्यों रखूं। तो सवाल ये नहीं है कि जेल, या सवाल ये नहीं है कि भ्रष्टाचार के आरोप, सवाल ये है कि ही हैज लॉस्ट दैट सीन, जिसके तहत सिंपैथी भी आपकी तरफ आए, वो ही इज लॉस्ट दैट।
Right. Just for a moment, turning towards Uttar Pradesh, I am going to come back to Delhi because I see the Milkipur bipole slide on our screen. How do ये यूपी का नतीजा आप कैसे देखते हैं, जो बाइपोल मिल्कीपुर का आया है?
यूपी का देखिए, जो लोकसभा में हुआ था हम उसी से कंपेयर कर रहे हैं, इसीलिए ये मिल्कीपुर की हम चर्चा कर रहे हैं आज की डेट
जी
में।
जी जी।
लोकसभा में दलित वोट बड़ी संख्या में पूरा का पूरा शिफ्ट हुआ और कंसोलिडेट हुआ। वहां भी उनको ऐसा लगा कि अब मायावती में वो शीन नहीं रहा, तो जो शिफ्ट होना था बीजेपी से, वो, और मायावती से भी शिफ्ट जो होना था, वो अपोजिशन के इंडिया गठबंधन के खाते में गया, और उसके चलते ये रिजल्ट आया जो भी आया। 43 सीट गठबंधन की मिला, 37 और 6 कांग्रेस की। तो बड़ी बात उसके अंदर ये है कि अब जो है वो दलित वोट क्यों वहां से शिफ्ट हुआ था बीजेपी से, वो इसलिए हुआ था कि संविधान से उनको नहीं बात है, बात थी कि संविधान के चलते आरक्षण से सारा कुछ लेना देना है, और उसके चलते समाज को लगा, जो महाराष्ट्र में भी आप देख लीजिए और यूपी में भी, यहीं पर बड़ी संख्या में दलित है, और खासकर विदर्भ में, महाराष्ट्र की बात कर ले तो विदर्भ में केवल दलित और आदिवासी है, और जो सबसे बड़ा आरक्षण संविधान के तहत दिया गया, बाकी ओबीसी का तो वीपी सिंह के मंडल के बाद आया, तो वो बड़ी संख्या में शिफ्ट हुआ दोनों जगह पे। यूपी में तो अब आदिवासी है नहीं, तो उसका असर आप देख पा रहे थे, जो अब वैसी कोई बात रही नहीं, लोगों को समझ में आ गया कि यार ऐसा कुछ तो नहीं था, या ऐसा भी मान ले हमने इनको सीट दी ही नहीं इतनी कि तो ये कहाँ से कुछ भी कर पाएंगे, तो वो क्वेश्चन डजंट अराइज। और आज की डेट में राज्य सरकार जहां भी होती है, जब भी कोई बाईपोल होता है, तो उसका असर तो राज्य सरकार का के फेवर में जाते हैं जनरली वोट जो भी होते हैं।
ओके, लेट्स रिटर्न आवर फोकस टू दिल्ली। मैं थोड़ा डिस्ट्रैक्ट हो गई उत्तर प्रदेश की स्लाइड देख के, वापस आते हैं। तो मोदी फैक्टर को आप किस तरह से देखेंगे? इसलिए पूछ रही हूं क्योंकि बीजेपी हैज मेड अ कॉन्शियस स्ट्रेटजी। कैन वी कम आउट ऑफ द मिल्कीपुर ग्राफिक एंड कम बैक टू दिल्ली? बीजेपी हैज मेड अ कॉन्शियस स्ट्रेटजी, प्रदीप जी, कि प्राइम मिनिस्टर को थोड़ा कम इस्तेमाल किया जाए एज अ फ्रंट फेस फैक्टर इन असेंबली इलेक्शंस, राइट? तो क्या कितना असर पड़ा, कितना असर नहीं पड़ा ऑफ द मोदी फैक्टर?
देखिए, मोदी फैक्टर दिल्ली की जहां तक बात करें, क्योंकि कैपिटल है, तो ना सामने रहते हुए भी रहते हैं, ये मानो ना सामने रहते हुए भी रहते हैं। हाँ, आप ये जरूर कह सकते हैं महाराष्ट्र के केस में और झारखंड के केस में, जो खासकर क्योंकि एकदम इमीडिएटली लोकसभा के बाद हुए थे वो, तो और दोनों जगह पे अच्छा खासा डेंट पड़ा था बीजेपी को, महाराष्ट्र झारखंड दोनों जगह लोकसभा में, तो वहां पे उन्होंने उनको फोरफ्रंट पे नहीं लाया और तमाम तरह की योजनाएं चलाई महाराष्ट्र में, क्योंकि सरकार में थे तो चला सके वो योजनाएं। ये 1500 रुपए वहां पे अकाउंट में। और यहाँ पर लेकिन जो है दिल्ली में फोर फ्रंट पे तो थे, माने मोदी की गारंटी बोल के पब्लिसिटी कैंपेन ये तो किया गया था, बट व्हेन यू से गारंटी इट्स मोर ऑन परफॉर्मेंस एंड डिलीवरी, एंड व्हेन यू पुट फॉरवर्ड द पर्सनालिटी विदाउट द परफॉर्मेंस, then that personality doesn't hold good. That personality is created or developed over a period of time purely based on performance. What else? The brand equity, what you call in marketing.
So you're saying the Modi factor doesn't have to be advertised in a conventional way. The Modi factor, at least in a place like Delhi, a city state like Delhi, is just there because this is the seat of government. मतलब आप ये कह रहे हैं कि है ही वो है ही, उनको रैलीज करने की जरूरत नहीं है. In the national capital, Modi is the factor.
The moment you attach the guarantee, then personality से ज्यादा performance पे आप फोकस शिफ्ट कर दो. Guarantee for what? भाई चेहरा देख के थोड़ी ना मोदी के वोट देना है. You know, इवन हमारे बॉम्बे में ऐसे कहते हैं हमेशा, अरे भाई आप, अरे चालू भाषा में सबको कहते हैं, अरे भाई आप हो गए अमिताभ बच्चन अपने घर के, लेकिन हमको क्या, हम क्या करें, आप अमिताभ बच्चन हो तो. तो दैट गारंटी जो वर्ड जुड़ा है इसमें अंदर, मीनिंग भाई मोदी है तो आपके जीवन में कुछ ना कुछ परिवर्तन लाएगा, जो एक हर सरकार का काम है, हर नेता का काम है. आप कर क्यों रहे हैं? आपका काम क्या है? तो थोड़ी हम आपको देख के कोई मूवी थोड़ी देखने वाले हैं आपको देख के. So this is what it is.
Okay, I know we have only a couple of minutes left with you. मैं आपसे पूछना चाहूंगी, बहुत चर्चा ये भी हुई है how BJP has performed in Muslim dominated areas, खासकर मुस्तफाबाद की बात हुई. I know you studied this in your exit poll as well. इसके बारे में बताइए.
देखिए, बीजेपी ने मुस्तफाबाद में जीत हासिल की है, तो वहां पर जब मुस्तफाबाद की आप सीट देखेंगे तो सवाल जीत का नहीं है. जीत हो जाती यदि वोट का स्प्लिट होता, बट मुस्तफाबाद में मैं, आप जब बात कर रही हैं मुझसे, तो मैं आपको बताऊं मुस्तफाबाद की जो मार्जिन है अभी के समय में वो कितना है, वो जानना सबके लिए बहुत जरूरी है. 17,578 जब ये मार्जिन होता है तो इतना बड़ा परिवर्तन नहीं होता है. बस एक ही मिनट दीजिए, आपने चूंकि उसको मुस्तफाबाद को छेड़ा है, तो मुस्तफाबाद की चूंकि अभी काउंटिंग चल रही थी, अभी मुस्तफाबाद में काउंटिंग खत्म हुई है सारे राउंड की, तो अच्छा होगा कि आपके दर्शकों को पिक्चर बहुत अच्छी हम दे पाने में सक्षम होंगे. कांग्रेस ने दिए 6% वोट, कांग्रेस ने 6. आम आदमी पार्टी के आदिल अहमद खान ने मुस्तफाबाद में लिए, राउंड फिगर करके बता रहा हूँ, 34, और बीजेपी ने लिए 42, 34/42, तो 67,000 वोट और 85,000 वोट. कांग्रेस ने 11,000 लिए, तो दोनों के बीच का अंतर 17,000 है और कांग्रेस ने 11,000 वोट लिए. लेकिन इसमें बड़ी बात यह है, ओवैसी की पार्टी ने 33,000 वोट ले लिए, 33,000. तो ये जो यहाँ पे मुस्तफाबाद की बात करें तो करीब 45% मुस्लिम आबादी है, 45%. तो 45% में से देखिए कि आम आदमी पार्टी को हिंदू के भी वोट मिले होंगे, दलितों के भी मिले होंगे 33, MIM को 17%, 33 + 17 कितना हुआ 50, और कांग्रेस को 56% हुआ. इसका मतलब ये है कि बड़ी संख्या में मुस्लिम वोट का विघटन हुआ, स्प्लिट हुआ इन तीन पार्टी के बीच में, जो कि 45% है. मान लीजिए कि 10% वोट इनको दिगरों के मिले, एक बोलचाल की भाषा में मुसलमान के वोट बीजेपी को भी मिले होंगे, बट डेफिनेटली नॉट इन डबल डिजिट्स.
सो बेसिकली मुस्लिम वोट का डिवीजन हुआ है
इस सीट के ऊपर, मुस्तफाबाद सीट के.
सो इट इज नॉट जैसे कि बोला जाएगा कि, मतलब आपको ये नहीं लगता कि साइजेबल नंबर ऑफ मुस्लिम्स हैव वोटेड फॉर बीजेपी? यू आर बेसिकली सेइंग मुस्लिम वोट इतना डिवाइड हुआ कि बीजेपी को फायदा हो गया.
हाँ, हमारे इसमें जो है 73 टू बी प्रिसाइज, बीजेपी को 5% वोट, ओवरऑल प्रदेश की बात करें तो 5%, आम आदमी पार्टी को मुसलमान का 73% और 15% वोट कांग्रेस पार्टी को, और अदर्स को, अन्य को बाकी 6% अन्य को. पूरे प्रदेश की बात कर ले, मुसलमान को 73 आप, 15 कांग्रेस, 6% बीजेपी एंड 6% अन्य.
जी,
उसमें MIM
वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग. तो MIM का मतलब वोट स्प्लिटर रेपुटेशन जारी रहेगी. आपको इशारे से बुलाया जा रहा है. जस्ट वेरी क्विकली, big political message from the Delhi result before you go. Big political message.
You can't take people for granted. They need performance, they need delivery. If this is not going to happen, they are not going to, trust you anymore, and they will move away from you and they will throw you out of the power.
Thank you, Pradeep ji, and congratulations again. मैंने वहाँ लिखा है Pradeep Gupta for getting it bang on right. You predicted a 48% vote share for BJP plus, and there it is on the screen.
And 45 seats to 55. The midpoint was 50. Now it is 47. You are showing so.
Correct. Well done, sir.
बच्चे की जान थोड़ी ले लोगे.
Okay, Pradeep ji. Thank you so much. Take care. All right. We are continuing our live broadcast, decoding and trying to understand the big political message. We're joined now by Yogendra Yadav. Pradeep Gupta has just left, so we can change that banner. Namaskar, Yogendra ji. Good to see you. Mixed feelings, because you're somebody who's not been a fan of the Aam Aadmi Party, and you may think that they've got their comeuppance, but at the same time you're not a fan of the BJP, and the BJP has won handsomely in Delhi. What are your thoughts right now, Yogendra ji? Hang on, Yogendra ji, I can't hear you. I'm so sorry.
No mixed feelings, Barkha. Actually, it's a setback. It's a setback for Aam Aadmi Party. It's a setback for people like us who are not with Aam Aadmi Party, who have opposed Aam Aadmi Party, but who believed in the possibility of an alternative politics. And it is a setback for the entire opposition, united or not so united. It's a setback for that. Because BJP's politics is a politics of total dominance. Not just election victory, but complete political dominance is what BJP aims at. And there's no doubt that today's victory, a victory after 3 decades, has contributed to BJP's quest for political dominance. And that should be a cause for concern. This is not the moment for vicarious pleasure. I mean, that's always a silly and petty thought. But
also human. But also human. We're all human. We're not saints.
Yeah, but that's sort of, to try and look at history from one's own personal angle, I've realized over the years is one of the most erroneous ways of looking at developments. So it's a setback for Aam Aadmi Party. It's a setback for Aam Aadmi Party more than what the data would suggest.
Why do you say that?
Going strictly by numbers, Aam Aadmi Party is just behind by 5 percentage points, which is not such a major thing. They still have more than 20 MLAs. Losing one election after 3 victories is not such an unknown thing. Parties do come back, parties bounce back by. It's not the kind of the nature of defeat in quantitative terms is not something that it cannot recover from. It's not unprecedented. It is not some major electoral wave. But the problem is, given the kind of party Aam Aadmi Party is, given its complete election-centeredness, given its complete dependence on Delhi, and given its complete identification with the personality of Arvind Kejriwal, this defeat is a morale-shattering defeat for Aam Aadmi Party. I worry for Aam Aadmi Party's future because my sense is that BJP will not stop by just defeating them electorally. This campaign will continue after the election. There would be an attempt, I don't know when and I don't know exactly how, but I anticipate an attempt to break the party. And given the fact that Aam Aadmi Party has gotten rid of all those people, all those leaders, all those many workers who stood with the party for some principles, for some ideas, these difficult times are times which can be very dangerous for Aam Aadmi Party, because if there is an ED raid or if there is a CBI raid, if there's a threat, who would stand by this party? So that's the challenge. The challenge also comes because Gujarat, I think Aam Aadmi Party is unlikely to repeat the limited success that it had last time. Haryana is the attempt, there's no breakthrough in Haryana. So now everything hangs on Punjab 2027. And the news that you get from Punjab is not very good for Aam Aadmi Party already. And Punjabis are not so patient. to put up with bad government.
Yeah.
So Aam Aadmi Party really faces a crisis which is much bigger than the crisis of one electoral defeat. But I said it's also a setback for everyone who believes in the possibility of alternative politics, because after all, Aam Aadmi Party began as a great experiment in alternative politics. For that kind of an experiment to come to this situation, where first it got rid of the idea of alternatives. The idea of ethical politics is something that was given up around 2015-16.
Mhm.
Then it was about good governance, coming with smart policies.
Yeah.
Then it got reduced to one or two critical popular schemes. I don't call them really. These are good welfare measures for ordinary people. But everything hinged just on that, overlooking overall structural changes, overlooking other things that you possibly could. And in the belief that people would turn a blind eye to serious allegations of corruption, to serious misdoings that were happening. So that dream has kind of looks extinguished, at least in the present form that it has taken. Aam Aadmi Party as a vehicle.
Would
and
it
as a
would it
carrier
would
of
it have been
alternative
different
politics.
had? Sorry, I was didn't mean to interrupt, but would it have been different had Arvind Kejriwal at least won his own seat? You see, what's happened is that all of the three prominent faces of the AAP, minus Atishi, who managed to retain her seat, Manish Sisodia, Satyendra Jain, and Arvind Kejriwal himself. Now, all of these three are people who face jail time. There was clearly no sympathy for them. All three lost. Right? Would what you're describing as the kind of crisis moment for AAP had been different if Kejriwal had won at least his own seat?
Indeed, but I must begin by giving him credit for something, because the day someone is defeated, the easiest thing in the world is to kick that fellow around.
Correct. Correct.
We must give him credit for the fact that he did not move away from New Delhi. New Delhi is not a typical Aam Aadmi Party seat. After all, Arvind went there. It was an audacious attempt to take on Sheila Dikshit.
Yeah.
And this is not one of the strongholds of Aam Aadmi Party. Manish Sisodia did move away from his seat, but Arvind Kejriwal did not. I would give him some credit for that. But it was a very risky move because he could lose, which he did. And his loss, there's so much identification of the party with his persona now.
Yeah.
Even more than other supreme leader dominated parties, that his personal defeat would look like a shattering defeat for the party, completely overlooking the fact that they have a decent vote share, they have leaders, they have other things. But that's the risk the party runs. Arvind has concentrated everything so much into his persona. And it was Arvind, no one else, who said, this election is a referendum on my honesty. So he wanted a certificate from people that I'm honest, that Delhi liquor scam was not a scam. Now, once he converts everything into that kind of a contest, then, well, you have to face the consequences of the verdict.
Yeah, yeah. Can we talk about the Congress before we come to the BJP? You see, a number of Congress leaders on our channel this morning have been very happy that Kejriwal has lost. Literally, like it's almost like glee. And somebody described the Congress as a de facto ally of the BJP in this election. Now, the Congress had a dilemma here. The Congress could either seek to rebuild itself with a very similar competing base that the Aam Aadmi Party enjoys, or seek to keep the BJP out. But the BJP's win has been so significantly large, that I'm not sure that even if the Congress and AAP had been on the same side, this outcome would have been different.
Absolutely. I haven't seen Congress leaders expressing glee. I've not been monitoring television or something, but if they did, I feel sorry about that. That's exactly what I mean by vicarious pleasure. This is not the moment for vicarious pleasure. I think it would be unfair to see Congress as an ally of the BJP, because I think, in all fairness, in ideological terms, Aam Aadmi Party was much closer to the BJP, but we'll come to that. Than the Congress was. The dilemma for Congress in Delhi is this. There are a large number of Muslims and many Dalits in Delhi who sympathize with the Congress, who would like to give their votes to Congress, but they would consider the Congress only when they know the Congress is in contest. Bring some votes to me, and then I'll give you my vote. This would be a classic situation of a Muslim. Muslims
Yeah.
have voted in large numbers for Aam Aadmi Party, not because they love Aam Aadmi Party. I think it is with deep resentment that they have voted for Aam Aadmi Party. They would have preferred Congress, but Congress was not in contest. And in order to be in contest, you cannot be active only in the last 6 months. In all fairness, Congress had this yatra organized, a good sort of serious yatra. But where was Congress in the last 5 years? Was Congress able to put up a serious alternative? So Congress has a potential base in Delhi. That base may have expanded today. In case Aam Aadmi Party has a meltdown, then Congress has suddenly a space to build on. But today's result does not show so. Today's result is nothing to feel proud of. It is definitely not something that Congress can celebrate.
What does this do to the opposition politics? There has been a lot of talk about the divisions within the opposition ranks, the end of the India bloc that was formed with much fanfare for the Lok Sabha verdict. What happens now to opposition politics?
As I said, today's verdict is a setback for the entire opposition. That's how the opposition should see it, rather than this little one-upmanship games that we see. Because BJP is into total dominance, and everyone, sabka number aayega isme, koi nahi bachega isse. So that's important. Having said it, I think it must also be registered that today's verdict opens an opportunity for the opposition. तुम महाराष्ट्र हार गए, तो हम दिल्ली हार गए. So there's no one-upmanship anymore. Everyone is in the same boat. We better come together. Time to put our heads together. Time to say, okay, stop this little one-upmanship. Farooq Abdullah has said something to that effect today. Irrespective of that,
I mean, Omar Abdullah went on Twitter to say, "Aur lado aapas mein." It was his son, Omar Abdullah.
I just said Omar Abdullah.
He said, "Aur lado aapas mein, aur lado aapas mein."
So while I agree with your analysis that Congress and Aam Aadmi parties coming together alone would not have reversed this victory. We cannot just do mathematical addition.
That's right.
The fact is that many of the votes that came to Congress would not have gone to the Aam Aadmi Party. These were anti-Aam Aadmi Party votes that came to Congress. They may not have gone to if they had an alliance. So I agree with you. We cannot say that the result is only because the opposition was not united. But the fact is that post-Maharashtra, India coalition has not looked like a coalition. Post-Maharashtra, the internal squabbling, little one-upman game, and general lethargy has taken over. That's exactly what the BJP needs and wants. So yes, it's time. And so in a sense, this rude shock may be an opportunity for all of them to now come together and say, forget it, we'll not play these small games with each other. Let's focus on the big thing. And there is a big lesson as well, Barkha, something that we need to talk about. Today's verdict tells you one thing clearly. You cannot take on the BJP and defeat the BJP by believing in BJP's own ideology, which is exactly what Aam Aadmi Party did. And you must have spoken to Aam Aadmi Party leaders who would tell you, देखो, अब बीजेपी की आइडियोलॉजी के फ्रेम के अंदर ही पॉलिटिक्स करनी पड़ेगी, इसके बाहर तो there is no. So you have to be more Hindutva than BJP. If they say Jai Shri Ram, you have to say Jai Hanuman. And the absolutely shocking silence of Aam Aadmi Party during Delhi riots, their conduct during the bulldozers operations in Delhi, all these things basically indicated, and Aam Aadmi Party, this was not a lapse on their part. This was a strategy. The strategy was that we would be more pro-Hindu than the BJP. We will compete with BJP in being more pro-Hindu. You remember this whole farcical thing about Rohingyas, the few hundred Rohingyas that you have in Delhi. The complete farce that was played out. What was the point? The point was to say, we would be more anti-Rohingya than BJP. Now, today's verdict shows you the limits to that too clever by half strategy. You cannot take on the BJP by following BJP's own ideology. If
But at
you
the
may
same
succeed
time,
in one,
sorry to interrupt, at the same time, you need your own idiom to take on the BJP, an idiom that has resonance with people at large, not just people who already believe what you believe. You have to be able
absolutely,
to
Barka.
communicate with people who don't think like you.
Barka, we've spoken about that
Yes,
several times,
yes.
and I've repeatedly said secular idiom has lost touch with the people and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
So you have to take on BJP's majoritarian politics. You have to take on their ideology. You have to have your own ideology, which cannot merely be reiteration of secular progressive language that has been used in the past. But it has to be a serious alternative to the BJP. You cannot follow the BJP. Soft Hindutva is not going to win you elections. That's one thing the entire opposition has learned, I hope. So there is an opportunity for opposition to come together in this moment of defeat, share the defeat rather than score those little points vis-a-vis each other. Share the defeat and see the big picture ahead.
Let's talk about what you call the BJP's pursuing complete political dominance. The BJP has actually very distinctly changed its blueprint for elections after the Lok Sabha knock to its majority, right? And the template is there to see. Sparing use of the prime minister. He's no longer the front face, dominant face of every assembly election. The RSS is back in full force. The organization is driving the election, not the individual. There's no individual centric campaign. Delhi, they didn't even bother necessarily projecting one individual. And in Delhi, very interestingly, it wasn't a typical BJP campaign. It wasn't a Hindu-Muslim campaign. So something is shifting in the BJP's blueprint as it pursues this political dominance.
That's the point, Barkha. BJP learns from its defeat. The opposition does not learn either from defeat or from victory. They do not realize what has given them partial victory, and they do not see what has given them defeat. They talk about election commission. I also talk about election commission because election commission's conduct is reprehensible. This is just disgraceful. But is that the only reason why they are losing elections? Something more has to be done. So it looks like a classic difference between what used to be the Australian cricket team a decade or 2 decades ago and what used to be the Indian team a decade or 2 decades ago. Australian team had a strategy. They could ask their best batsmen to come 4 down, or they could ask their bowler to open the innings. They could ask their best player to sit out for a match. They had a strategy, and they executed that strategy ruthlessly. This is what the BJP does. I'm no admirer of BJP. I mean, this is no secret. But I do admire their capacity as an organization to carry out their own. They have a strategy to begin with, and they have a capacity to carry out that strategy. And they have a capacity to align individual ambitions with organizational ambitions. All organizations are driven by individual ambitions. Political organizations, particularly, most of the people on the ground are political entrepreneurs who are looking for their political career. BJP has found a way to align their personal ambitions and drive with organizational gains. The opposition, on the other hand, mostly suffers from this. This does not apply to Aam Aadmi Party. Aam Aadmi Party is not a complacent party. Aam Aadmi Party has also had a strategy and has executed its own strategy, which has flopped. So it's time to realize that that strategy does not work. But opposition in general does not show the capacity to learn from mistakes, has not demonstrated capacity to put its house in order. And this is the moment to do so.
Can I ask you towards the end about something that worked for the opposition in the Lok Sabha was the campaign around the constitution, and linking it to rights and the everyday lived experience, particularly of historically oppressed communities. But since then, we have actually seen large sections of the Dalit vote return to the BJP in different assembly elections. How do you understand that? How do you understand that? Why did that campaign? Why did the constitution as a symbol not sustain for the opposition?
Barkha, it's an example of what we were discussing just a moment ago. BJP learns from mistakes. BJP knew that being seen to be anti-constitution has really worked against it. So what do we see? The Prime Minister bowing down to constitution. Every time, if you go to Pragati Maidan now for the book fair, there is a little selfie point, not with Modi's image. It is now with constitution. So BJP's Hum Bharat ke log, BJP has kept, this was a secular slogan in the anti-AACA struggle. BJP appropriates it. BJP learns from its mistakes. And the opposition thinks that the same language in the same metaphor would continue to work for them. No, sir, situation has changed. And constitution was an issue, was not probably the decisive issue. It was a serious issue for the first time in country's history in 2024. If you want the constitution to be an issue, and I do believe that BJP continues to be a big threat to Constitutional Republic of India, but in order to communicate this to the people, I have to translate that constitution and its implications and threat in an ordinary day language to people's everyday concerns, rather than this abstract thing called constitution. It has to be translated into forest rights. It has to be translated into reservation. It has to be translated into everyday security for minority. It has to be translated into young men and women's right to marry whoever they want. So you have to translate the constitution. The opposition isn't doing a good job of it right now.
A last question. What would you hope the opposition does now? What would you hope they do now?
One, come together, present to the country once again that India coalition is alive and kicking, number one. Number two, come up with some kind of broad agenda, some 5 things you would do as a country. Rahul Gandhi spoke the other day and said, if the president's address was to be delivered, this is what the presidential address should look like. Now, this is one thing for Rahul Gandhi to say this in the parliament as leader of opposition. But I, as a citizen of this country, would like to see the entire India coalition come up with some 4 or 5 points they believe in, they want to do in this country. I don't know that yet. And number 3, having coordination on the floor of the parliament is not enough. Please have coordination on streets of this country. Farmers all over the country are planning to relaunch the entire agitation on MSP. Would the entire opposition gather their energies and stand behind them rather than try to capture them? Just stand behind them, extend support to such things. So, leaders talk about Adani. I think it's a very major issue. But have you seen the entire opposition do something about it? I would like them to be on the street.
But the opposition doesn't agree on the issue, no? The opposition doesn't agree on the Adani issue.
That's the challenge. That's the challenge. So you have to agree. You have to agree on some alternative formulations. You have to agree on some action agenda, and then you have to execute it on the ground. Merely seat adjustments 4 weeks before the election is not opposition unity. Opposition unity has to be unity in opposing anti-constitutional moves, anti-democratic moves, anti-people move in this country. Now you have the budget. Will the opposition come up with some salient points and say, we don't want this, we don't want this, and go to people on the street? That's important.
Well, I think if this doesn't jolt the opposition, I don't know what will, because since the Lok Sabha verdict, Yogendra ji, the Congress in particular has underperformed in every or been defeated in every state election, even the ones it thought it would win. And, other than Jammu and Kashmir, where the National Conference was able to form the government, there hasn't been a win. Oh, Jharkhand. There hasn't been a win.
Again, JMM did better there. Yeah.
Correct. So this is really, and this is the seat of, power. Delhi has its own symbolism. Let's not hide from that. Thank you, Yogendra Yadav. I'm sure it's been a long day. We'll talk again soon. Thank you. Namaskar. Take care. And that brings us to the close of our marathon election run. We've been live with you for close to 8 hours now. In case you were hiding under a rock, the BJP is returning to form the government in a dramatic win after a gap of 27 years. The last time the BJP was at the helm of government in Delhi is pretty much like a couple of years after I just started journalism. It was 1998. Sushma Swaraj was then chief minister. The big question now is whether Parvesh Verma, the son of Sahib Singh Verma, will be the next chief minister for being the giant killer who defeated Arvind Kejriwal. And as you just heard Yogendra Yadav say, for the Aam Aadmi Party, despite a spirited campaign, this is now an existential crisis. With Arvind Kejriwal having lost his own seat, the biggest challenge for the AAP now is to hold its flock together. For the BJP has demonstrated agility, its capacity to adapt, its capacity to change and shift gears in changed circumstances and changing and shifting electorates. The budget bump may be one factor that explains the Delhi win, but the fact that BJP was able to take Delhi in an election where there wasn't any one singular issue, where they didn't field a chief ministerial contender, shows that the BJP's organizational machinery is like none other. Well, for now, I think we're allowed to take a bit of a break. Thank you for staying with us through the day, and keep watching the Mojo Story from the entire team. Thank you. Take care and see you soon. It's great to see you here. Thank you for watching our work. If you haven't subscribed yet, don't forget to click the bell icon and subscribe to Mojo Story and support independent, robust journalism.